got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
What keeps the heartbeat of a community alive? Is it the courage to create, the power to connect, the vision to transform? Well, it's all of this and more. It's a symphony of ideas, innovation, and industry. But where do these stories come alive? It's right here on The Isle, 104.9 FM, the station where dreams meet action and growth finds its voice. The Isle, 104.9. Business, economy, development. Stay tuned.
At the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, and monitoring and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. For more information, email us at info@adstudiescenter.com or call +234 912 039 2362. Visit our website www.adstudiescenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
Lateef Jakonde. Born Lateef Kayode Jakonde in the Egbetedo area of Lagos Island, Lagos State on July 1929. He studied at the Lagos Public School at Enowa, Lagos Island, then at Bonham Memorial Methodist School, Port Harcourt, King's College, enrolled at Ilesha Grammar School, where he edited a literary paper called The Quarterly Mirror. Jakonde began a career in journalism in 1949 with the Daily Service and joined the Nigerian Tribune in 1953. The owner, Chief Obafemi Awolowo, appointed Jakonde editor-in-chief of the Tribune in 1956. Jakonde established John West Publications in 1975 after leaving Tribune and began to publish the Lagos News. He served as the first president of the Newspaper Proprietors Association of Nigeria, NPAN. Jakonde ran for election as executive governor of Lagos State in 1979 on the Unity Party of Nigeria platform. His administration was effective and open and implemented the cardinal policies of his party. He introduced housing and educational programs targeting the poor, building new neighborhood primary and secondary schools, and providing free primary and secondary education. He gave poor people's children education, and many of them are now very prominent in the society today. Jakonde established the Lagos State University and constructed over 30,000 housing units. After the military takeover in 1983, Jakonde was charged, prosecuted, and convicted of treason and later pardoned. He served as Minister of Works under the Sani Abacha military regime. He died in Lagos on February 11, 2021. Lateef Jakande was the first civilian governor of Lagos State. Lateef Kayode Jakande, Souq Enlightenment.
Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar. أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله. أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله. أشهد أن محمدًا رسول الله. أشهد أن محمدًا رسول الله. حي على الصلاة. حي على الصلاة. حي على الفلاح. حي على الفلاح. الله أكبر، الله أكبر. لا إله إلا الله.
Broad Street. Broad Street, situated in Lagos Island, is steeped in Nigerian history. Once the biggest financial hub of the country, it housed the headquarters of major banks, linked the CBN, the stock exchange, and the loads of lender companies. Broad Street is a historically significant street. It has played a central role in the development of Lagos and history, an important commercial and administrative center for the British colonial authorities. It was also a home to some of the city's earliest modern buildings. Broad Street was a residential area in the pre-colonial era. With the British came the Methodist Boys High School in 1878 and the Broad Street Prison in 1882, renamed Freedom Park. The General Hospital, which was a British military hospital, was built in 1893, being the first general hospital in Nigeria. The old British Secretariat building, which is now the Federal Ministry of Justice, was built in 1906. Broad Street has seen a full turn into modern commercial office blocks, complexes, skyscrapers, and markets from the outer marina through Akpombo early into the Adeliji-Adele Road. Broad Street is one of the busiest streets in Nigeria on weekdays where commercial activities take place day and night. From modern buildings to ancient structures, this street gives one a raw dose of life in Lagos. Broad Street is often referred to as Lagos Financial District. It boasts a mix of architectural styles, reflecting its long history, colonial-era buildings, Victorian and Edwardian architectural features, alongside more modern skyscrapers and structures. Broad Street remains a vital, vibrant part of the Nigerian economy. Broad Street. Souq Enlightenment.
The Three Wise Men. Iconic sculptures and statues adorn major metropolitan cities of the world. In Lagos, Nigeria, the statue of three men designed to depict the state's cultural heritage and to usher in visitors and tourists into the ever-accommodating center of excellence is no doubt an astounding work of art. Originally built under the administration of Colonel Raji Rasaki, designed by Bodun Shodende in 1991 and standing over 12 feet high, referred to as Agba Meta or Aro Meta, the three sculptured chiefs were placed along the Lagos-Ibadan toll gate to welcome people coming into Lagos State. The statue called the Three Wise Men by many has become a major signature for the state. Three white-capped chiefs clad in white wrappers knotted across their shoulders and with clenched right fists are shown in the artwork. The images fascinate and create impressions in the minds of visitors coming into the state, captivating the attention of visitors who look with keen interest, pondering on the messages which the posture of the engraved images signifies. The Three Wise Men has been relocated thrice from its original position at Ojodu Berger end of Lagos-Ibadan Expressway to Magodo area before its final relocation to its present site at Olowopopo Drive. The sculpture has suffered severe damages over the years and renovated. Bodun Shodende, through this sculpture, depicted the highest honor that can be afforded to anyone in the Eko greeting.
It's a great pleasure to welcome you to the first edition of the Front Burners in the month of March 2025. I'm happy that we landed safely in the month of March. I am Blessing AJ. Let me tell you about someone else who had a safe landing and made history on this day, March 3rd, 2005. So American adventurer Steve Fawcett became the first person to complete a non-stop solo circumnavigation of the globe without refueling when he landed in Kansas after more than 67 hours of flight. Wow, that's a great feat. So that means today you can decide to do something that will be written in the annals of history. Let me find out from my co-hosts if they've done something that is written somewhere in history or they intend to make history. Good morning, Dr. Dausa Osamanze. Happy New Month.
Blessing, good morning, a blessed month of March. And I think there's a second place for Impre Krumale to make that history of moving around the globe.
Okay. Priya Krumale, good morning. It's March.
It's March, yes.
Yes, I got the memo. We sort of align with the colors we choose to put on today.
Well, that's great. Well, I don't want to tell them it's a coincidence, or maybe I already said that. Good morning, Doc. Good morning, Blessing. And my weekend, it was eventful.
It was 12 hours. It was 12 hours.
It was less than that.
Less than 12 hours.
Yes.
We'll look for a way to do something around that. Maybe look for a planet where you can get like maybe 84 hours in a day. In the meantime, that's something you don't want to miss. You know that's the first segment of the show, right? But if you're a first-time viewer, that's the first segment. After that, we'll bring you news analysis, and then we'll move on to policy discuss, and then we'll get to hear from you on post and perspective. So right away, you can begin to type your messages as we go over to Swift Aderito and something you don't want to miss.
Technology gives us power, but it doesn't and cannot take away or tell us how to use that power. My name is Swift Aderito, and this is something you don't want to miss. Talking about technology and power, Microsoft has said it is shutting down Skype after 10 years. Microsoft announced that it is going to be retiring Skype, the online voice and video call partner that has tech titan acquired in 2011. Stating in May 2025, Skype will no longer be available, said a post from Skype supported on X, directing users to sign into Microsoft's Teams platform for further use of its services. Skype was founded in 2003, revolutionizing the internet communication by offering free voice calls between computers and affordable rates to call to landlines and mobile networks over the years. And as internet speed improved, Skype evolved, including video calls, instant messaging, file sharing, and group communication features. In recent years, especially with the rise of smartphones, Skype failed to hold on to its place against new rivalries such as Meta-owned WhatsApp and Zoom, as well as Microsoft's own Steam. As we sentimentally say goodbye to Skype, we hope Microsoft has a rethink about this, because I am sure going to be mixing Skype. My next story says, may this holy month of Ramadan bring peace, prosperity, and blessings. As the Ramadan fast begins, the chairman of the House of Representatives and Committee of Interior, Abdullahi Aliyu, has urged grocery traders to refrain from exploiting people by charging exorbitant prices for food items during the holy month of Ramadan. Aliyu, who made this appeal, message to Nigerian Muslims at home and in the diaspora. According to him, the once so soaring prices of essential food items are trending downwards. Hence, appealing to grocery sellers not to hike prices, but to provide relief for the nation's fasting population. He, however, admonished Muslim faithfuls to devote themselves fully to the 5 pillars of Islam and use Ramadan to pray for progress, peace, prosperity of the nation. We wish all our brothers and sisters an amazing Ramadan fast, and we hope they also hold on to the 5 pillars of Islam. And my last story for the day, they say if you do the crime, then you will definitely do the time. Talking about people who are going to be doing some time in prison, the Lagos State Police Command has arrested at least 35 traffic robbery suspects in a series of operations conducted within a week, spanned from Ajah to Elemoro areas of Lagos. And confirming the arrest on Saturday, the command spokesman, CFC Benjamin, stated that the suspects were apprehended in different tactical operation areas in Aja. Among the suspects, on February 24th, different young men were paraded. And speaking on the operations, he said that it was carried out by a tactical team stationed in Elemoro, covering the Aja axis, such as Lekki Phase 1 down to Ekpe. They carried out the operation with tactical teams and other parts of the state too. They have warned people that they are also going to be doing same. Some arrest of violence criminals who will be brought to book is something that people should look forward to this season. So great job to all the men of the Nigerian police out there. And in the words of Oprah Wilfred, where there is no struggle, there is no strength. So keep pushing till I see you at the top. My name is Swift Aderito, and let's go for a quick timeout. And when I'm back, the front burners will continue with the amazing Onye Priye, the beautiful Blessing, and of course the man who knows it all, Dr. C.
Development Study Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission, empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, and monitoring and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 039 2362. Visit our website www.adstudycenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Study Center, rethinking development for Africa.
Ramadan, a month of mercy, forgiveness, and countless blessings. Are you truly prepared to make most of it? Join us every Friday as we bring you the voice of the faithful, a special Ramadan series that will uplift your spirit and bring you closer to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Deep insights, powerful Quranic reflections, inspiring hadiths, and practical tips to help you maximize your Ramadan. Don't miss out. Tune in every Friday for the voice of the faithful, only on Souq television. Let's make this Ramadan count. Bismillah. The journey begins this Friday. See you there.
For sponsorship, please call 0703 438 6205. Masalam.
Wole Soyinka, born Akiwande Oluwole Babatunde Soyinka on July 13, 1934, in Abeokuta, Ogun State, southwest Nigeria, stands as one of Africa's most celebrated literary figures and a global icon of resistance against oppression. His life and works reflect an unwavering commitment to justice, culture, and the transformative power of art. Soyinka was born into a Yoruba family in colonial Nigeria, an environment that exposed him to both traditional African culture and Western education. His father, Samuel Ayodele Soyinka, was a school headmaster, while his mother, Grace Eniola Soyinka, was a devoted Anglican. This blend of indigenous and colonial influences deeply shaped Soyinka's world. Soyinka attended Government College Ibadan and later proceeded to the University College Ibadan, where he studied English and literature. Soyinka completed his education at the University of
Okay, let's find out what other stories made it into the news. One of them is on trade transaction facilitation by the CBN and the Nigerian Customs Service. So that process is being automated. The Nigerian Customs Service, NCS, and the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, have reaffirmed their commitment to actually strengthening that so that it will be easy for trade transactions to happen on an automated system. So this commitment was made when the Controller General of the Customs emphasized the importance of seamless integration between customs and banks to modernize trade-related payments. So during a visit to the CBN governor last week, so the Customs Controller General actually talked about that, and then there's a system being developed which is called the B-Odogu system that aims to modernize customs operations, streamline trade documentation, and enhance revenue collections. The new system replaces the expired contract with the previous service provider, which had undergone multiple extensions before the government entered a new concession agreement in 2023. So the B-Odogu system will be like just one platform for documentation and of course revenue generation payments and other things that those who are doing trade, or those who are needing the services of the Nigerian Customs would have to do. The automation process, we saw that happen with the one single window which was launched earlier, and then this transaction platform, the B-Odogu system by the CBN, collaboration between the CBN and the Nigerian Customs Service. It looks like, so this time around, every bottleneck that delays time in which trade is completed is being removed to make it easier for importers, exporters to have their trade done easily. Doc?
Yeah, I think, like I always say, some things not deserving or newsworthy, really, because they should be, for me, just automatic. It bothers me at what point agencies of government understand that they are supposed to be synergizing. We have one federal government that supervises custom, supervises the CBN, and other government agencies. And I think it should just be natural. Is it that there's no meeting that happens from time to time? That this operation in silos is one of the things that actually has dragged us back. That when I am designing a system, I must also be factoring in who are the stakeholders in this system. I think from even the conception, the CBN should be at the forefront, because for that system to operate, you need to have the payment structure, the documentation process, which of course some of them will have to involve NPA, External Organization of Nigeria, NAFDAC, for clearing to be easy. So everybody should sit around one table and design a platform that can drive trade. But costly visit is part and parcel of government process. And here for me is like the deal is done. Now you are praying and asking for support. I think this conversation should have even started before the design of the system, so that you will look at what is possible with CBN, what is the law that governs them says, and how that integration can happen before even starting the test run. And I think that synergy is what government agencies need, not necessarily to start a process, and when you will not get stuck on implementation, then you are not driving other parts into the conversation. So if it starts at the design phase, it will just be seamless, and some of these things will not need to make the headlines.
Now, talking about synergy, the Controller General of Nigeria Customs Service also brought to the fore the issue of integration challenge, which was as a result of resistance by some authorized dealer banks, and they appealed to the central bank governor to prevail on commercial banks to allow the integration process to commence and become seamless. So this working in silos, not having synergies, some agencies of government that are supposed to complement the effort of the other, more like wanting to be lobbied or wanting to remain the way things are done. What's your take on it?
Okay, from the onset, when the Nigerian Customs Service is doing this, obviously from what they stated, the objective is to make sure that they do away with the previous system, which they have been renewing, and the recent expiration demands and all of that. And they are adopting an indigenous system. So for the developed, what are they called? The BDCs, no, not BDCs, the development money banks, the ones you just mentioned.
Yes.
And the central bank, including the commercial banks. They should have been part and part of the process in drawing up what should constitute it. For example, you have the Nigerian Interbank Settlement System. I believe all the banks are on that platform. So it's easy to integrate the BODOGO system to that. If all the banks are in that, all commercial banks are in that platform, and I dare say the central bank also is in that platform in order to carry out its regulatory functions among the commercial banks. So if it is there, then we can begin to talk about issues of how they can have a system that is friendly to all the different commercial banks, that is approved. And when we're talking about this, the information technology, the IT representatives of the central bank and the conglomerate of all the commercial banks, including the Nigerian Customs Service, should have been on the table to draw this up, including the interface, the back end of the system, the codes that will be necessary, so that it's this excuse of, okay, we are going to take a look at it, understudy the system, which is going to, throw up another form of bottleneck and bureaucracy, and that is going to waste time. And if it's going to waste time, it could hold back the Nigerian Customs Service of really operating with what they've started, except probably they carry out any test run system. But now, as we speak, a proper test run system cannot be executed because the commercial banks are not in that platform at the moment. The Central Bank of Nigeria itself is not in the platform because they will need time to understudy it. At the same time, I don't want to believe the Nigerian Customs Service will want to jump into a project of this magnitude without consulting with the Central Bank of Nigeria and with the commercial banks. Like you rightly said, probably there is this misconception or disagreement about the banks or about among the stakeholders. Yeah, and if there is this disagreement, they should have sat down to come to a consensus.
There's no disagreement. What you see here is that every agency of government is trying to do its own thing. And so CG Customs, I have an assignment on me, and I feel, oh, this is what I want to do. So I decide to do my things. CBN is doing its own thing. Commercial bank is doing its own thing. Now, the problem here is that, especially when it has to do with technology, it's either we are using the same vendor to supply us a system, or we are going to now say, okay, I am in isolation. Just imagine what happened when the banks themselves even were trying to migrate from one system application to another. Access Bank is still having its challenge. Surgery Bank at a point. And every bank had this issue. First Bank, everyone had their own dose of migrating their own system to a new software they are buying. You get the picture. So now you are designing a system that the banks are going to integrate into. Now, there are things that must have to be factored into this conversation. The interoperability of a system. That if a customer has his own gateway, some has their own gateway, NAFDAC has their own gateway, CBN has their own gateway, the commercial banks have their own gateway to plug into the system. Now, will it be compatible? And that's the point I'm making, that before you design a system, you have to also factor into that design who is using that system or who is likely to use that system. Now, if these people are likely to use the system, have their own platform. Now, again, you also need to negotiate with your vendor whether this thing can easily be synergized. So what that means is that if I have to migrate into your system, and of course, we are not compatible, instead of asking me to design a new system to fit into your own, or then you have to reevaluate your own. That's what I'm making. That for government agencies, which is one thing that we must not stop talking about, is that we have one government whose responsibility is to make for the good governance, the welfare of the citizens, of course, which include regulation from CBN and also revenue generation from Nigerian Customs Service. Now, the issue is that anytime I want to do something as custom, I must factor in who is going to be part and parcel of it. That from the design phase, everybody has to be there and see how will this thing work, how will it pan out. So I don't design my own thing, now begging others to plug into it, and without putting into cognizance the interoperability of that system.
I think one of the issues here is agencies of government having their own targets, having their own agenda, and not moving in sync with those who would depend on whatever that agenda is or would work to facilitate that agenda. It's more like surprise. So it's when we're done with what we're working on that we let the other agencies that need to be part of this know. You pointed out that it is unlikely that at the early stages CBN was not carried along. Well, maybe they were carried along on the plan, but not in the building of the mechanism of the application or software that will power the Biodugu system. So perhaps what the bank is considering now is how to make it work. There may be cost implications as well. It may also need to change some of their internal operations. So going around this is the challenge. Now the CBN governor is being asked to talk to the commercial banks, and the CBN governor has agreed that he will ensure compliance. But what this will result to is that in the meantime, while there is still that reluctance, maybe not exactly reluctance, perhaps a challenge with the integration. So it means that there will be some problems encountered in the usage of the Biodugu system for customers. So pending when that integration happens, there may be a revert to the old system, or you may have some delays and the benefits of the system may not actually be gotten by traders, because the Biodogu system is to ensure that trade is done seamless. There's documentation, there's payment, and there's transparency for those who are having international trade done. So I think that going forward, what should be done is that when we are designing a system, every stakeholder that will be part of that should be duly consulted. Whatever technology that will be used should be agreed upon, so that from the beginning there is the adjustments. If you need to give it a timeline to say, at this time we're doing away with the old system, and it doesn't come upon those who depend on it as a surprise, and then it's at the final stage that people are beginning to make adjustments, try to get used to the system, try to study it, try to understand and develop their own operations, or arrange their own operations to suit it. So everything should be done properly at the right time, so that when we're launching and we're saying this is the new system we have moved on to, you've already built anticipation for those who are going to use it to say, oh, this will be seamless. So when they're beginning to get frustrations and they are told, oh, it's not from customs, it is because the commercial banks are not yet fully integrated into the system, these sometimes discourages and water down the gains of such move.
Okay, so I think from the onset, I want to quickly make reference to the back and forth, the loggerhead between the Academic Staff Union of Universities and the federal government when the federal government launched the IPPIS and wanted to bring on board. One of the arguments against the federal government by the Academic Staff Union of Universities was that, look, the IPPIS is not an indigenous platform. It was not churned out using indigenous knowledge. Indigenous knowledge meaning bringing into bear or putting into consideration all the peculiarities of our university system. And then one of the allegations, another allegation held by ASU against the government was that, look, you spend hundreds of thousands of dollars to buy this system, to bring it into Nigeria to operate, and this system does not put into consideration some of the peculiarities that our climate is exposed to. So if you are going to do that, we are going to do ours. If that's the case, we are going to generate a product as well. And for how long? How long was the time ASU went to go and develop their own system, locally made, indigenous system? At that particular point in time, because of the politics involved, the government subjected it to the assessment of the National Information Technology Development Agency, NIDA, that carried out an assessment on it. And NIDA gave its own assessment and where they think the loopholes lie and the corrections that ASU, the builder of ASU's system, do indigenous, needed to make. So if we're doing that, when we import foreign products into the country to come and run our system, do we also submit it at the footsteps or at the table of NIDA to access it, to make sure that it has the requisite peculiarities to bring into consideration regarding our system? If we are not doing that, then I think we should start doing that. And for the Biodogu system, when they started this process, because it's a huge project, it's not just a petty project. Was NIDA involved? Was the Central Bank of Nigeria involved? And if the banks are not involved and they just did a recent transition into a new system, it's going to take a lot, because the banks will not have to go and reassess their system or to reconfigure a specific part of their system to suit that of the Biodogu system. It will now be the responsibility of the Biodogu system to make sure it has knowledge of all the systems that the banks are working with, then to inculcate that into the Biodogu system to meet all the requisite peculiarities so that we can move ahead. And if we don't do that, we are still going to be in the trial stage, and before you know it, another 2 years, 3 years will run by then before we come up with a specified plan to make sure that all parties are involved.
I think what the Cost 46 did is one thing for me that will just be the way forward for us as a country, the onegovernment.gov, where, of course, the 96 participants in that particular course agreed and asked Mr. President to write an executive order mandating all MDAs to migrate into this one portal. And I think that solves the whole problem. You see, whether it's the ASU issue, the thing still boiled down to stakeholders' engagement and the silo nature of the operations of most MDAs. And I have heard even the DG of NIM say this, that the biggest problem since he assumed office, he has found with the governance issues in Nigeria is the ego of the various DGs and CGs who feels that, look, I have a mandate, I have to execute my mandate. But the truth of the matter is that your mandate is not within your boundary because it's also cut across whatever thing that you are doing. So for me, going forward, the one solution is that we have a national platform, the e-government platform, where every agencies of government key into. And then, of course, we have a national law that also empower maybe the commercial banks, whether it's the microfinance bank or whatever financial system that we operate, that they can key into that system, that at the click of a button, whatever service you want, whether it's the exchange rate, whether it is to transfer FS or whatever it is, get happen on one single portal. And then, of course, we've saved time, we have saved money, and the process of clearing becomes very easy, and everybody seems happy at the end of the day. But for me, whatever anybody is trying to adopt, as long as it's going to cut across boundary, there is not something that you're going to use alone, and other people are going to be part of it. From design phase, there should be stakeholder engagement. We must talk with appropriate agencies who are likely to be also part user of this kind of a system, so that everybody has a common understanding, and then we don't set up a system and not doing this series of courtesy visits to appeal to people to patronize what we have single-handedly designed.
And at that point, it would then seem like a black mirror, like you've designed a platform, so it's the other agency that is delaying the implementation or delaying the commencement of it. Meanwhile, certain things were not factored in place at the very beginning. So I think we should do things better. It is not a thing that you want to put your name on the books to say it was during your tenure as DG that you did this, you did that. But at the end of the day, it should be about how will this work? Who are those that will make it work? What do they need to make it work? And what input is coming in, so that when we say we're launching or transiting to a new system, the users of the system actually feel the relief and see the need why we moved from the old system to one. So I hope that the CBN governor can talk to the commercial banks, and whatever the challenges are will be addressed in good time, so that the Biodogo system traders can begin to enjoy the benefits that it is said to come with. We'll move now to the oil sector, where a report says that oil producing African countries have increased their crude production quota, and they now account for 35% of newly discovered oil reserves in 2024, and that's a substantial rise from just 7% in 2023. And some of the African countries have, these were countries or regions where oil production wasn't as much as it is now, but Nigeria is still the largest oil producer or oil producing country in Africa. There are about 12 oil producing countries in Africa. But the thing is, when it comes to newly discovered oil reserves, in this report, Nigeria was not mentioned. Does that mean that we're not putting enough investment, doing enough in oil exploration and in building our oil reserves, Doc?
Well, I think we've seen a lot of challenge within the oil and gas sector in Nigeria. A lot of investments were put in, and you remember in the immediate past regime, we did so much, and there were so much buzz about the fact that Gombe now is also an oil producing state. That crude was discovered in commercial quantity and some area around Lake Chad Basin, because government actually pumped money. But we have not heard so much about it. Whether the exploration has commenced or something like that. And so, Nigeria is not there. Because, and I'm not sure we have been able to demonstrate that we have found new crude. And so what we have is still the 7 billion metric tons that is under our foot, maybe in the south. And until there are official information that's available to OPEC, it will be difficult to say, oh, was Nigeria in there? But I think that there's a whole lot that needs to be done in terms of prospecting crude in Nigeria, because we're not done so much. No thanks to the problem of insecurity that the nation has faced over a period of time. And I think if we are able to deal with the problem of insecurity, then of course efforts can actually be made to invest into that sector and see how we can actually make new discovery in terms of oil and gas in Nigeria.
Let me quickly speak to the issue of discovering new oil frontiers or new oil wells in Nigeria. And so the money that was committed into trying to look for crude in some northern states. Now, I don't know, but it sort of looks like politicization. So it's not just Niger Delta that has crude oil. Let's look for other regions where crude oil is found. Now, were there sufficient information that suggested that perhaps there was crude oil deposits in those areas where money was pumped to, was put in to explore, to see if oil can be explored in those areas? Given the amount of money that the government committed to that, and at this time we're yet to see the commencement of exploration in those areas, the recovery of money that was put into that area, does it seem like we're not intentional about the investments in the oil sector?
Okay, if you look at Nigeria very well, in every administration, the chief executive somehow would give some form of concession to his region. And that's one of the manifestation of that concession was rightly explained by the Buhari government. And he gave that concession that wants to explore this oil deposit in the northern part of the country. And it's going on, and it's still on. Well, I wanted that to be a success. I'm sure most Nigerians do. But how long are we going to continue doing that? And if we are getting to a place of near success, it's another question we need to ask ourselves. I will not be surprised if before the expiration of the Tinubu administration, we see any move to drill in any part of the southwest states for the presence of oil. I know Ondo State is maybe already a member of the oil producing states in Nigeria. But if there would be any form of such concession from Mr. President for us to equally toe that line. So there should be a responsibility from the government agency, most especially from NITI, its full involvement in this, and also to draw out the propensity if what we have spent billions of dollars or naira looking for is actually present in that place. Because if it's not, we cannot continue to speculate and to spend money to sustain our speculation. The Niger Delta, where you discovered oil, how much have you done to make sure that there's this healthy environment where we are taking oil from in that place? We are not unaware of the recent disposition by the current administration to go back to Ogoni land to continue drilling, whilst the cleansing of that environment is not even in second or third in the list of the agenda to clean the environment. So are we going to continue to remove that and not put into consideration the human costs the environmental damage? Are we going to continue to involve in this act without putting our communities and the society into consideration? Because if you don't put them into consideration, then this question needs to be answered. For whose interest is the exploration for? Is it for the generality of the public, or is it just to suit and to satisfy personal interest? That question needs to be answered. And as a nation, we must come to a place where we need to have a conversation that centered on objectivism. We must have an objective, a collective objective drive to tackling issues. And if that objectivity is lacking, whether from within your own enclave, as a region or as a state, or from external enclave, we must begin to have healthy criticism, constructive criticism, to hold everyone and anyone involved into account. Because if we do not do that, the same way we had the Niger Delta Development Commission, the Northeast Development Commission, the North Central Development Commission is going to take place, and this time it will be in the oil sector, whereby the Southwest can start to drill its own, to look at. But that would be good. That would be good. I don't think that, no, that would be good if it is being, on the other case, we have a reliable information on hand to work with and not to dispense dollars.
We will be going deeper into this issue when we get to policy discuss. But in the meantime, I think that whatever investment that we're making into the oil sector, we should be intentional about it. And it's not necessarily about discovering new areas where oil can be explored. The question is, for the areas that we've discovered already, are we doing enough? Are we even drilling sufficiently in those areas? That's a question that we'll look into.
Yeah, but it's able to look at the prospects.
Let's leave that for let's leave that conversation for
because there are two different
later.
things. Look at the prospects. The Secretary of OPEC is saying the potential for Africa is around 120 billion barrels of crude, and Nigeria accounts for 37.5 billion barrels. What we are talking about now is just hovering around 8.8 thousand barrels from Cote d'Ivoire to the Southern African states. But why is Africa not creating that enabling environment for investment in a very high profitable market?
Okay.
It's where the conversation really needs to be.
All of the areas of that conversation will happen later on when we get to policy discuss. Now let's touch on that third story, which is on the signing. The President of Nigeria has signed the 2025 budget of 54.99 trillion naira. So it's now an act. So somebody can say, finally, they have the budget for the year 2025. So this was supposed to happen even before we got into January, and the budget was supposed to start running 1st of January 2025. But this is March, and this is when we're having the budget. Let's talk about the delay first in having the fiscal budget for the year.
Well, I think what's said now, we also need to commend the National Assembly, because number one, the reworking of the medium-term economic framework for budgeting came late. And that's why that's understandable, because you see the president inherited already spent budget in 2023. His first budget was in 2024, and of course he had 1 year to look through the system, to study the framework for budgeting, and then of course the federal government then had to write a new document for the MDAs in terms of projection of what revenue or expenditure possible. So that really accounted for the delay in submitting the budget to the National Assembly for consideration. And of course, we also have some of the challenges MDAs coming to defend their budget. because really the duty and function of National Assembly is oversight, how to ensure that what government is projecting is actually what is possible, and the area of spending are things that are also not frivolous. And like Mr. President has said in the signing, that he appreciated the National Assembly for the due diligence of bringing again back integrity into the entire process of budget approval. And so here the budget is, everybody who has been waiting, the figure is finally out, and I think we can all go out to see how we can leverage and maximize what government is going to spend this year to drive economic growth, and that for me is just it.
So the 2025 Appropriation Act represents a 99.96 increase from the 2024 budget of 27.5 trillion naira. That's, I would think, that's impressive. It's almost doubling what was expended in the year 2024. So we had 27.5 trillion in 2024, and in 2025 we're having 54.99 trillion naira, almost 55 trillion naira budgeted for the year.
Well, for me, my concern and hope and, will I say, joy is the capital expenditure that we have, about 23.9 trillion naira, is for capital expenditure. And whenever we talk about Nigerian budget, this issue we keep hammering on is about the performance of the budget. But I know it would not be fair to talk about the performance of the budget without considering if the federal government, if it allocated monies to ministries, departments, and agencies, if that was the actual amount at the end of the day that we released to those ministries, departments, and agencies. Because the assessment and evaluation of the performance of the budget is hinged on the monies released eventually. Sometimes some MDAs cry out that how much was released was even less than 50%. And so if it is less than 50%, everyone begins to put eye on that on that agency. We don't tend to look at how much was finally released, but how much was actually, specified in the body of the budget that we have assigned about 4 trillion naira to the Ministry of Defense. We have assigned like 3 trillion naira to the Ministry of Education or to Health. And at the end of the day, there's abysmal performance, an abysmal performance by the Ministry of Health or by the Ministry of Education. Then people start shouting, oh, and all of that, but we will not put into consideration how much was actually released at the end of the budgeting year. That we need to interrogate. And what seemed to be the cog in the wheel hindering the government from, from meeting at least? Is there a target that, look, okay, we assigned, just the way we were having a conversation the other day about the Procurement Act, giving, specified in the law that we must, give out 20% of the total amount allocated for such project, for such construction or building of the roads as a mobilization fee to the contractor to run. Should there also be in the law that at the end of the budgetary year, we must come to a position, or the administration must have allocated, must have released like 60% or 65% of the total amount that was allocated to the MDA, to that MDA, so that if we have about 60 or 65% of the budget released, spread across all MDAs, ministries, department, agencies, and parastatals that have responsibility to carry out, most especially the capital expenditure of the budgetary arm, then we can start to talk about at least 50% performance of the specified budget. Because anything less than 50%, anything less than 49% will get us nowhere. And if we have come to a realization that, look, we must have built we need like $100 billion at the end of 30 years to be able to build or put in place the required infrastructure for Nigeria to become an industrialized nation. if we do not do about 50% or 60% of our budget every year, of our national budget, including state budget every year, I don't think we'll be close to meeting that target required for our country to become an industrialized nation.
Well, let's look at some components of the budget. So, recurrent expenditure is 13.64 trillion naira. Capital expenditure, like Priya pointed out, is 23.96 trillion naira. Debt servicing is going to take 14.32 trillion naira. And then the deficit to GDP ratio is 1.52%. Statutory transfers is 3.65 trillion naira. I'll go first to what I find impressive about the bill before my concerns. First of all, I find it impressive that in a very long time, we're having capital expenditure way more than recurrent expenditure. What we used to have over the years is recurrent expenditure more than capital expenditure. Even when you find them almost at par, it's just little different. And sometimes you're wondering at how recurrent expenditure takes a larger chunk of the budget than what will be used for capital expenditure. But this time around, it almost doubles what is going for recurrent expenditure. That's one area I want to commend the government on. It's a huge feat to actually achieve, particularly in this time. And then if we also look at the budget the budget deficit, it's less than what is going into capital expenditure too, which is about 14.32 trillion naira. These are areas this administration has done well. However, my concern is this. If we have 23.96 trillion naira budgeted for capital expenditure, what are the items of this capital expenditure? Where are we putting the monies? Because we need to be creative with our expenditure. It is not enough to say this amount of money is going to capital expenditure, but the projects that have been itemized should be projects that will add value to the nation at the end of the day. They should be projects that will stimulate the economy. Projects that when they're completed, not elephant projects, not projects that there are no intentions to complete, at least within this administration. That is not to say we should not have long-term plans. But if we are talking about removing subsidy for more revenue for government to put into development, then the citizens should be able to point out and say, these are the developmental strides ongoing within this administration. It should translate into improvement in the lives of the people. Are we talking about road projects here? What roads are we going to fix? What is the commercial or the economic viability of those roads? Not for people to begin to build roads that are not serving a large population or are not bringing about much economic benefits to the people. Now, when we talked about the oil industry and how monies were committed into oil exploration in the north, and today we are yet to see crude oil being drilled from those areas, it's about intentionality. Certain projects may become waste or wasteful at the end of the day if they do not add value to you and I. So it's about using these monies for purposes that are not just justifiable, that was okay, you want to see evidence that we use this money, this is the project we use it for. But at the end of the day, it translates to some economic change. It's either acting as a catalyst, or it is strengthening what has been done. No project should be abandoned. Else, we will just be going round circles and we're saying this is the amount that we budgeted for capital expenditure, but we really do not benefit from that capital expenditure that we're saying. And then going forward, I expect that if the administration has done this well in preparing the budget, where we're now seeing a change and actually knowing that it is possible for government, even though the federal government is the largest single employer of labor, we can have a budget where the capital expenditure is more than the recurrent expenditure. Because what has been the excuse all along administrations is that because government is the largest single employer of labor, so the recurrent bill has to be more than what you have for capital expenditure. But this administration has shown that it is possible to have more for capital expenditure. So we now expect that that capital expenditure should be something that we are proud of at the end of the day. Now, going forward, I think it is better for us to return to that cycle of January to December calendar for the fiscal budget and not delaying. Certain things can be done well. The MDAs have their role to do. And I think if we really want to see that there is performance of the bill, then we should have performance-based budgeting and not just monies given to MDAs. They wait for the end of the year to start looking for areas they want to put those monies in. Those are wasteful expenditure, in my opinion.
Yes.
I think the government seems to be very, very sure where they are going toward. If you look at it, the Minister of Works, Engineer David Umahi, had actually itemized where these fundings are going to be used. They call it the President Legacy Projects, which are located in the 6 geopolitical zones around the Federation. Those things are close to the President's heart. From the coastal road, Lagos to Calabar, to the Badagry Sokoto Highway, to Abakaliki Ebonyi Road, Abuja, all these projects have been designed. They're not just designed, government also have evaluated it. And this, of course, will be taking the huge chunk of the capital expenditure. So where the money is going to go to, I don't think is an issue. The major challenge is revenue generation, to be able to actually raise that 54 trillion naira. Yes, government has taken the first tranche of the World Bank loan of about $2 billion as part of the initiative funding this enterprise. You find that, like the 2024 budget, which was 27 trillion, the recurrent performed at 100%. But the capital side, according to a report from National Assembly, did about 25%, although the lifespan of the 2024 budget is extended deep into 2025, which means some furthermore spending is happening at that side.
Be that as it may, I think 25% is poor.
Yes, it's quite poor, but at least on overall, they put it at 49% budget performance. So what that means is the fact that effort needs to be put in place for us to be able to raise this revenue, so that at the end of this fiscal year, we see that what government intend to spend, that they are actually able to generate it. But also thank to the government, who has also put so much in place that in the first 2 months of this year, we have been able to surpass the crude oil production, which at the end of last year was way below 1.5 billion barrels per day, now hitting about 1.8 billion, which also making revenue more available to government. And I think if this effort is sustained through the year, government is able to actually make this money, and this legacy project, which of course are quite very, very ambitious, will be completed. And like David Umahi says, these particular roads that are of course going to be relying on concrete reinforcement is targeted to last between 50 to 100 years, in which case successive governments may not have to channel more fund into this project, but now be looking at other green area where construction can happen. Like they say, government is continuum. And if the basic foundation is laid, then we can see successive governments and now building on this foundation that is laid for a better and prosperous Nigeria.
Finally, I would say that for the Ministry of Works, projects that have been earmarked, we should ensure that the funds are there. So we do not have a situation where there is need to now start doing a re-evaluation of the cost because certain projects have been abandoned and then it becomes more expensive to complete. All right, let's take a break and return. We'll be looking into the oil sector, oil and gas sector in Nigeria. Just stay tuned.
built during the military regime of Olusegun Obasanjo and finished in the time for the Second World Festival of Black Arts and Culture, Festac, in 1977. The theater holds amazing treasures and memories. The artworks fill everyone with pride. The National Arts Theatre is visible from the motorway which connects Lagos Island and the mainland. The National Theatre is packed with for contemporary Nigerian artists, pictures and more. It was used as word black and Stack 77. The complex 50 kind of diaspora music art. The National Art Theatre was built and designed by techno expert Stroll, a ball company mirroring the palace. Completed in 1976. It's one of the most beautiful of its kind on the African continent. It consists of a collapsible stage that can be quickly rebuilt, a conference hall with 1,600 seats, 2 large exhibition halls, and 2 cinemas with 800 seats each. The theater complex has a dressing room for artists, a garage, offices, coffee bars, and a buffet. It has indoor TV and radio systems, as well as booths with facilities for simultaneous translation of languages and hectares of large structure like the National Theatre. Souq Enlightenment.
In Africa, and there's one man who has consistently been a household name and index of reference in the business arena. The name Aliko Dangote apparently stands tall. The Africa's richest man clearly benchmarks success, wealth, and prosperity. His unofficial love and passion for business are quite phenomenal. These can be traced to his background. Born in April 10, 1957 to Maria Sanusi Dantata and Mohammed Dangote, his maternal ancestors were prosperous caravan traders under British colonial rule, and his grandfather, Alhaji Sanusi Dantata, was a commodity trader. Dangote's grandfather was heavily involved in his upbringing and helped ignite his entrepreneurial spirit. For Dangote, one would have assumed his wealth was now bringing up for his success through daydreaming. Dangote complemented inherited fortune with deliberate hard work and innovation to pave his way to the top. Those who knew Dangote while growing up would not be surprised at his outstanding success. At age 8, Dangote uses pocket money to buy sweets, which he and others sell for a profit. Everything big in life starts from little. Taking a clue from this, Dangote, from a seed loan of 500,000 obtained from his uncle, started business, which he traded commodities and business supplies, primarily cement. By 1981, his firm was successful that he had incorporated other business, exports, short, wheat, college, and other business concerns. Among in Nigeria, Cement PLC, Benue Cement Company PLC, Dangote Sugar Refinery PLC, Dangote Flour Mills, and Nascent Ally Industries PLC. In addition to his holdings in Nigeria, Dangote has actress. With these giant strides in the business arena, Dangote will forever and for giving him gained wings to fly. According to Forbes, an American business magazine, Dangote remains the richest man in Africa with an estimated fortune of $13.9 billion. Dangote is one Nigeria investment also got him both local and international recognitions. Like the Guardian Man of the Year in 2015, he won the 2016 African Business Leader Award organized by the African American Institute. Dangote was cited as one of the top most influential Africans by the New African magazine in 2015, 2017, 2018, and 2019. He was recently conferred with the prestigious award of the National Order of the Lion by the President of Senegal. When it comes to breaking jinx, Dangote has it in full measures. He took his pioneering and jinx-breaking adventure to another dimension with the unveiling of the $20 billion refinery, widely adjured as the largest single-train petrochemical refinery in the world. The refinery has the total capacity of 650,000 barrels of crude oil and is expected as much as $21 billion in annual income. Situated on 2,500 hectares, the Lekki Free Trade Zone, Lagos. It is refinery will provide 135,000. When it comes to family life, Dangote seems to have a low profile. He got married to
If you just joined the program, is the front burners. This is the policy discuss segment. We'll look at the Nigerian oil and gas sector. As the president said before the end of the first quarter of the year 2025, the sector will receive an additional $2 billion investment. Yes, let's talk about investments in the oil and gas sector. And we have a guest who joins virtually this morning, Dr. Emmanuel Dofia, is a petroleum engineering consultant and MD, Sunasis Energy. Good morning. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, good morning. Thank you for having me.
All right, let's look at the oil and gas sector in Nigeria. Now, earlier before, when we were talking about the oil and gas sector, just briefly during news analysis, we looked at areas where monies have been committed into in terms of exploration and how much of crude Nigeria now produces, about 1.8 million barrels per day, which is an increase due to oil theft. What has been going on, it has fallen short of that. And then the government targets 2 million barrels per day. But we need investment around the oil sector. Now, if we're talking about that, what's your assessment of what's been going on in the oil and gas sector? And if we're talking about intentionality in this investment, how should it be?
Thank you once again for having me. I think it's good to lay a good background because, like you mentioned, the Nigerian economy heavily relies on the oil and gas industry. 40% of our GDP is from the oil and gas. About 75% of the current budget, 2025 budget, should be coming from the oil and gas. And you just mentioned about the 2 million barrels here. As I speak, in January from NUPRC, specifically, we produce 1.72 million barrels. And that, to a large extent, is a marked improvement Of course, that number includes condensate. In terms of actual oil production, is slightly above 1.5, and our current OPEC quota remains at 1.5. So there is that strong need to be able to drive that demonstrate that we can get to that 2 million barrels. Like you talk about, of course, apart from the theft, the vandalization that you just mentioned, one of the biggest challenge that the oil and gas industry in Nigeria have been having has been poor investment. But these are businessmen. They need to be sure that when they put in the money, they could get it back. And that's very, very important. Like I said, the Nigerian economy heavily relies on the oil and gas. Our current budget expects us to produce 2 million barrels at a price of about $75 per barrel. That, to a large extent, is a tall order. Of course, it's something that we need to do something differently. And that, but the good news, which you talked about, the intentionality, is that in the last couple of months, we've observed constant improvement. Production is growing. At least the 1.7 million barrel that we mentioned, official number from NUPRC for January, looks very encouraging. So that means that we need additional maybe 2-3 million barrels, 3,000 barrels, 200,000 barrels to be able to get that to that mark. But 2 million barrels, I don't think that is where the real target has always been, because if you look at the entire scope, by 2030, we are expected to hit 4 million barrels per day. And now, like you talk about, for you to do that, the biggest game changer will be significant investment. Of course, there are projects, but there are some regulatory changes that have been done to be able to accommodate some of those components.
Okay, thank you so very much, Dr. Odofia. We see small countries like United Arab Emirates, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, doing exceedingly well in terms of daily production of oil. What in specific terms do you think that the government need to do, or systems that need to be put in place so that we can actually maximize the over 37 billion barrels that is lying below our feet?
Yeah, when you look at that, I think I always I'm somebody that believes that you look at the local environment. We have our own peculiar challenges that those countries you mentioned, to the best of my knowledge, they don't have. And one of those elements, because we track production deferment, it's only in Nigeria that you have a code called theft. You code it theft. And that has significantly impacted not just on the production, but the confidence of investors. I mean, one might say, why are even the IOCs leaving the land operations? Is because of some of those seeming challenges. And they believe that the local players should be able to manage that social challenge. Because when you talk about oil theft, it's our brothers. And those countries are talking about, they don't have those challenges, to the best of my knowledge. I think that's one of the first areas we need to deal with. And like I mentioned, we've been seeing production growing. The growth you've been observing is not actually because of investment. It's because of trying to manage those security challenges. So I feel that's the first step we need to do to give that confidence. Because if you are a businessman, if you don't want to go to an environment or a hostile environment where you feel that investment is not secured. And that's one of the reasons why the IOCs now are looking at the deep water, because those challenges, those exposures are highly limited in those areas. So that's the first step compared to just the question you asked me when you look at those other countries that you talked about.
Thank you very much, Doc. Now, let's look at it from this perspective. In the scope of dealing in the oil and gas industry, the government sometimes from other constructive criticism or from criticisms from other persons have assessed the government's scope of doing things and has said that yes, the government has plans for the operation of modular refineries which will significantly increase production level, but there is a set of persons or a set of people whom you have said constitute the other part or the other half, carrying out activities like crude oil theft, which is not limited only to the boys in the creeks who are trading illicitly through this product with some other persons. There was a suggestion during the Obasanjo administration to bring in some of these boys into the scope of doing things because they feel it will bring down to the barest minimum the restiveness in the region and in that sense also increase our production capacity. Would you toe the line or share the same perspective that the current administration needs to take that step as well to bring these boys who we call illegal oil refiners into the scope of doing things so that it could reduce the crime and the government pull out a regulatory framework to regulate their activities and go after the big guns that are using ship to siphon our products away from our shores? Because it's not only the young boys who are delving into the activities of oil theft.
Thank you. Your question tend to have twofold. When you talk about the big boys, no big boy will come into Nigeria to get oil. That I feel that for me that's a quick win because the government should be able to handle that. But going back to those boys you talk about, or I call them our brothers because whether you like it or not, they are one of us. That's why the strategy of the government in terms of allowing the local players, the local operators to start dealing with that, because the Nigerian local operators can be able to manage that, what I call the social contract, which is what the IOCs cannot. Because giving me a field, I'm a Nigerian, or giving you a field, you go, these are one of us. Now, what do they want to do? You were talking about refinery. Refinery is a different thing entirely. Of course, yes, they've been able, because to be able to carry out those activities, it shows that that person has some level of technical competence, which could be better managed. And if you have that social contract with them, they could be better explored, because at times it could be some of the inherent challenge that they have. But the key thing is that, one, have that social contract. And which is why I said that when you look at the production have been increasing, at this stage, what the government is basically doing, they brought in security and beef it up, and that has somehow tamed that area. But to be able to have it in a sustainable way, the local operators should be able to handle that, because that is the real reason why most of these fields are being divested to Nigerians. So I believe that it will be, I think the government is on the right track, and it's for us to continuously do what we are doing to be able to grow do those numbers, because the 2 million barrels that we are looking for this year, yes, the target look very optimistic, but I believe that it's achievable. It's achievable because with the coming on stream, like the Renaissance project, or from SPDC, operated by to be operated by Nigerians, and the transition from Mobil to Seplat, which of course is Nigerian to a large extent, we should be able to get those numbers. But like I said, two things here: investment, but that social contract is very important because that will influence investors and, of course, influence the confidence of how we need to operate our fields.
Let's look at the types of oil exploration that is done in Nigeria. There is the onshore and the offshore. And while you were responding to the question on oil theft, you mentioned that some are moving towards deep water exploration now, where some of these activities are limited. But what are the challenges with deep water projects? We have one that is currently going on by Shell, which has about 55% investment in that, and you have other oil companies in that. But what are the challenges with that? Is this something that companies can turn to if the major onshore production is challenged a lot by oil theft?
Sorry, I didn't get the question right.
We're talking about the types of oil exploration done in Nigeria. Now, while you were responding to the question on oil theft, you mentioned deep water exploration. I'm asking, what are the challenges with deep water exploration? Is it something that a lot of companies, oil exploration companies, can actually take on as a way of avoiding the challenges with oil theft?
Oh, that's a good question. Actually, I've worked in deep water, and one of the strategy in deep water operation is fewer wells, higher production, because it's capital intensive and the risk is very high. It depends a lot on technology, a lot of technology. So it's an area that is for I'll call them the big boys. You should have been able to demonstrate competence at some level before you can get there, because like I mentioned, the exposure there in terms of recoverables is high. So that is why you could see the IOCs who have been able to demonstrate competence in those areas are the one going there. Yes, big investment, higher return, but like I said, in most cases, you have fewer wells because drilling or any well there is very expensive, very expensive. So the strategy has always been fewer wells, higher production. In one of the fields I work, it might even interest you. There was a well that can give you about 50,000 barrels per day, one string. I know people might not believe it, but that's what it is. For you to be able to get that, it comes with a lot of technology, a lot of expertise. And so it's not something that you just give to anybody. In fact, if you've not demonstrated competence on the land operation, then I mean, for me, there's no point. Just show that you can do it locally, because the main challenge in the land operations, just like we have seen, has always been the vandalization, the theft. If you can manage that area, I think over time we'll get there. But for now, that exposure is very high for the local players.
Talking about managing the high risk in the region, especially in the Niger Delta, the Yadua government tried with the amnesty program that one would have thought would have put a page to the crisis of oil theft. The boys were supposed to be taken away from the creeks. Now we saw the Buhari regime also trying to empower one of the son of the soil to guarantee security. And this seems not working. What do you think, as a major player in that sector, the government really need to do for that to be able to stem the tide of insecurity around oil exploration in Nigeria?
Yeah, just like we mentioned, the boys, in quote, we need to really deploy their expertise in the right path. And what do we need to do? One of it is that with the divestment, the social, I like using that word, the social contract being managed by the local operators should be able to have that. where, because if you look at, for instance, the PIA, the 3% of the revenue is supposed to be shared with the local, with the communities, which we call the GMOU, to be able to, for them to be able to help in having interest in the oil and gas industry. Because previously, what people always feel is that what happened in the oil and gas industry has nothing to do with me. But the PIA has been able to be tweaked to ensure that, yes, if something happened to the oil, it will even impact on the local community. So that is the first step. But in terms of now deploying those our brothers, let me use that word, is to engage them. You mentioned the local refinery. Yes, now we are having bigger refineries coming up. They could be better, because for you to be able to do that, I mean, that's not something that anybody on the street will go to do. You must have had some level of competence. Engage them. First, let the community know that they are a stakeholder in the business, which is what the PIA has been trying to do. The next thing, that engage the individuals, because these people they are not ghosts. But for the big ones you talked about with the tankers and all the rest, I believe the government should be able to handle that. That should, because you can't, for you to even bring a tanker into this country, it beats our imagination to believe that maybe the Navy will not know. You come, you get about 1 million or 2 million barrels, and you leave, and I mean that doesn't add up at all. But for the local ones, which we are talking about, one, the PIA ensures that now the communities are stakeholder in the oil business. They are not outlier, they are not outsiders. Then the next thing, engage our brothers into deploying this knowledge into what I need to come up with a better framework to even legalize what they are doing. But let it be such that now it is better controlled. And those are the kind of things that the PIA or the government has been looking at. I just mentioned that the question one would have asked, why in the last 3-4 months or thereabout, in fact, since this government came in, our production have been growing. It's not because of new investment. It's because those area of the security is better managed. And that's what we need to focus on. So it's not a quick fix, because it's a habit that has been formed for a long time. But it's a continuous business improvement. Let me use that.
Yeah, also looking at the inflow that just came in, is worth celebrating that $2 billion is being a challenge into that sector. In your own view, what do you think would be the quantum of investment, maybe in dollar terms, that will help us ramp up production to 3 million barrels daily?
When I started, I said that by the government target, by 2030, we should be attaining 4 million barrels, which means that, let's assume by the end of this year, if we can attain the 2 million barrels, that means that additional 2 million barrels is expected. Of course, we don't expect that to come from the land operations. It's majorly some of the big investments that are already on ground, like the FID from the Bunga North, and of course, the Total and the Zabazaba project from Eni. So those are the kind of elements that can boost, because the deep water will be the game changer. The deep water will be the game changer. And in terms of numbers, for investment, I will be a little bit cautious in putting a number to that for now. But I believe that with the investment being done, starting with Shell, with about $5 billion for the Bunga North, I think we'll be getting there, because to double our current production, let's assume we are on 2 million barrels by the end of this year. For us to get to the 4 million barrels by 2030, that means that we need to do something extraordinary. And from my estimate, that game changer will come from deep water. Like I mentioned, the strategy there has always been fewer. When I say fewer wells, I didn't say fewer production. I say fewer wells, but large production. Because for a typical well in the deep water, you can get 10, 20, at times 30, up to 50,000 barrels per well. So it's something that comes with a lot of rigor, a lot of investment, and technology. Technology plays a very key role there.
Thank you very much, Dr. Emmanuel. First of all, the part you told concerning the utilization of our local boys by way of advice that the government should bring them on board to make use of their technical ability it's an advice that I like, and I want to say by virtue of your conversation and communication with those who are playing in that sector, you extend this advice to them so it becomes a reality. Now, let me take you back again to Rivers State. Recently, the current administration has made some form of move to continue oil drilling and exploration in Rivers State. And the issue in public came up again. The specific issue that came up was the Ogoni cleanup that the Buhari administration came up and talked extensively about cleaning up that environment. We saw the move of the former vice president Professor Yemi Osinbajo and the World Bank trying to champion that move. But as it is now, we do not know where we currently are concerning that conversation. Do you think this might impact the current investor confidence in the sector, given that the current administration has made the cleanup of that environment a secondary matter? Now, my second question is this. We have been putting lots of fund into oil exploration in the northern part of the country, which is this Bonga North that we are talking about. Do you think we are getting anywhere near success where we can begin to see the fruit right in front of us?
Let me just touch about the Bonga. The Bonga has demonstrated that the Bonga North project the FID has been held back for a long time. So it was a very good news to know that have been signed off. That is Shell has demonstrated that in the Bonga main. So I know that very well. So I don't think there are a lot of issues there. The first question you asked, you talked about sorry, could you come back with the first question? I can't remember that. There was a first question you asked.
Okay, go on.
Sorry, what was the first question, please?
I referenced the Ogoni cleanup that was, that the former president commenced, and how this administration has made it a secondary matter and not primary.
From first-hand information, I wouldn't say it's a secondary matter, because over the weekend, I had a chat somewhere where that came up, and I know yeah, it has not been as fast as we expect it to be. Yes, because if you ask me, this shouldn't have happened in the first place. This shouldn't have happened in the first place. But we can do it better. I want to believe that maybe it's not as fast as it should be. Clean up to a large extent takes a lot of time. Like I mentioned, I spoke to somebody who is involved in that project, and I know the government just kickstarted the project, and I believe in the next couple of weeks or months, they will be making a lot of progress in that area. I don't want to use the word that is being treated with levity. No, I don't want to use that word, but I want to believe that we should get there, because for government now, even to get those additional numbers that we are looking at to grow production, those are some of the quick wins. So we need to get those quick fix to be able to get those numbers, because every barrels add up. And for us to be able to do that, of course, we engage them. Like I mentioned, PIA, that area of it need to be better. I mean, demonstrated. The local community should see themselves as part owners of the business. They should see themselves, because once they do that, then they will be the one that will say, okay, come in and let's get this done. But when there is nothing for them on the table, then it's a hard sell. And that's why I feel that let's strengthen those areas of the PIA, and we can see how we can grow those numbers.
Now let's move to the gas sector. We've been talking about oil exploration, but let's look at the gas sector. Now, one challenge that Nigeria has been the issue of gas flaring. Though the government intends to end gas flaring by 2030, but we still find that oil companies flare gas. And if we talk about Nigeria's gas deposits, it's over 206 trillion cubic feet. Yet, when we look at the processing, when we look at the downstream and the midstream sector, it seems like it's not receiving as much investment as it should get. And there have been talks of Nigeria gaining a lot from exporting gas. There is the Nigeria-Morocco pipeline, gas pipeline, which has not been completed. Now, what do we need to do to ensure that Nigeria gains or is able to harness the benefits from the gas sector in Nigeria, given the abundance of gas that Nigeria has?
One of the biggest challenge when you talk about the gas, you just mentioned the Moroccan pipeline, poor infrastructure, because you need those network, and it comes with a lot of investment. You equally mentioned the flaring. That is another challenge, but I know the government have what I call the big target of 2060 Nigerian net zero target, which is on track. It's expected that at that point there should be net zero flaring, flaring and emission and all the rest. But what are we looking at differently to do in the short term? Of course, there's a lot of investment in those areas as well, because when you look at the non-associated gas, government has come up with some policies. One of the biggest cash cow for the country today is the LNG. And I think we are 6th in the world, and the government is at a minimum want to stay there or see what they could do to get that up again. And that is one, I would say, very good cash cow for the government. Very good business, working perfectly. Now, in terms of minimizing flaring and all the rest, of course, there's that fiscal policy that have encouraged the flare down strategy of the government that ensures that most of this gas are being used, because there are a lot of like the Obite gas project, the Zabazaba projects. So those are some of projects that government are using to be able to harness this gas for efficient use. And in some instance, some companies even use it for pressure maintenance as well.
Okay. A lot of people also argue that corruption in the sector has been quite a huge problem. In your assessment, how transparent is the Nigerian oil and gas sector become in the last 1 year?
When you mention corruption, I know a lot of people will just what they want to hear. I think for me, it's about let the process work. Let the process work. Because when you talk about corruption, yes, the government has been doing a lot to be able to minimize that exposure. But when you have the right controls, which is what most of the IOCs have done to be able to manage it, I think it's a hard sell. But I want to believe that at the end of it, people want to know that how do you manage this corruption? Because government need to be more involved, put those fiscal discipline that ensures that the exposure is highly minimized. That's what I feel need to be done. But for internal processes, for the individual businesses, I think the IOCs have done that well. Of course, if any business, if you don't have those controls, you won't survive. So in terms of corruption, I feel that they need to strengthen the internal business processes.
Well, thank you so much, Dr. Emmanuel Dufia, who is a petroleum engineering consultant and MD Sonosis Energy, for taking our time today to be with us on the Front Burners.
Thank you for having me.
It's been a wonderful conversation. We hope that we'll be able to bring you back another time to look at issues we couldn't address to the fore because of time.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, that.
Just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
What keeps the heartbeat of a community alive? Is it the courage to create, the power to connect, the vision to transform? Well, it's all of this and more. It's a symphony of ideas, innovation, and industry. But where do these stories come alive? It's right here on The Isle, 104.9 FM, the station where dreams meet action and growth finds its voice. The Isle, 104.9. Business, economy, development. Stay tuned.
At the Africa Development Study Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, and monitoring and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 039 2362. Visit our website www.adstudycenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
Elon Musk is a visionary entrepreneur leading innovative ventures in technology, space exploration, electric vehicles, and renewable energy. Musk was born on June 28, 1971 to a South African engineer and his mother, a Canadian model and nutritionist in Pretoria, South Africa. His talents for computers and entrepreneurship emerged early, and at age 12, he created and sold a video game. Musk studied physics and economics at Queen's University and the University of Pennsylvania. In 1995, Musk founded Zip2, sold to Compaq for $307 million. He also co-founded X.com, which became PayPal, acquired by eBay for $1.5 million in 2002. Driven by a vision for humanity's multiplanetary future, Musk founded SpaceX in 2002, developing affordable rockets to support International Space Station mission and NASA's Artemis program. He became a major investor in Tesla 2004, launching electric vehicles like Roadster, Model X, and Model 3. Tesla unveiled the Cybertruck, beginning deliveries in 2023. Musk acquired X, formerly known as Twitter, in 2022, aiming to enhance future and transparency. Musk has at least 12 children from multiple relationships, including Justin Wilson, Tallulah Riley, Grimes, and Siobhan Zilis. Through SpaceX, Tesla, and other ventures, Musk shapes technology and innovation globally, and his influence extends beyond business into politics and culture.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Of NATO as part of this deal. Are you willing to budge on that at all, or is it a firm?
Well, I could be very nice and say, oh, well, we'll work to it. Look, it's not going to happen. It's just not going to happen. That's what started this whole thing. And Biden said that, and all of a sudden the gun started. That was one of the primary reasons this started. And this was long before President Putin. They never said it was an impossibility. So we can say, oh, gee, well, we'll try. But that's something that's just not going to happen. And then the other question I ask is about the land. Will you get your land back? Well, they've fought long and hard on the land, and you and I will be discussing that. And we're going to certainly try and get as much as we can back. But on the NATO, it's just not, that's not going to happen. Yeah, please.
That was President Donald Trump talking at a press conference where he was asked questions about the Russia-Ukraine situation and the talks around the ceasefire. So the president of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky, had gone to the U.S., the White House exactly, to visit President Trump and asking for some security guarantee from the U.S. should a ceasefire happen. And then the U.S. president, who wanted to have it a certain way, was talking about how the war should end. So after that heated argument, there were some exchanges and some talks between them. He had gone on to make a post saying that Zelensky was not ready for peace if the U.S. were to be involved. And there were reactions regarding that from some world leaders and even internally within the U.S., where you have Democratic leaders and some others in support and some others condemning, saying that Trump was doing the dirty work of Vladimir Putin. What's your take on this? You can send us a message, just hashtag the friend bonus, and let us know what you think on the row between US and Ukraine at this point in time, and what will be the implication for NATO. Recall that the genesis of this Russia-Ukraine war started when Ukraine decided to be a part of NATO, but till now they've not been able to become a member of NATO. NATO because their membership has not been ratified, but there has been an ongoing war, almost about 3 years or a bit more than that now. That war has been ongoing, and so far there have been talks around peace, around ceasefire, but Ukraine doesn't seem to be comfortable with the arrangement. Yes, Dr. Dausa Osaminze and Peri Krumali are still very much here with me in the studio. Before we came back on air, there was some subtle argument regarding this issue, but let's get down to here and let's bring every perspective on it to the table. But we have one person who will be joining the conversation virtually, and that's Kolis Wike, who is a foreign policy commentator. Good morning. It's to have you join us on the show. Please unmute your device.
Sorry about that, Blessing. Very good morning to you, and thank you for having me.
I just felt that we're going to have a very, very insightful conversation, and it's going to be an interesting one. I have a feeling.
Well, it can't be otherwise with you, Blessing. I mean, your questioning style is such that brings out the best from our analysts. So I'm hoping to do my best.
Much. So before we began the conversation, we had to take a listen to President Trump's response when he was asked about the Ukraine situation. Now, he was of the opinion that Ukraine wasn't ready. When I say Ukraine, I mean Volodymyr Zelensky wasn't ready for peace. And how the meeting between him and Zelensky went is still one that world leaders are commenting on. Some feel that Trump didn't need to say those things and he was doing Vladimir Putin's dirty work. And some others feel like if Zelensky wants to have a deal with the US, he can't come back to the White House. Perhaps Ukraine would need a new leader. What's your thoughts on the situation?
Well, Blessing, my thought is that President Zelensky of Ukraine doesn't want a deal. President Zelensky wants a sustainable peace for Ukraine, whereas President Trump, as a businessman, is talking about deals. And you see, even when you have deals, you do have to have, guarantees that the other side, in the negotiation, the other party, puts some guarantees on the ground to ensure that the person just doesn't pull out, unannounced. And that is why, for instance, if you go to the bank to borrow money, they ask for collateral. And so, Zelensky is asking for nothing more than actually putting some guarantees on the ground so that, Ukraine will be sure that when there is a ceasefire, the ceasefire is going to be sustained, and that would then, snowball into, the sustainable peace that they want. Obviously, the needs of the two parties, in this case, US President Trump and Ukrainian President Zelensky, are different and conflicting. And that was actually what played out in the Oval Office.
Thank you, Collins, for those very introductory remarks on your perspective on the diplomatic row between the United States of America and Ukraine. But put yourself in the position of a mediator between two individuals, and where one individual that is supposedly to be the one that is being oppressed is using languages such as murderer and terrorism. How do you think that would have enhanced bringing Putin to the table for a negotiation for either a ceasefire or a complete peace in the east of Europe?
Well, in leadership, certainly at the level of the presidency of a country, I think it's important not to be petty. Now, pettiness actually translates, of course, to name calling. But on the other side, pettiness also means that, you put things under your skin. It is very, very easy for one to get under your skin and irritate you with remarks that could be written off as political rhetorics. When you come to the negotiating table, you come with a clean heart. And a clean heart presupposes that although as a human being, you will be offended by the wrong things or the bad things said about you. However, you do have to put your personal feelings on the one side, and then on the other side, actually project the interest of your country. Now, having said that, the point I'm trying to make essentially is that I think all sides could have simply put aside all the bad things that were said that actually led to bad blood and focus on peace. Now, all sides to the argument claim that they want peace, not only peace but sustainable peace. And so, when you want that, then you have to listen to a neutral, mediator. Now, I want to assume that when you appoint me a mediator, that I'm going to be a neutral mediator, which means that, I may have interest, either side. However, I should have the ability to actually neutralize, the situation, because essentially what we're dealing here with is durable peace in Ukraine that requires balancing justice and compromise. So it is not just enough to seek compromise, you also have to balance it with justice. Combining immediate conflict de-escalation with long-term security and economic, arrangements. This is essentially what Ukraine wants, and I believe that that's what Russia and the United States also want, because Ukraine's sovereignty is at stake here. Let's not forget that it was Ukraine that was attacked. Well, okay, there is argument around whether it was provoked or unprovoked, but in addressing any peace, that sovereignty that was actually bastardized has got to be, put in the forefront. But at the same time, the worries, the headaches that, Russia is actually expressing, which is, fear of, undue expansion of NATO into, close to Russia, with Ukraine being a main target for such, expansion. Yes, of course, it should be addressed as well. I'm not saying rule it out completely, but there has to be military guarantees, security guarantees that Russia will not attack, Ukraine while not being a member of NATO. I believe that if Ukraine has such guarantee, well, it can stay out of NATO. Russia has what it wants, and then Ukraine also achieves, the sustainable peace. But
okay, look at it from this perspective. A lot of people also talk about the emotional intelligence of Zelensky, that he was overridden by emotions, that he should have listened to the body language of the United States of American president, who through his campaign said he was not going to promote any war, that all his agenda is to see that there's no war anywhere and the world enjoy peace, and is not going to fund war. And coming to now educate him that he needed to support Ukraine so that he will not be attacked. Don't you think that was a misreading of the body language of the United States of American president?
The business of Ukraine, or any country for that matter, is not to interpret or read the body language of, the negotiating partner, in this case, the US president. The role of the leader of a country is to project the interests of that country, irrespective of what the body language of your negotiating partner says. So in this case, Zelensky was perfectly in his right, projecting what he believes his country needs and their closest allies, in this case, EU, UK, and the rest of them. So we also have to address the other side of it, because essentially, it does look like all that President Trump wanted was for Ukraine to be the brave little man in Zelensky. Just accept all that America puts, before you. No argument, no question asked. It just doesn't work that way. And yes, Trump has been very, very consistent about, his position on these issues, right? Or before the campaign and in the course of the campaign and immediately after, swearing in. But let's not forget, that's Dr. Idahosa, if I'm not mistaken, right? Sorry, is that Dr. Idahosa? I didn't get the name.
Yes, Dr. Idahosa, yeah.
Yes, indeed. So you see, Dr. Idahosa, the point I'm trying to make here is that campaign is one thing, but also leading, being in charge is another thing. So nobody can blame Zelensky for trying to push the limit, irrespective of what Trump had promised. And he had the obligation to, push the interest of his country forward. And that was exactly what he did in the Oval Office.
Thank you so much, Mr. Collins, for your perspective. Before we came on the program, I was having a conversation with my colleagues, and I told them that I think the president of Ukraine, Mr. Volodymyr Zelensky, was browbeaten by the president of the United States and the vice president, J.D. Vance, and they were quite curious to get my position. Now, it seems you are painting the same picture, and I'm glad about that. Now, it's obvious that before the elections of Donald Trump into office and is swearing in, he has made statements, times without number, that they are going to get back $385 billion that the Biden administration has doled out in form of aid and support to the Ukraine. And the United States is not only the country. We cannot say that was funding war, as most people who are advocating that perspective seem to put it. It's obvious from the conversation that Mr. Zelensky had already, he seemed to be somewhat frightened, but he had to speak out because he doesn't want to lose the support of the United States. Does it look like the conversation that Donald Trump had with the Russian president, Vladimir Putin? Trump does not want to make public statements about the conversation that he has had with Mr. Putin. Does that bring any form of suspicion? But when it comes to Volodymyr Zelensky, it doesn't seem like he wants to give a listening ear. Doesn't this suggest something that Volodymyr Zelensky giving heed and just signing hook, line, and sinker without putting up a front and to paint the picture of the position of Ukrainians will be empowering Vladimir Putin, and the fact that Trump does not want to make his conversation public?
I am, very pleased to hear your perspective. I mean, you and I may be in a minority as far as most Africans are concerned, but I mean, some of what you have said are based on facts. Now, President Trump had a choice to be diplomatically ambiguous, but he had to apply that evenly. So, in foreign relations, in diplomacy, ambiguity is tolerated in matters that are delicate. And so, the invasion of Ukraine by Russia has become a very, very delicate matter that, leaders who really want peace, who profess that they want peace, actually have that obligation at least to be ambiguous in terms of neither saying yes nor saying no. But like you rightly pointed out, in the case of Putin, yes, he is being diplomatically ambiguous. But in the case of Zelensky, it's like shoving a deal, not not a pathway to peace, shoving a deal on his face and requiring him to sign it. Which president signs such a deal without protecting not just the interests of your country, your citizens, but also those of the partners of your countries, your allies that have stood by you through thick and thin? In this case, I'm talking of the EU and the member states, but also United Kingdom. So you see, I don't think anybody that faults, Zelensky in the way that he has conducted himself so far has got to do a bit more soul searching. I do believe, for very, very many reasons, that he came across a hero of his country, but also a trusted ally of, those that have stood by Ukraine, throughout, this trying period.
But let's also look at Trump's position. Now, Trump is saying that Trump is asking for a deal with Ukraine as payment for military aid that the U.S. has provided Ukraine. Now, he's saying on the part of security, the U.S. would not provide because he says that should fall on Europe to do. Now, but he says that the presence of U.S. workers on the soil of Ukraine should also be some form of security. Do you think that Trump, being a president who has made it known to the world that it's America first, was also doing his bid as president of the U.S. to consider the interest of U.S. first, which is recovering monies that have gone into Ukraine in form of aids?
Well, Blessing, I think in the heart of the matter that you have raised now has to do with ideology. Now, let's give it to President Trump. He has always been clear about where he stands on issues. We do know, not just from his first stem, but also, even before he joined, party politics, that he is not a man of bilateralism or multilateralism. Rather, he is a person of reciprocity. So which means that you do me a favor, I do you a favor. He is not in the business of saying, okay, America, is the policeman of the world. They use soft power to actually sustain America's leadership, global leadership. For him, if it means America spending more, well, then it's not going to happen. And that is essentially what is playing out here. So there is also that imperative of the time, imperative of the moment that he is playing into. Obviously, he managed to get Americans to be war fatigued. So which means that he has coined his rhetorics in such a manner that makes a large portion, a large segment of the Americans to believe that part of the reasons that things are hard for them, the cost of living is high, is because Biden has been doling all their money to Ukraine. And when he becomes president, he's going to make sure that he gets the money back and that others will join in footing all the bills. Now, that is a very, very cosmetic way of, analyzing or assessing the situations as they are. Because I am going to digress a little bit. Take AGOA, for instance, this act with which America, trades with, a select number of African countries, giving them access to American market through goods, agricultural goods, to be more specific. Now, he's making it look as if, that is something that benefits only Africa. Yes, it does benefit Africa tremendously, but it also puts food on the table for a number of Americans. In the shelves of United States of America, there are African products. It creates joy and all of that. So announcing that he's going to, stop AGOA simply creates the impression that, okay, he's actually sticking up for the interests of the Americans. But already, they are beginning to see the impact of, stopping AGOA because it leads to food scarcity, it leads to supply chain disruption, loss of job, and so on and so forth. So you can apply that also to, seeking repayment from Ukraine for the money spent by, Biden.
Okay. Dr. Collins, are you still there?
I am.
Great.
Now, speaking about ideology, a Trumpist who was on a show about 2 weeks ago had advocated that Donald Trump is a non-interventionist. And he believes that countries need to focus on their problem, which of course is the primary reason why leaders are elected for their country. And you're looking at an American who is actually almost single-handedly funding NATO to the tune of about 70%, with a huge debt overhang of about 36 trillion United States of American dollars. Infrastructure decay in the last 30 years in America. Cost of living on the high roof. Put yourself a little bit again on the position of Donald Trump. What will you be chasing? Is it a foreign policy that tends to be too much involved in other people's affairs rather than actually governing for the sake of those you were elected?
Donald Trump may not be an interventionist, but he is certainly a transactionalist. So which means that for him, what drives his policy is what he is personally going to get out of it, and by extension, what the United States of America is going to get out of it. Now, we understand some of these rhetorics that are actually robed in, sticking out for America's interest and so on and so forth. But you see, deep down, we have to understand that Biden, his predecessor, focused on infrastructure investment, building bridges, and by doing that, creating jobs and so on and so forth. That has not stopped him as President of the United States of America in investing in places where America has vested interest, because America, does not leave to happenstance the choice of where to put its money outside the United States of America. That is transaction. Every American president, irrespective of, your political leaning, your ideology, does such deep analysis. For instance, preserving peace in the ECOWAS region where you are and supporting, the security of Europe where I am is of America's vital national and security interest. And so when they invest money in these places, for instance, in NATO, or when they invest money in, sub-Saharan Africa, they are not just doing that as philanthropy to help the people there. They are also, protecting their investment and their interest. And then, very importantly, Dr. Idahosa, they are also building through soft power and sustaining America's global leadership. Let's not forget that there are American competitors. China is there. Turkey has its own ambition. Russia is there, organizing around the BRICS and so on and so forth. And so there are countries that are ready to step in when America fails to lead. That is something that America has to consider as well, and not just go platonic about some of these issues.
Thank you so much, Mr. Collins. Excuse me. I think the success of Trump, if he achieves everything he has laid down on the table, it will be to strengthen Vladimir Putin. Now, I need you to consider one of the conversation or one of the talking points that the president of Ukraine talked about. We know that America did not become the world power it is today by transactional disposition. We know it became world power by virtue of its involvement in global politics through the instrument of intervention. And whether a Republican or a Democratic president cannot, discountenance that fact. One very specific point Mr. Vladimir Zelensky said was that if it comes to that the United States also will feel it. It will feel the impact. And when he mentioned that statement, it angered Donald Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance. The question is this: if President Trump, if Vladimir Putin achieved this, that the United States now takes over the country, Vladimir Zelensky takes over the deal that Trump is pushing to him now, without sustaining or having the United States to commit in securing Ukraine, and Putin now have the concession that the United States is giving to him now, will it lead to empowering even Putin himself to, at a point in time, stand up to the United States of America, which will be in the reality of the words of Zelensky, that America also will feel it? And also, second part of the question is this: with the disposition, with the transactional disposition of President Donald Trump, by pushing America away completely from Africa, from Asians, and from other continents and other countries of the world, because he is hell-bent on transactionalism and not giving heed anymore to interventionism because he believes he's bleeding the treasury of America. Would that not lead to isolating America? Or let me reverse the words of Donald Trump, to America first, to being America alone?
Very poignant question, Prayer. Now, let me approach it from the European perspective. Europe has been historically America's closest ally. On many fronts, America and Europe are falling apart, both in his first term and his efforts and attempts to pull out of NATO and so on and so forth. And then right now he's talking about, he's threatening about pulling out of the United Nations. Bit by bit, these are issues that are more and more isolating the United States of America. But I mean, that simply leads me to, the conclusion that President Trump may be brash, he may be erratic, but he's certainly not stupid. And I believe that, what we see playing out, and we saw it during his first term, is essentially some sort of bravado with the aim of strengthening his negotiating position and making him stronger, in the face of, the negotiating partner, so that at some point they would have to reach a compromise. I believe that that compromise is lurking somewhere in the corner. It requires magnanimity from, his partners, and thank goodness, Europeans are a lot more measured. I mean, you could see that, from the meeting between him and Emmanuel Macron of France, and also Keir Starmer of the United Kingdom, where they disagreed with him on a number of things. For instance, the money that Europe gave vis-a-vis that of United States, whether it was grant or loan, repayable, and so on and so forth. You saw how they, very, very gently actually corrected him. And then how they welcomed Zelensky, and how the European leaders are equally meeting, strategizing and re-strategizing. But the key point here, Pray, is the fact that America is very much needed. Without America's help, there will not be global peace. And so Europe has now got to balance actually standing up, to Donald Trump and his transactionalism, and also, acknowledging the fact that they need America's help in preserving the peace of the world. It is a very, very delicate balance to strike, but I believe that the global peace is as important to Donald Trump, even with his America first, as it is to the Europeans and by extension, members of the global community. And ultimately...
Okay, Dr. Collins. Again, coming to NATO itself. From its founding in 1949, and the sublime agreement that, of course, expansion was not going to be tolerated, especially going to Russia's backyard and having members. Really, Trump is saying this like a proxy war on Russia, that NATO is breaking its vow and expanding into Far East of Europe so that it can have an eye over Russia. Don't you think that NATO is overly too ambitious in terms of acquiring more membership, especially trying to trigger the things like Donald Trump said that Zelensky is courting a third world war? And secondly, the military general from the US came out to speak on Saturday that America won't support any war effort, and that would mean defunding NATO. How do you think that European members of NATO will be able to ramp up in terms of financial support in prosecuting the Russia-Ukraine war?
I will start with the last question, Dr. Dahusa. Europe is definitely going to have a tough time ramping up the required finances to, support Ukraine, without the help of United States of America. That fact has got to be put up front because it is very, very important. Is it completely impossible for them to ramp up the cash? No, it is not impossible. What it then means is that there's got to be a deep-seated reprioritization by Europe to be able to achieve that. But then the big stumbling block in that, reprioritizing is whether the political climate in Europe actually can sustain such reprioritizing, because cost of living crisis is here with us. Foreigner sentiment is here. And so, yes, there are loads and loads of, Ukrainian refugees here. Some are already beginning to feel that they are, constituting a drain on the, finances of Europe, and actually taking their jobs away from them. Those, sort of sentiments. So they are going to meet another, huge stumbling block. But I want to emphasize that it is doable, and ultimately, what might, the argument that might do the trick for, the European leaders is the fact that Europe is threatened by Russia, and by strengthening Zelensky and Ukraine, they are actually protecting themselves so that they will continue to enjoy the peace that they have been enjoying post, the Second World War. Now, on the other hand, your first question relates to, Zelensky knowingly or unknowingly actually encouraging a third world war. That is a rhetoric of fear. That is fear mongering because it is not going to happen, and Trump knows that it is not going to happen. The reason it won't happen is because Europe and the rest of the civilized world will do everything that they can to ensure that indeed Ukraine is supported, and as much as possible, justice is actually tempered with compromise to see that Putin is actually pacified one way or the other. And one of the ways I believe that Europeans are trying to do that, European leaders, is to find a way of ensuring that they rule out Ukrainians' membership of NATO, as long as there are guarantees, ironclad guarantees that Russia under Putin will not, invade or attack Ukraine again. And let's not forget also that there is still that issue of the contested region of Donbass and Crimea. We should be subject to internationally supervised referenda. Europe is in support of such referenda where, an international neutral arbiter comes in and carries out a referendum in Donbass and in Crimea region to ask the people themselves whether they are more comfortable remaining in Ukraine as it is now or going with, Putin's Russia. So these are bits and pieces of, initiatives and actions that will indeed keep the Third World War away, and peace will ultimately reign.
Quickly, as we wrap up, I would want you to quickly respond to this. Where does this leave Ukraine now? There was a summit yesterday in London where we had European leaders in attendance, and Britain and France seem to spearhead a coalition where they want a united front by Europe in actually leading the ceasefire arrangement, which they have proposed a month-long ceasefire to begin with. And you've also mentioned that Europe cannot broker peace without US. From the body language of the European leaders, it seemed more like they think that Russia is dictating the terms of the ceasefire arrangement. Now, where do you think this leaves Ukraine at the end of the day? Can there be an arrangement between Europe and US to end the war in Ukraine?
They can be. And indeed, answering your question, directly, it leaves Ukraine in a very, very uncertain and precarious situation. But, meetings such as the ones that Zelensky has had with Macron and with the UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer, continue to be reassuring for the country. And I do think that obviously there has to be some sort of arrangement that could be likened to the Helsinki process, where Russia is brought together with NATO, the EU, and some neutral powers to actually codify mutual respect for sovereignty, military transparency, and de-escalation mechanisms, applied and deployed. Now, I think that is the immediate, task facing them. And now you have to understand that, leaders like Macron cozying up to Trump, these are no coincidences. They've had reasons to flare up in the way and manner that Zelensky flared up, but they didn't do that. They are still trying to keep Donald Trump sweet. Sometimes telling him the sort of things he likes to hear, even when they don't mean it. All of these are leaving the door open for negotiations.
Please, now you speak about the implication on Ukraine. Just this one in a minute or thereabout. Some people say this is the backdoor way of Zelensky not wanting to face election, whose tenure has elapsed in May, and to continue in power. What's your take?
Zelensky is in war, and in a war situation, Dr. Idahosa, election is the last logical thing that should happen. Ukrainians are not even ready for an election because their priority now is keeping their country safe and making arrangement for millions of Ukrainians that had gone out of the country to return back to their country. So Ukraine will not be the first country that is not organizing an election during war. And so, that has got to be made clear and the priority gotten right, Dr. Idahosa.
Thank you so much, Collins Wake, foreign policy commentator, for all the brilliant submissions and responses you've given to the questions here as we talked about the row between the U.S. and Ukraine. Well, with the hope that Zelensky is able to get himself and get Ukraine out of the dilemma that the country is in, we'll find another time to continue from the elections that will not be holding in Ukraine and what Ukrainians feel or how they feel about Zelensky since the war started and going forward. We'll bring you again another time to discuss all of this. But thank you for making our time today to be part of the show.
Thank you, folks. I appreciate the incisive questioning. Dr. Idahosa, I'll catch up for coffee with you somewhere.
Okay, from talking about international politics, we move on now to posts and perspectives after the break. Stay.
ADSC. We are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, monitoring, and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. Ready to make an impact? For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 439 2362. Visit us today at www.adstudycenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
Broad Street. Broad Street, situated in Lagos Island, is steeped in Nigerian history. Once the biggest financial hub of the country, it housed the headquarters of major banks, linked the CBN, the stock exchange, and the loads of lender companies. Broad Street is a historically significant street. It has played a central role in the development of Lagos and history, an important commercial and administrative center for the British colonial authorities. It was also a home to some of the city's earliest modern buildings. Broad Street was a residential area in the pre-colonial era. With the British came the Methodist Boys High School in 1878 and the Broad Street Prison in 1882, renamed Freedom Park. The General Hospital, which was a British military hospital, was built in
It's hot in the studio. We mean it's hot in the studio because it's burning with the front burners. My name is Swift Aderito, and this is Post and Perspective. Basically, what you say means a lot to us. So thank you to everybody who keeps watching the show from the diaspora and Nigeria. Every comment you make, we come back and reanalyze. Of course, let's jump right into it. So the first comments we are analyzing are going to be coming from Tinubu signs 554.99 trillion into the 2025 budget. And the first person here is Celestine Sunday, and Celestine says, let him give us results that we need. We want a corrupt-free government, not fake promises. Hopefully the government will give you that. The next person is Seven of Hearts, and Seven of Hearts says, always moving in circles. You have to reduce government spending. Start by reducing the cost of governance. I know Nigeria isn't ready for this conversation. Doctor, talking about this conversation, do you think people in the House of Representatives, the Senate, are ready for the conversation of cutting costs of governance?
Yeah, but I think it's natural. Everybody has sensed that the pile is on the table is getting smaller by the day, and all hands are on deck to see how we can build a bigger pie so that everybody can have a better chunk. And I think they are not in doubt. I understand the enormity of the challenge that we face. And I think gradually, with what is happening globally, we don't have option but to cut our coats according to our cloth.
Talking about cutting the coat according to the cloth, and the pie is getting smaller. And customs CBN boosts trade with automatic FX system, automated I mean. And so we have Love Praise Martins. Praise says CBN FX code enhances the importance of sound governance and risk management framework. She also goes further to say also market participants should establish effective risk management systems to identify and mitigate potential risk associated with automated FX transitions. The next person who has a comment has to be Adventure, and Adventure says, why are they clearing in dollars and not in naira? Good point. Talking about the woman who holds the table so firmly, Blessing, why are we clearing in dollars and not in naira? What do you think that does for the economy?
Well, talk about a dollarized economy. That's the reason that happens, because maybe some of the traders just feel like it's easier to evaluate in dollars and then you clear in dollars, but that's actually a misnomer, because the legal tender of Nigeria is still the naira. So when it has to do with transactions within the country at whatever level, it should still be with naira. So I think that's something that the CBN has to also look at, because the dollarization of the economy has widespread effect from clearing agents, and then you get it to even paying for the goods themselves, how some of those things are sold in dollars when we are in Nigeria. It's easy for you to just do the conversion and know that, oh, this is what you will get in naira, and then let every trade be done in naira. But regarding the automation of the trades, transactions by the Nigerian Customs Service, I think that perhaps what was supposed to have happened at the beginning or at the early stages of that transition did not happen. There should have been due consultations, and every aspect of the operability of that platform should have been considered. The users, the banks, what digital platform do they use, and what would need to happen for that change and integration to happen should have been considered. So it's not when you fully developed an application that you're not considering the integration and you're having challenges with it. It slows down the process. It makes it very tedious, and the teething stage lasting so much long. So imagine how long it takes now for the CBN to talk to CBN governor, to talk to the commercial banks, and then every bank now trying to adjust before the end users are being able to make use of it. So I think we should just do things well. I mean, if you're going to do a particular thing, of course, do it well.
Let's do it properly. Talking about doing it properly, this one has been causing the heat, even on the front burners hitting studio. You have the US-Ukraine tension and what it means for NATO. And so there's a Dowson, and Dowson says the scary thing is US is obliged under the Budspurt's memoranda to support Ukraine. The fact that Venice just broke that agreement is why Europe is scrambling, since US just proved that agreements are not worth the paper and they are printed on. The next person is NATO, and NATO says the US recognizes inability to pressure Russia and China into pivoting for Ukraine to engage with both, leaving a weakened and particularly a disindustrialized Europe to bear the costs. Meanwhile, European leaders doubled down on sanctions rather than pushing a strategic response. And my last comment I'm going to be taking from the day is by Leonard Colleague. Leonard Colleague, how you doing? You say it's President Zelensky against the world. Well, one thing about this whole drama is that no matter the outcome, US is at a disadvantage. Ukraine might lose the war, but US would lose its diplomatic advantage over Europe. I'm so sorry, that's all we can take. I'm on the show. I want to say thank you so much for always being part of it. My name is Swift Aderito, and of course, I'm leaving you on the other side to the man who runs the sports like no one else. I call him Honorable Chooks. See you in a bit.
Tafawa Balewa Square was initially used as a horsing ground called Lagos Race Course. The edifice was constructed by General Yakubu Gowon in 1972 and named after Nigeria's first Prime Minister, Sir Tafawa Balewa. Tafawa Balewa Square is located at 45/57 Masi Bangboshe Street on Lagos Island, Lagos, and referred to as TBS. TBS is a 50,000-seater capacity venue and houses the Remembrance Arcade, the 26-story Independence House, which at a time was the country's tallest building. When Lagos served as the country's seat of government, the National Assembly Complex was within the TBS. Also in the square are the National Broadcasting Commission Office, the Nigerian Hydrological Services Agency Office, shopping centers, travel agencies, restaurants, car parking lots, and a bus terminal. Tafawa Balewa Square is adorned with beautiful statues of white horses and red eagles, symbols of strength and dignity. Our historic neighbors include the King's College and the Holy Cross Cathedral. Tafawa Balewa Square hosted some of the country's memorable events, such as the Independence Day in 1960, when Nigeria gained independence from Britain, the Armed Forces Remembrance Day, which is celebrated annually on January 15. The edifice is
Hello and welcome to Sports today. This is Souq Sports and we are live on the front burners. They've been cooking things and I know you've enjoyed every single minute you've spent here. This is Souq News where we talk business development and the economy. So let's talk money in sport. Now, for those that are wondering, this is 2024 and Liberty Media Formula, that's they own F1, they have come out to tell us that the revenue for 2024 stood at 3.65 billion. Now, somebody shout. That came from sponsorship, from media rights, and event promotion. And it's growing. Let's get it right. Let's join this money frenzy. Now, let's go straight to football. From those holding the green candles to those looking at red candles. Liverpool FC, you heard me right, they announced a loss of 57 million. Now, that's for 2023-2024 financial year. Though now, they had very good record with commercials and match day revenue, but the issue is that they are not doing well at the Champions League side of it. That they missed out last year, and also what happened in transfer market really brought that money down. But let's get to see what happens because they are doing well in Champions League this year. Let's take over. One particular group is making all the news, and that is TKO. For those that love punching, beating, and seeing people get beaten, TKO is still increasing their portfolio. They've taken Endeavor Sale through 3 businesses gone, and TKO now has IMG under her belt. Let's go to NHL. Now, for those that are wondering, it's all about the numbers. Numbers count, monies are made, people smile, banks run. NAL Stadium Series, that's the match between Blue Jackets and Red Wings at the Ohio Stadium. This Saturday drew 94,751 spectators. That happened to be the second largest indoor and outdoor audience. Now, calculate the numbers. Then multiply with the figures, add dollar behind it, and let's see who is making the money. Now, the first still stands at 105,491. That happened at Michigan Stadium 2014 Winter Classic. But it's all about the money. Let's draw in the crowd. Now, let's get to the one that is very close to my heart, NCAA. Now, they reported nearly 1.4 billion in revenue for 2024 fiscal year. This makes it the highest in over 20 years. Now, let me break it down. NCAA. These are college games. You heard me right. College games. My name is Souq, John Rogers Souq, and I want to say you have a beautiful day, have a beautiful week. See you tomorrow.
From the exciting world of sports, we come to the end of today's edition of the Front Burners. It's been a wonderful one, very hot one. If you missed the show, I tell you missed something. But because we want you to be able to follow on current happenings and then the perspective that have been provided on them, you get a second chance. You can watch the show all over again on our YouTube channel, Souq News TV. Leave a comment if you feel you have a thought to share with us regarding today's show. Just hashtag the Front Burners, and you can do that on our social media platforms at Souq News TV. I'm Blessing AHA. I would ask that you join us to do this again tomorrow, 7 a.m. West African time. Remember, it's a new month, March forward. And Dr. Dawson Summerson.
This was not just burning, it was bombing. And tomorrow we'll do it again. Do stay tuned with Souq News. Follow us on the social media handles and let the conversation continue.
All right, Priya Krumale.
Yes, I am Oyim Priya Krumale. Many thanks for watching.
Idumota Market. Eko Idumota, once a residential neighborhood, is home to Idumota Market located on Lagos Island it is one of the oldest and arguably one of the largest markets in West Africa. Idumota is a historic neighborhood adjacent to the Lagos port that facilitated the slave trade and later, under the British indirect rule, it surrounded to exports that fueled the colonial enterprise. Idumota was also the location of an armed forces remembrance cenotaph called Soja Idumota, built as a monument to Nigerian soldiers who served with the West African Frontier Force. An Eyo Masquerade statue and a clock tower are also some monuments at Idumota. Idumota market is so popular that large sales are recorded as early as 7 a.m. The market is made up of hundreds of locked-up shops occupying several multi-story buildings, with some measuring about 5 or more floors. In 2010, the Lagos State government demolished some illegal structures in order to improve vehicular and human movement in and around the markets. During weekdays, the neighborhood of Idumota is densely populated by shoppers, traders, and bus passengers. From the Carter Bridge, ascending into Lagos Island, passengers can see the neighborhood before disembarking at their final destination. Idumota Market accommodates the substantial inflow of imported goods. The bulk of import from abroad are routed first through Idumota and then on to other markets through Nigeria and other West and Central African countries. The energy of private Idumota traders and wholesalers facilitate this activity, where millions of US dollars worth of wholesale is exchanged daily. Idumota Markets, Souq Enlightenment.
Ramadan, a month of mercy, forgiveness, and countless blessings. Are you truly prepared to make most of it? Join us every Friday as we bring you the voice of the faithful, a special Ramadan series that will uplift your spirit and bring you closer to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Deep insights, powerful Quranic reflections, inspiring hadiths, and practical tips to help you maximize your Ramadan. Don't miss out. Tune in every Friday for the voice of the faithful, only on Souq News Television. Let's make this Ramadan count. Bismillah. The journey begins this Friday. See you there.
For sponsorship, please call 0703 438 6205. Masalam.
I'm Gode Odidi, the CEO of Mindset Media Achievers Gabro Limited. Mindset Media is all about celebrating people from nobody to somebody. We celebrate excellence, we celebrate innovation, we're also celebrating networking people from one part of the country to another. Oh yeah, the events about Global Mindset Media Achiever Excellence Awards, celebrating people with integrity. We celebrate our 13th anniversary at Lekki Noventa Hotel, Lagos, last Sunday. And I can tell you that this is the first time we are giving an award to non-Nigerians from Sierra Leone. They're based in US, and most of our awardees were from abroad, you know. This is the first time we did that, and this event was so fantastic that you know what boss said, it's beyond me, because the crowd we were expecting 150 guests, but we had over 250 guests. The hall we wanted to use is not the hall we wanted to use, but God did it one way. We used the hall of 1.2 million naira, where at least the 1,000 capacity could reach everybody, and everybody were so happy. The mindset I was about being inspired by God. I started from Ajigule to Festac. Actually, we started from a church venue because we cannot afford a venue then. That was 2011. But consistency, determination, perseverance took us to where we are. We have been doing the program at Festac, In 2001, I just made a prophetic statement that I'm taking this program out of Festac to Lekki. One of the guests that came and one of the awardees told me, said, that November, he reminded me, December, said, what you said, you have to fulfill it. And last year we did it, but I can tell you this year was fantastic because I've received calls all over the world. People are telling me that this program is beyond. Even people are now beginning to nominate. As I'm telling you now, we have already have people nominating for the next award. So the program is all about networking. I did something again that day. Everybody in that program, like what Mindset Median, everybody is equal, whether you are rich, you are poor. We had our guests and I told them publicly that everybody should network. Everybody should collect each person's number to network. Tell them your business. Even my team, I advertise them what you are doing for a living so that people can contact you. So Mindset Media is about connecting people, their businesses, anything they are doing, but they must be credible, they must have integrity, they must have professionalism. Yes, the individual that received the award, from different categories. We have people from the business world, the technology. We have people from politics. We have, and the way we nominate the people, we have a style we do in nominating our people on website. And we have our website. We advertise your name if you are nominated. We throw it to the public. We started our nominations, that was June. Our nomination was open by June, so we started nominating people. The nomination came over 700 nominees, but we have to select them with my team to 31 because we discovered that we can't just give everybody an award. People were ready to pay, but we said we are not giving an award based on money. But because of the economic hardship, we have to say, okay, let them have a standard. We have gold table, we have a platinum table, where each of the awardees they sat down and we did a lot of things to improve humanity in this award. Oh, this award this year, I'm very flabbergasted. Let me use that. I'm super excited because this year award was fantastic because when I met our boss here, the first day I came here, we discussed. I was super excited because this year award was fantastic. People are calling me all over the world because I have not seen that. I discovered the award has grown beyond me. As what boss said, it has grown beyond me because even my team, we couldn't even meet up the people, the guests, and I was surprised. And we did so many things what we have not done before because in every year of our awards, every mistake we have done, we improve on it the next year. But this year we did something very fantastic. We brought things that world-class awards, Headies awards. We brought classic things into the system. He now made it look so great that people were saying, is it God or this? Somebody was asking, do I do ritual? We're asking, what happened? Even people saw the picture. People are still calling me from Sweden. People calling me from UK, telling me that, are you the one doing this award? You did an excellent job. What we did is that we have to go through a lot of people who are experienced, like Mr. Victor Oluwafemi, a lot of people who believes in my dream. I listen to their advice. I even listen to the advice of my team. And so as young as them, when they brought the ideas, I said, okay, let's work on it. And those ideas work for us. So, and at the end of the day, we did so many things. When you look at the economy and look at such an event put together, so if our people went home and they are thanking God today too. You see, it's a very big problem in Nigeria, searching for a good leader. The economic hardship is not helping matter. And today, for you to see young people driving leadership force is very difficult now because they have made the system so very poor that you have to think about your stomach first before you talk about quality leadership. And this situation is that it just depends on youth like us who are determined, I resigned from my political appointment. I had a political appointment. I was supposed to be in Abuja with a senator who won the election. I was the chief press secretary. I have to resign because I discovered that my vision was so great. I don't want to sit down somewhere waiting for political salary and other stuff, killing my vision that I've built for 13 years. I have to resign to enter the streets, which I am. So to build leaders, it will take years because first of all, let's look at how Nigeria was given. It was a foreigner that gave Nigeria this name, Florence Shaw. That means everything we are doing in Nigeria is foreign. We cannot live without foreign things. So you don't expect quality leadership at this moment because we are not really electing the right leaders in the right positions. If, for example, the last elections, Nigerians came out and vote. If our votes are counted, Nigeria can decide that this is the person we want. If you make any mistake, we'll tell you, go out of the leadership. But it's not like that. So it will take some years because the system has impoverished, have made many people poor. So when they see money, they can say anything. They can support anybody they like. But I'm praying that by God's grace in my generation and other generations coming, they should also look at how you as a youth must be self-employed. Self-employed means that you should, when you see something that is wrong, say it out. Even though somebody is paying you salary, tell the person this thing is wrong. So if we're able to have such leaders in place, Nigeria will have a better leadership, but it will take years. First of all, you must be educationally equipped. The level we have now, we're in the social media era. Social media can teach you good, bad, ugly, and so on. You can expose yourself to many training skills. The reason why our youth remain where we are not ready to learn. We know it all. We have a lot of youth. At this age, I've written over 14 books. And this time around, my books sold so much in this the program where people want to read. I was surprised that Nigerians are still reading, despite the hardship. So people want to read. People want to learn. People want new things. So I'm advising the youth now. Try to be self-independent. Have integrity. Build yourself for tomorrow. Don't allow any political leader to take you unaware. So if we can build ourselves, I'm telling you, the future is bright for the youth.
Nigerian leather industry has a storied history, particularly in the northern parts of the country where the art of leather farming and crafting has been perfected over centuries. Traditionally, leather was used primarily for functional items like sandals, bags, and saddles with little emphasis on fashion. However, the narrative has changed drastically in recent years as Nigerian leather has evolved from a utilitarian product to a symbol of luxury and high fashion. Here is a special report by Bayo Olaoye. The turning point for Nigerian leather came as local designers began to recognize its potential beyond traditional uses. They started to experiment with new designs, creating products that appeal to the modern consumer while maintaining the heritage of craftsmanship. The result has been a wave of leather products that are not only functional but also stylish and desirable on the global stage. One of the key factors driving the revolution is the exceptional quality of Nigerian leather. Known for its durability and unique texture, Nigerian leather, particularly from goats and cattle, has become highly sought after by fashion houses both within and outside Africa. This demand has encouraged local artisans to up their game, focusing on quality control and finishing techniques to meet international standards. Moreover, Nigerian leather products have benefited from the global trend towards sustainable and ethically produced goods. Consumers are increasingly turning away from massively produced items in favor of the handcrafted, sustainable alternatives. Nigerian leather made using traditional methods with minimal environmental impact fits perfectly into this narrative. This has opened up markets for Nigerian leather goods, particularly in Europe and North America. where there is a growing appreciation for products with a story and a conscience. The rise of Nigerian leather on the fashion scene is also closely tied to the country's booming creative industry. Fashion designers, many of whom had gained international recognition, are incorporating leather into their collections and innovative ways, from sleek handbags and bespoke shoes to stylish jackets and accessories. The Nigerian leather is becoming a staple in high fashion. This trend is not only boosting the profile of Nigerian fashion, but also creating new opportunities for economic growth. The leather industry, once dominated by small-scale craftsmen, is now attracting significant investment. Entrepreneurs are setting up modern tannery and workshops, creating jobs and fostering skills development in the process. This industrialization of leather products is helping to formalize what was once an informal sector, leading to better working conditions and high incomes for artisans. However, the success of Nigerian leather market did not emerge without challenges. The industry still faces issues related to infrastructure, access to finance, and competition from imported goods. Additionally, there is the need for more investment in technology and innovation to further enhance the quality of leather products and make them more competitive in the global market. Despite these challenges, the future of Nigerian leather products looks bright. There is a growing recognition of the value of locally produced leather goods both within Nigeria and globally. This is evident in the increasing number of fashion shows and trade fairs dedicated to promoting Nigerian leather products, as well as the rising demand from international buyers. The evolution of Nigerian leather from a utilitarian material to a symbol of high fashion is a testament to the creativity and resilience of the Nigerian artisans. It reflects the broader trend in the global fashion industry towards sustainability and craftsmanship. As the world continues to embrace African fashion, Nigerian leather is poised to become a major player on the international stage, offering a unique blend of tradition, quality, and style. This is just the beginning of what promises to be an exciting new chapter for Nigerian leather.
Directors, President, Nigerian Guild of Editors, distinguished editors, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Mr. Chairman, as part of your engagement to engage with various stakeholders, you have met with various groups, and another critical group that you are meeting today are members of the Nigerian Guild of Editors. Of course, we had a meeting with NMG where they selected journalists from states of the Federation, where we share our vision and also seek for their support. It's the same thing we are here to do. Editors, before me is the chairman of the ICPC. Before becoming the chairman of ICPC, he was the Commissioner of Justice in Jigawa State, and he has a vision that he intends to unveil, or he wants you to help him so that he achieve this vision. Dr. Musa Ali Sam is currently pursuing a vigorous restructuring of the ICPC that requires your support, your understanding. And that is why I came to Lagos purposely to meet with you and to seek for that support. Distinguished editors, I present you as one of you. I present you the chairman of ICPC and Dr. Musa Ali Sam. Mr. Chairman, you are welcome, sir.
The management staff of ICPC, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'm really happy and delighted to be in the midst of these distinguished Nigerians. And I have to say that we at ICPC, we really cherishes and greatly values the partnership with you all, because we know that you are really great and valuable because of the role which our Grand Norm has given to the media. And there is no doubt that your dedication to exposing corruption and enhancing our efforts has been crucial in fostering a more transparent society. And our decision to come here today is part of our determination to strengthen our partnership. That's why this breakfast meeting is not merely an event, but any affirmation of our shared mission to combat corruption and uphold integrity in Nigeria. And your support for the ICPC in delivering its statutory mandate, including its robust activities and initiatives in fighting corrupt practices and other related offenses in Nigeria, is really commendable, because you have been really helpful in enlightening Nigerians about the problem of corruption. And I'm personally filled with gratitude that the media has continued to positively boost the ICPC's anti-corruption public communication efforts. Your investigative reports, analysis, and overall dedication to truth have helped in exposing corrupt practices, because there are a lot of stories that you published which help us in our investigation. And most of these stories, they have led us to discovering some massive challenges that is facing, or that are facing our public sector. And if I may recall, there is one whereby it has to do with our youth. A contract supposed to be executed for the benefit of our youth, but the humongous amount of money was diverted. And it was as a result of one of you we discovered the challenge. So I thank you for the contribution. As we salute your commitment to the crusade against corruption, ICPC under my leadership is really serious to ensure that sustenance and heightening of our collaboration with you. And the media is not merely an observer, you are a frontline partner in the fight. And over the years, ICPC has adopted a strategic communication approach in line with Section 36 of the 1999 Constitution as amended, and Section 27, Sub 4 of the ICPC Act. And these laws ensure the protection of suspects' rights while remaining strict, diligent, and stern in our actions. And ICPC will remain resolute in propagating the rule of law and protecting human dignity. And also, ICPC under my leadership prioritizes the protection of whistleblowers and the integrity of investigations, and transparency is a cornerstone of our work, and we will continue to provide verified information through official channels, which include press releases, newsletters, and our digital platforms. May I quickly review some of our engagement last year? Last year, because I was Attorney General, and I rallied my former colleagues. We had a meeting in Abuja whereby we look at the challenge of corruption at subnational. We reviewed the problems and also agree that we need to work together. As a former Attorney General, I know that they are critical because they are the chief law officers of the states. That is why I engaged them, and after the meeting we had in Abuja, we started the zonal engagement. We had one in Kano for the Northwest, where we discussed challenges around corruption within the zone. And also this year we are going to the other geopolitical zones to have similar deliberations. And also in September this year we are going to sit down and review what we have done to see how can we partner, because I feel the attorneys general are critical, and as chief law officers they need to work together with us, because by section 15 of the constitution all of us are supposed to put hand on deck in order to fight corruption and also to see how can we tackle abuse of office. And also I had engagement with Nigerian Institute of the NIPR, the Nigerian Union of Journalists, ICANN, Nigerian Bar Association, and various stakeholders on how can we partner in the fight against corruption, because no single entity can fight corruption. We need to work together. So that is why I reach out to various stakeholders to ensure that we are on the same page. And last year we were able to reach out fiscally 1,458,000 individuals through our 579 sensitization exercise conducted under our community engagement programs, and we issued about 188 press releases. And also the commission experienced increased followership in our social media platforms, and also we introduced what we call ethics pods, a podcast whereby we are sensitizing Nigerians around the issue of corruption. And also there is no way we can succeed without having planning. Our strategic action plan 2024 to 2028 was unveiled last year, whereby we gathered stakeholders and discussed it, because that will be our focus on how we can work. And our strategic action plan is in line with the National Anti-Corruption Strategy, which has 5 pillars: corruption prevention, issue of enforcement and punishment, ethical orientation, and also eliciting public support of Nigerians, so that, and also recovery of proceeds of crime and management. And this is the area whereby we have upscaled our activities to see that we trace, recover, and manage the proceeds of crime, and also to remit it back to the Consolidated Revenue Fund, so that we won't allow those allegedly took away what did not belong to them to go away with it. Because if you allow them, once they accumulate the proceeds of crime, no doubt they will use it and also to fight back. And also they will deprive Nigerians with what they are supposed to have in the issue of infrastructure. So that's why we focus seriously in that area of recovery of proceeds of crime. And also ICPC, as you know, that it has laudable programs. And one of the key issues which I focus is that I ensure that I consolidate all what the previous chairman of ICPC have done, from late Justice Mustafa Akandi to Professor Wasson. I ensure that all their programs are intact and I'm building up, so that I want to ensure that we maintain that organizational culture of ICPC, and also for me to enhance what they did, most especially to focus on digital transformation, because this is an area whereby we need to use technology in the fight against corruption, most especially in the area of analytics, artificial intelligence, that we'll be able to analyze huge data. And I'm sure you're aware of the constituency and executive project tracking, which ICPC is well known about it. And I know last year we were able to track over 1,500 projects, which has value of over 600 billion naira. And so that at least Nigerians can get good quality projects that is in the budget. And also the Ethic and Integrity Compliance Scorecard, which is an initiative of ICPC, which measure institutions adherence to ethical standards. We released the result, and I have seen the impact, because most of head of agencies that have not done well, they reach out. Chairman, why? What are our challenges? Can you help us to see that we overcome these problems? Which is really good, because I have never thought that it will have that impact. And why? Because of you here. You have given it wide publicity. So because of that, most of the head of agencies now, they reach out. Please, how can we do well next year? So I thank you for the assistance. And also our sexual harassment prevention program, which is tackling corruption linked to abuse of power. Last year, I know that we had engagement with the civil society, where the ministers of the Minister of Education, then Professor Tahir Mamman, and the State Minister Yusuf Tonkosununu, they were there. The former Minister of Affairs was there, and also over 20 commissioners of education across the country, they attended, because we discussed the challenge around the problem of sexual harassment, most especially in our tertiary institutions, because our students are victims of this challenge. So that's why ICPC has been doing its grades in that area, so that we ensure that we help our students, we protect them from sexual harassment. And I'm sure that you are aware that currently there is one of the senior academics that is facing trial at Abuja Federal High Court on this issue of sexual harassment. So, and we are determined to ensure that where there is credible evidence, any sexual harassment complaint taken for us, we will make our efforts to ensure that we investigate it and also take the matter to court where there is evidence. Then there is our anti-corruption and transparency unit, ACTU, that they have been doing well in the various MDAs in order to help in ensuring that there is transparency and accountability in MDAs in this country. Then when I came in, I tried to bring up my policy, which I call it Care for Impact, to ensure that ICPs as an agency, I consolidate the good culture of that agency, and also an agency which is unaccountable, responsible and efficient in approaching all issues that are taken before us. So that one too is something that I unveiled it last year, and we have been using it. Now recently we are aware of the decision of the Supreme Court about the local government autonomy. So we have looked at the decision, and also we have been having various engagement with civil society to see how can we give our quota, how can we contribute our quota in ensuring that the local government autonomy operates the way it's supposed to, and also how can we follow what are happening in the local government councils. And we are trying to bring up what we call corruption prevention program for local governments, whereby we will monitor activities at all the 774 local government areas in this country. One problem we notice is that in this era of technology, there are only 7 local government areas in this country that have functional websites. So we feel that is not right. So we will now try to see how can we use technology to force the local government council to make information available to Nigerians so that Nigerians can follow what they are doing. You, also the editors and other media stakeholders, can be able to follow what are they doing so that we will monitor. If there are issues, questions can be asked. We too, we can follow, because we don't have enough manpower to go over all the 774 local government areas. But we feel technology can help us. And we know that practically, I don't think there are procurement processes in our local government councils. This is an area that we need to look at. And also we will ensure that there are mechanisms around control of corruption, around the issue of finances of local government councils. So we will team up with the media, with the civil society, to ensure that information are available. Nigerians know what is happening, so that at least it will reduce the challenge of corruption at local government level. Last 2 weeks, we are in Gombe, myself and Ola, the chairman of the EFCC, and we discussed around the challenges at local government level. So, and we are determined to ensure that we focus there, so that Nigerians at the local level can get the dividend of democracy. And even recently, we have been facing challenges around the issue of this local government autonomy, because there is even one caretaker local government chairman whom we charged to court, because after the decision of the Supreme Court, he continued to spend government money to award contracts, despite the fact that the Supreme Court said, look, stop. And also we know how challenging this issue of local autonomy has been since 1999. But ICPs as an agency, we will ensure that by virtue of Section 387 of the Constitution, we have the power to ensure that the decision of the Supreme Court is implemented fully. And also I'm appealing to those who are making attempts not to comply with the decision of the African Court to please desist, because Supreme Court is the last court. Once it delivers a judgment, we must comply. That's what is rule of law. Because ICPC will continue to monitor and investigate, because any caretaker local government chairman from 11th of July 2024 who spent public funds, who award contract, that is corruption, because you don't have the mandate. And also the Apex Court has already spoken, so we must comply. Now, in my 1 year in the office, there are a lot of international engagements with ICPC engaging, and in one of the engagements is that last year in September, we had an event in Beijing, China, whereby there is Global Network. Global Network is a coalition of over 200 corruption agencies across the globe from 124 countries. And I have the privilege of leading ICPC delegation and Nigeria, whereby Nigeria participated in an election of steering committee member, and Nigeria was elected as one of the top steering committee member of that Global Network. And also, one area which I made mention that we have been focusing is the issue of asset recovery. Asset recovery is really area whereby we in Africa, we must focus on it, because we have seen how our own resources have been taken outside the continent going to the global north. So that was why at the African Union level, if you may recall, in 2015, there is Thabo Mbeki high-level committee, whereby the heads of state of African countries agree that there is need for a forum of asset recovery practitioners in Africa. And the processes of bringing up the forum, it was last year that the forum was established in Ethiopia, Addis Ababa, and I was elected as one of the representatives of West Africa, whereby we met in Arusha, Tanzania in November, whereby I was elected as the interim chair of that forum to try to galvanize the 55 African countries and corruption agencies to ensure that we come together to see how can we help Africa to recover and repatriate stolen assets that are kept somewhere else. And we agree that, look, apart from slavery, which is our own human resources that was taken to other continents, there are a lot of stolen assets of Africa outside the shores of Africa. And we know what is happening. Whenever you want to trace and recover, the experts outside Africa will charge you huge amount of money to recover, or professional fee to recover those stolen assets. So that was why we say, no, we need to come together as Africans. Let us identify our experts within the continent. If we need somebody to trace, Nigeria doesn't have the expert. It can look for Ghana, Kenya, or any other African country. Do you have the expert? Yes. So that's why we are coming together to see that we trace, recover, and repatriate the stolen assets. Also, we will keep on raising this issue of stolen assets at various fora, because the United Nations Convention Against Corruption has already backed the issue of stolen assets that we need to recover it. So this is an area whereby that I'm chairing now, and we are trying to see how we will make efforts to see that it has seen the light of the day. And distinguished editors, we know that corruption thrives where there is silence, or in silence. But your voices are the ones that can shatter that silence. Your role in shaping public perception and holding institutions accountable cannot be overstated. The more Nigerians see what you write, what your opinion about this issue of corruption, the better for us. Because they will be enlightened, they will know what is happening, they will ask questions, and that will put us on our toes. That will minimize the challenge of corruption. Because we at ICPC, we are trying to see how can we use our mission to diminish corrupt practices through our public mobilization, our own doggedness in investigation, and also to ensure that we follow rule of law. We will be patient in investigation. No matter how long it will take, we will do it slowly but surely. We will reach our destination. And also, we at ICPC will ensure that we deepen our own relationship with you, the media. And I'm appealing to you to come to us, try to understand the terrain we are working. It's not easy terrain. Whoever works within that corruption cycle will know that it is not easy, because it is an area whereby you are fighting those who are already determined to continue to pilfer our resources. It's an area whereby those who engage in corrupt practices are really determined to peddle information that are not correct in order to try to bring controversies so that to divert the attention of the main issue. So fairness, hearing from the other side, is what will help us to discharge our mandate. And ICPC for the past 25 years has consistently maintained ensuring that there is fairness and the fair hearing, and also we do not engage in anything that will bring damage to people because of allegation against them. We will continue to ensure that we will be fair. If you ask questions, we will answer, and like I said, we are appealing to you to reason with us because of the terrain we are operating, which I know I don't need to elaborate. So that's why there is no way we will not come close to you. There is no way, because we need you, because Nigerians need to know what is happening. That will project the good image of our country. That will make foreign direct investment to come into our country. That will make our youth to have job. We know what is happening in this country. We know that a lot of youth are roaming on the streets looking for job. And the youth are the future leader of this country. So, and it is through you, by helping us to propagate our activities and also to bring issues that will project good image of this country. By doing that, we will make Nigeria great, and also we will tackle the challenge of our corruption. And conclusively, I want to emphasize that you mean a lot to us, and that we count on you as dependable partners in ensuring that Nigeria is corrupt free, and also I'm sure that partnering with you will continue to help ICPC to move forward, and also ICPC will continue to record achievements, and we hope that the aspiration of Section 15 of the Constitution will be realized, where Nigeria will be a country free from corrupt practices and abuse of office. Thank you so much. Money and property last year, and I even know even this year too, we recovered some amount of money and also property. Even currently, we are tracing and marking some assets in one of the states where some people diverted public funds. Even this morning, I know that there is an amount of money which we recovered from the diversion of public funds. So we are talking about both the fixed and movable property. That's if you are talking within Nigeria. Even abroad, it is the same thing. Although during my time, ICPC did not recover any assets from taken outside the shores of Nigeria. But I know that we are collaborating with one of the African countries about money that was brought into Nigeria from that country. We are tracking and to trace the money so that we will see how the money can be taken back to where it was brought in here. So this is what I can say. And some of the issues you raise are part of the problem. Like I said somewhere else, and I kept on saying, I will say it here. My first contact with public office is when I was Attorney General. That was when I now realized that all what I was thinking, when I came into contact with the reality, then I now realized that we Nigerians are part of the problem. One of the issues you raised about societal pressure. I'm not saying that it's a justification for any public officer to engage in corruption. But if you I'm sure you have had one or two discussions with those who are holding public office. The kind of stress and pressure that public officers are undergoing in this country is too much. Because the family, the friends, associates expect you to give them money. And this is one of the factors that is now pushing those in public office to go into that. And I noticed that any public officer who resists, you are considered as awkward, very difficult, and they will keep on pressurizing you that if only people that are strong that can stand that pressure. And also some people too, they are even daring, will tell you, I was a victim when I was Attorney General. And I want to say it here, maybe the person who did it will hear an issue which I say, look, AG, we want you to do this thing. I say, sir, it's not even in public office, it's not even a public officer. I say, sir, I can't do this thing because my conscience will not allow me to do it. After they put pressure from different angles, okay, you are a young man. How? I don't want to destroy your career. And I say, sir, my career is not in your hand. It's in the hand of God, my Creator. And I left. What followed, it wasn't pleasant. I had to battle for more than 1 year of series of blackmail, from one blackmail to another, just because somebody wants to get money, and you can only get that money through me. And I was put under intense pressure to succumb, which I did not. What followed was I was put under serious stress. Now, the second problem is there is this theory. Whenever the corruption, if you look at it, if the benefit is high, the risk is low, people will keep on to engage. If people know that if you engage in corruption, it is really highly risky, you will lose your reputation in public. People will never consider you as somebody who has reputation in the society. People will be careful. If you know that the punishment is going to be very harsh, people will be careful. But if the risk is very low, the benefit is high, so people will continue to engage. So that is why we need to look, how can we strengthen our laws to ensure that those who engage are punished seriously. And also, you, the media, you have the role to play in sensitizing Nigerians that those who are trying, please try to support them. And I want to tell you that there are good people in this country. Every part of this country, there is no part of this country that I did not come across people that detest corruption, people that are serious, people that help me. I met a lot of people that are trying to see how can we help this thing, how can we fight this corruption, Chairman. But the problem is that the support from the public, sometimes people are not willing to support because they feel, you know, what you are doing is not worth it, and also because of the pressure, so people feel like, okay, let us leave you, go and do what. So this is second problem. And also we need to see how can we fasten the judicial process? Because it's law. It is not the law that is the problem, but rather some of us within the system, we try to put stumbling block in the judicial processes, bring in series of applications, truncate, so that you will see one case will take many years. Even the witness will be frustrated. You call a witness today, the matter is adjourned, and I'm not saying that it is the fault of the judges. No, it is all of us, the lawyers, and also other stakeholders, that we know if your client has an issue. As a lawyer, you know, because once you look at the facts and the full of evidence, you'll be able to know that my client has an issue. Okay, how can we help him to face justice so that all the process of justice, the courts and the system should be fair to him? But you will see that that slowing down is also another factor. That you will see somebody engage in corruption. When you take him to court, it will take many years, and before you know it, you will see another corruption case. And also another problem, especially in the public sector, I now notice, is that our public service rules also has a problem, because it has given a leeway that people engaging in corruption, there is no specific provision which provides that, look, once you are engaged in corruption, you should automatically be dismissed. But some, you will find that after ICPC are investigating an issue, it has taken somebody to court, even if you secure conviction, you will not realize that the agencies are not willing to edge out those people. They will leave them to continue working. Because I feel any public officer that is convicted, he is not supposed to continue working in public agency. He should go. If the Constitution will say that conviction of embezzlement and fraud attracts disqualification for a certain period of time, I think there is need. Any convict should not be allowed to work within the public service. It should just be aged out. And that is why now, as chairman of ICPC, we are now going to exploit the Code of Conduct, Bureau and Tribunal. Any public officer will secure conviction and the agency refuses to edge him out, we will send him to Code of Conduct, because they have the power to edge him out. So there is another way, so that we don't allow people to continue. So these and other issues are part of the problem, why the problem of corruption will keep on coming and coming and coming. And also the institutions are really weak, because there are a lot of vulnerabilities where people are exploiting in order to commit corrupt practices. That is why we need to focus on technology. Technology will be able to give you the thread. You will be able to know some of the things that are happening, most especially around procurement. These are areas where there is serious problem because of the laxity and the challenge around that. So that's why you will see that almost you will be seeing issues around procurement being raised in public sector. So this is also another factor that is bringing this issue of corruption to keep on going. And also there is international dimension too, because if those who are taking or stealing the humongous amount of money, they don't have a place to hide it, then it will reduce. But we know that they can wear it somewhere else. And those countries, I keep on saying, when you say that we have challenge of corruption, why are you keeping the process of crime in your country? Why can't you turn them back? This is process of crime. Please take it back to your country, because there is United Nations Convention Against Corruption. And it is a global legal instrument. But you will find out that when they wire the money outside the country, there are a lot of technicalities. MLA, other things that you'll be frustrated because the legal mechanisms are made in such a way that it's even very, very difficult for you to recover. So if they know that they cannot take it somewhere else, I think the problem might reduce. Okay, the constituency project, like I said, we have been investigating the issue because it's a challenge that has been with us for a long period of time. And from what I notice of why the challenge keep on coming is one of the issues you made mention. Because there was a time when member of National Assembly, he told me, say, Chairman, I have concern. I say, what is your concern? He said, it's about this executive project tracking. You people are doing well, but I know why this issue will keep on coming. On that day, he was telling me the challenge he was facing. That was burial in his hometown. You need to contribute. He said, look, somebody had domestic accident. He called me. And so he kept on mentioning, he said, I'm not justifying, but the societal pressure on us is too much. That's why only those who are strong will resist. And I don't know whether that is part of the reason why we are having this challenge. And to be frank with you, we have noticed areas whereby some of them did not execute the projects. We have noticed whereby some of them they did shoddy job. We have noticed whereby some of you noticed that like I keep on saying a well is supposed to be dig in one place and somebody will just take it to his home farmland. We will see whereby street lights, instead of to be installed on the streets, somebody will put in his house. So these are challenges that are keep coming. And I know that there is one of the newspapers last year, they made a front page story that ICPC has failed to tackle this challenge. And I know that we have been doing our best. And we did a lot because we have recovered a lot. And even currently, I know that there is somebody who is facing trial. A charge will file a charge against one of the former members of National Assembly. A former member is facing trial because of diversion. And also we know that we have been going to ensure that if you do not execute the contract, you must go and do it. I know that there is a state whereby an ambulance was diverted. We ensure that it was taken to the hospital. I know where a lot of things, and that's why the strategy is good, in the sense that let us recover the process of crime and put it into use. Because if you keep on filing charges and all these things, you will spend millions in court while the actual project will not be executed. And to be fair to them, if you confront them, you show them the proof. Honorable or distinguished, this is a project you're supposed to execute, you do not. Please direct the contractor to go back to site, or contractor go back to site. They go back. And recently, those who are being used, the contractors, I have been hard on them. If you allow money to be diverted through you, you are going to charge you now. You want to refund that money because you allow yourself to be used as conduit pipe. So we have been doing that and we have recovered a lot. And even I will say that the societal pressure, in my view, is one of the challenges and also the weakness of the institutions. Because, to be frank, some of the heads of agencies, they allow themselves to be used in these challenges of constituency projects. Because if the head of agencies insists, once there is a contract awarded, that contract must be executed to the latter. Or insist that you are not going to allow anything to be inserted in your budget, which is not out of your mandate. So if we will do that, then this thing will minimize. But if the head of agencies allow themselves to be used, then this thing will keep on happening. And ICPC, all our corruption agencies, we don't have the capacity to follow all the projects. That's why you, as media, you can expose. The public too, they need to follow their project, all your projects. If there's a project which is supposed to be done in your constituency or in your sector district, it was not done, raise it. And I don't think there is any public officer that you confront him with evidence that this amount of money was appropriated for a particular project and you don't execute, please go back and execute. You will not say, no, I'm not going to do that. I hope I have answered. We are doing it in such a way that we don't disrupt the financial system. So we do it in such a way that we don't allow you to continue with illegality and committing crime, so that we will save the banking system and also the public sector fund. Then on the issue of Dubai, like you made mention, in my speech I made mention of proceeds of crime. And I alluded to the fact that the international legal regimes, the various laws of countries are the problem. Because for me, I kept on saying in various fora on corruption that look, if somebody steals our money and take it to your own country and you keep it, why are you telling me that we should come together and fight corruption? Why? Because you know, because your own, there is no your money in my country. So that's why you are saying we should join hands. Why I have traced and point out to you, this is the public funds taken to your own country. Why can't you give us our own? But because of the legal regimes, sometimes it's tedious, it takes a lot of time, and there are a lot of, it's not even law alone, there are politics, there are diplomacy, so it is something which is even outside the realm of anti-corruption agencies alone, because you need a lot of stakeholders. I know recently there are countries that I am the one who have been following that, look, let us have an MOU with you, because we have noticed our funds are being taken to your own countries. And they agree, there are some 1 or 2 countries that I know that we are about to complete an MOU because of what we have noticed.
Also here, as a media owner, I here with my team, we have a radio station and also a television station. I recommend your efforts. For you to meet with the media shows you are transparent. It shows you are accountable. I don't have any questions to ask you because I'm part of the team. It is not cheap to fight corruption. It's very, very expensive. Fighting corruption is also very, very complex. It's not as easy as we used to say it. It is only the person that is wearing the shoe that will know where it pitches is. So I commend your efforts and I pray for more grace that God should call your efforts. Everything is in your favor, the age, the energy, you have the capacity, and you have the right team to help you to drive it. You have the right training to drive it. Finally, you have this advice. You can't do it alone. You need to also rely on the outside team to help you to drive your dreams, your plans and goals, especially in the area of the media. I suggest maybe you have something like a strategic media public enlightenment committee. Comprises of course the media team as well, stakeholders. You have a committee who also help you spread your good news, also help you spread your good news either in the public sector, in the private sectors and all that. Because if you say you want to work with media like you would like to work to, it's very, very expensive. But when you have the committees, selected committee, media team, editors, and also for the private sector and public sector, they will help you to achieve your dreams and goals. So you have our support, and like I said, God will follow your efforts. God bless you, sir.
Thank you.
And girls and pastors. Let me just add to your to-do list. I had two questions written down, but after Ikechukwu gave his lecture, I decided to calm down. You talked about, before I round up, and thank you for coming, judges advising you to go settle out of court. The biggest problem, one of the biggest problems with corruption in Nigeria are those judges. Recently, I think it was the Chief Justice of Nigeria who said election cases constitute about 70 or 80% of the cases they have in their docket, which suggests that election cases are very lucrative for them. So you have to put your searchlight on the judiciary. Then number two, your constituency, the legal profession. Please, MBA has, from all accounts, a vibrant lawyer, Afam Osigwe. Engage him, collaborate with him. MBA too has to deliver. Plea bargaining takes place and judges advise you to go settle out of court is because the judges too are corrupt. The appointment and promotion mechanism on the bench is also corrupt. Search the NJC. Today, the type of, what's the word now? Corruption in terms of judicial promotion in Abuja is huge and impacts on the quality of judgment delivered. So, Mr. Chairman, the biggest thing you have done is to come here to show transparency. You said corruption thrives when there's. I also say this, I'll add to that corruption thrives when there's darkness, when it's hidden. So your coming out here suggests that you really want to fight corruption in partnership with my colleagues. And it's a brilliant thing you have done. I know you met some of my colleagues in Abuja, and that's why the Secretary of the Guild and the Deputy President of the Guild are here. You have to continue, because if you want to work with the media, honestly, the way you have shown, the media will work with you, and Nigeria will be better for it. Thank you for coming. God bless you.
And I will do my best to discharge my duty to the best of my ability, together with the officers of the ICPC. That is why, if people are raising the issue of bias, the issue of all this lie, you cannot prevent people from raising those kind of issues. But one thing I know, that if I satisfy my conscience, I will go to sleep. And like I said, there is somewhere else that we are going to account somewhere. And that is why I try as much as possible to be fair in what I'm doing. And also, God knows what I'm doing and also know my ability, because anti-corruption is a very complex and difficult thing. Sometimes getting evidence, getting things is difficult. Even if you're investigating issues, somebody will look like you are targeting you are targeting somebody, or you have a motive, or this thing. So on my own part, I will do my best, and also posterity will judge. Because that's the only thing I can say. On other issue which like the president said that the lecture you gave us, and some of the things you raised, I quite agree with you that those are the challenges and we need to work on them. And in my view, that is why the Constitution is structured in such a way that the Chapter 2, it is left in such a way that is you, the leader, that should strive to ensure that Chapter 2 is realizable. You attain that aspiration: education, healthcare, good environment, all other social amenities. You as a leader, you must think out of the box to ensure that you reduce the poverty level, which I agree with you. The level of poverty is really high, and we need to tackle it, because without tackling the poverty, we will continue to face this challenge of corruption that keeps on coming. And also, we are not justifying or depending the public office holders or the politicians, like you said, that we are saying that there is societal pressure. This, like you said, it's a fact. We can't deny it. Myself as ICPC chairman, if I show you the number of text messages people are sending to me every day, you'll be shocked. In fact, I am even thinking that some they have even forgotten that I am ICPC chairman. Maybe they are thinking that I am chairman of one local government or state government, because they will keep on sending. So, and also they will keep on calling, because the number of calls are such that they are unbearable. And we are part of the society. Even if we deny, there are certain things that even if you deny is a reality. And I agree that poverty is one of the factors. But also we have to keep on telling people that they need to consider public holders. And also we, the public office holders, also, we need to live a simple life. Because some of us, the way we are living a very larger life, that's why people will keep on pressurizing. But unfortunately, it is also us, the Nigerians, that are pushing people. Like that member I started the example, he told me that my constituents were telling me that, look at this man, he has finished house already, he has an old car up to now. So people are even look at you. There are certain things that even if you exhibit as a public officer, people will look at you that is strange. So why? Because it is the society that are pushing people to adopt a life that will put you in trouble. And once you resist, like I said, they will say you are awkward, you are difficult, all these things. And we are all human beings. And that is why we need that support from you, the media, in your own writings, articles, and opinions, and also the public too. They need to support public officers that are transparent, that try to live within their means and within the ambit of the law. But without that, you will find one or two people that because of that they will derail. Because of that prejudice. That's why always I will raise this issue of prejudice. Last week when I was in Gombe, and I told the chairman, don't allow anybody to put pressure on you to dip your hand in public purse. Let them say whatever they want to say. Because one day you are going to leave. It's better for you to leave. You go home and sleep well. then for you to leave and something to follow up which will not be nice.
From Lagos State, from Isaleko. My father hailed from the Olumegbo family. I attended my primary, secondary education in Ibadan at the time because my mother was there. But my religious practicing was always done during the holidays at Holy Cross Cathedral. I was working in the sacristy. We used to prepare for the Mass on Saturdays, and we sell the news magazine on Sundays in front of the church. And I remembered fondly that we used to tease a man called Sunday Boku Boku at that time, and he used to run to chase us and throw stones and how dare you call me Sunday Boku Boku. Those were fun times. Harvest, Corpus Christi, and I was born, raised, baptized, confirmed, married in the Catholic Church. But I got married to Engineer Larry Phillips, who is an Anglican. And I believe that in togetherness of family, it's best we all do things together. So I moved over with him against the doctrine of Catholic Church to the Anglican Church at Marina, where his family belongs and worships. I attended St. Luke's Demonstration School. We used to climb the mango trees, and there was a mixed school. We used to play at during break time, and in my secondary school was a Catholic school, and it's for you to be prim and prudent in life, and set you on as a lady, and I got some finesse from there too. And but the most interesting one, and the most that I can call a radical one, was my HSC in Olivet. We tried all sorts there, but it was fun and highly educative too. Sportsmanship was there, and from there I proceeded abroad for my accountancy. And I was lucky to finish in a record time, and I came back. Did my articleship, but married in between. I met my husband abroad, and we came back home, got married in Nigeria. I worked as an accountant with USC, very proud of the drill professionally that I got from USC. It had set me on a discipline for working, and I thank God that I had that opportunity, which still helps me today. Apart from the fact that my educational background sets me to be a diversified person in so many professions. And you know, as an accountant, accountancy is the best of all, is the creme de la creme, and I've been able to fulfill my professional exposure in every species of responsibilities that I had opportunity to take upon me. And from USC, I proceeded to work for the bank. I went to politics. I became a commissioner in Lagos State, served with the present president of Nigeria. And you know how Lagos is. Lagos is like a country to other states. We went through governance. My team, as you can see, I have some of my colleagues in Abuja now. I have Honorable Minister Wali Edun. I have Honorable Minister Dele Alake. I have Honorable Minister Yemi Kadozo, and so forth. And I served in the bank as a director in Keystone. I've been a chairman of so many committees, you can say that again, in different aspects of life, professional, political, social, and currently I'm now the chairman of Souq Insurance PLC. When I was growing up, it was so free and enjoyable. We can take off at 11, 12, escort your friends to Bangboche here. We go and have the Mosa. We go to the stadium. I remember me in my teenage age, I used to go to Nikon Stadium here. We watch so many matches, and I used to be with those fans, you know, dancing and waving our fans, you know, and bazaars, Easter Mondays, Fela Sports, I mean, you name it. It was fun. But Lagos was good for all of us. It was cleaner. It was amazing. Security isn't much to fear, you know. You can just live the way you want. And money and values of life are completely different to what they are today. I was with my grandparents and we had so many tenants and we didn't realize they were tenants. We were all playing together, eating together, and we are still like one family today. But the story is not the same again. I wish one can turn around and change it, but we have all given our kids sheltered life for the fear of unknown. And I think the disadvantage is very grievous. I think first and foremost, God gave me the chance, the opportunities to to pass through that in the journey of life. It's not only money that can make you successful in life. I want you to get that. It's an added support for you if in life you have the opportunities of parents who can financially support you. But at the same time, there are kids who didn't have any financial support and have been successful. So to me, success is about self-determination. I grew up around uncles and aunties who are thoroughly educated, and I've always had it behind my ambition that I must be in that cadre. And thank God the opportunity was there for me and I seized it. And I remember myself telling my kids, when I was abroad, I never lived like my father was a rich man. No, I was behind the desk reading and reading till I got successful. And I passed in record time. First and foremost, I think I'm a people's person. Secondly, my educational background. Thirdly, my pedigree. And you can't be a Lagos person and don't have a bit of intelligence about how you can maneuver yourself, even in the midst of challenges. And I can tell you that boardroom politics, especially when you're a woman, is tough. But when you manage those that you sit around with, eventually, when they see that you're there to work, it has no business and basis for any other thing. I've had issues on boards because I'm female and I put my foot down. It is the work we are doing. There is no gender sensitivity in this issue. Even in my early days as an accountant, when I head the accounting department, it was even tough at that level because the young accounting class, some of them can be daring to say, how can you talk to me like that? How can you make it? And I'll say, please, what do you mean? We need to get this target work done. So it's the work that is talking. That's not to do with whether I'm a man or a woman. So I will like the idea of gender reasonableness to be better played. At least for now, we're not having it at 3 1/3, no. But I guess we are in the region of 20%. And it should be better. You give a woman a chance, she will devote her life to it. But I mean, when we have 1 or 2 issues from women who have been there, that should not create hurdle or boundary that you say a woman shouldn't cross. No, nobody is perfect in life, and I want to let you know it's tough for a woman. This men, when it is a woman having a corrective measure to be taken, they do not handle it the way they do for the men. They are in a rush to pack the woman out. You see from what has happened all over the world. So I will still make an appeal that women should be given better chances, better allowances. It's so quick to make a woman a scapegoat, the sacrificial lamb. Let's take it easy. And please, women, when they put you there, make us proud. I should remember the other women coming after me. If I make this trouble now, they turn around and say, this is why we don't give them the chance to get to the top. So you manage the situation, and let us remember that Africa is still very chauvinistic. It's still a man's world here. We are only trying. So just give us, for now, our required 33.3% as per Beijing recommendation. Having been in politics, there are so many factors that bring you up there. Some sensible, which I would call sensibilities. Some sensitive based, which I would call sensitivity. And some as per geographical distribution. If it's not the turn of your section, your district, there's no way they can put you there. But then sometimes it's the turn of your district, the party supremacy decrees that they don't want to use you. What do? You have to show some resilience as a stable character and do whatever you are given very well. Excel. Somehow, one day, you'll be there. Like Martin Luther King. At the end of that tunnel, I can see the light. Someday, somehow, you get there. I was in tourism shortly, and it's not enough time to propagate the excellence of your work. But in special duties, I gave the ministry class. I was able to represent my Lagos State very well. NYC was under me. Proudly, I served. And we ensure that all students that need to go to orientation camp are well registered and got their NYC certificates. It's not about where they put you. It's about what you are able to do in that place. And you do it even to the enviable eye of somebody who believes has the best ministry with a lot of funding and allocation. I'm different in that respect. A hard-working man, a man with a lot of sagacity, a man that is very kind, he has human kindness in his heart, a man that is highly focused. My office was very close to the Roundhouse, and I tell you, I wasn't surprised. And I kept telling everybody, I wasn't surprised he got a clinch that position, because I knew that even when in 99, from the day we stepped in, he's been working towards his election in 2003. So a man like that who is focused, his business is the end of the tunnel. All the distractions you are given, it's not, he doesn't consider it. So don't waste your emotions. When you provoke yourself unnecessarily, and the person you are provoking yourself upon is not even responding on that line, you're wasting your time. But he's an astute politician. He knows what to do at every point. And don't try him, because he's a hard knock. And he's easy to forgive. That bit, I don't know how he does it, but it's easy to forgive and move on. He understands politics, maybe from a young age, I don't know, but he seems to have the knack of it at all times. think that's in the pipeline. You can't. You don't have to. I don't have to come here to say that. And even in the insurance company in industry that I am now, I'm propagating that. Look, you need to take it easy. Is it at these hard times you want to recapitalize the industry and make life harder? Yes, we recapitalize, but not with large gap. The variance should not be too much, because you need to recapitalize so that companies will be solidly based to address financial issues and risk issues that we have in the country today. I studied religion for my A-levels in school. I did divinity. It's not just reading Bible. The interpretation, the history, the analogy, all of that I did. And it has helped to shape me for life. It has molded my conscience to a large extent. What I see in religion today, if I go back to the way I have studied religion, I will say I'm worried. The way we have churches established in this country now, I'm talking of my experience in Lagos State. On the street you can find 6-8 churches, but there is no school. Education is key. Religion molds the character, the moral values about life. I'm not saying they are all totally condemned, but I think there should be more conferences and seminars to appeal to their conscience. It's one God. And in Lagos, the families, both Christian and Muslims, and the third religion, which is the native religion, we all interact and live together. And usually you find out that all of them talking about this God. I am a Christian. I talk about my God. And I don't denounce anyone in any other religion that faithfully talk about their God. And I don't allow that to affect a lot of decisions that I have to make, and didn't affect a lot of decisions that I had made. The expectation is too high. We are still a developing country. The awareness of covering up your risk is not too much there. In terms of life insurance, in terms of property, people are not still there. People don't cover themselves well enough. They take unnecessary risk. I'm glad Lagos State Governor is saying everybody must have a health insurance now. That again will expand the scope of the insurance business. In insurance, there are so many seminars, there are so many conferences that are being put up there now, where the ability to educate the masses, and even the high-ups one, to please insure yourself. And when I say yourself, your life, your property, your children, and see how far it goes. It is important. And in this era of insecurity, it is highly important. Just make sure you insure yourself. And with what the governor had proposed now, definitely Governor Sanwo-Olu did well. Health insurance is key. Health is wealth. First and foremost, inflation all over the world has gone haywire. So it's not peculiar to Nigeria alone. Those who live in the Western world, they're crying hula baloo about, the price of petrol, the price of even eggs. So it's not just Nigeria. Let us wake up and see that we're in a global world and everything is intertwined. The issue of the central bank now trying to manage inflation, these are not easy times all over the world. They're not easy times. And when I say we are a developing country, we are still trying very hard. I don't want to say it's sad. It depends on the environment. You know, you can't just bring UAE here into Nigeria. The environment here from inception has not delved too much on tourism. Your tourism is just go on holiday and go back. The beaches are there. And even from day to day, they are trying to redevelop along the beach so that tourist activities can happen. And I'm sure they're still on it. They need tourist attraction where you have every aspect of life when tourists come over. But with the problem of infrastructure that we have in the country, you can't do much tourism for now. It wasn't easy, but as I said, once you try to be a bit methodological about it, then you get by. Because from the days I came back from England, starting a family, working in large corporations, it just ensured that the home front solidly settled. And it wasn't that easy, because you know that I'm talking of almost 40 years back. To be able to excel amidst men, you probably have to do 2 times, 3 times more than them. I'm lucky I have a husband who accepts me being what I am. Because if you have a partner that does not appreciate your ambition and your dream, he will not support you. But I have the support of my husband, and we are able to keep the home together. Make sure that his food is given. Make sure the kids are well looked after. Make sure the husband is well looked after at all times, and don't grudge. I try to give myself to people in terms of needs. I try to recognize people's needs, and at the moment of that need, I try to help. And it's a legacy I try to sound to my kids at all times. Recognize needs at that point and do it. Because at the point that you recognize it, if you don't offer the assistance, it may not be meaningful again. But if at the time that a need arises and you can do it, promptly do it. And I cannot manage people who are not sincere. I cannot. And that is the only thing that bothers me about life. And once I find out that they are not one way, I make my U-turn and I don't go back again. And that's one thing I have learned, I have seen, and I'm trying to learn from the Mr. President Bola Tinubu. the way he can switch from being so hot and then swim as if nothing happened and carry on. That is tough for me. And I hope I'll be able to, within the space remaining, I'll be able to copy that. At the same time, I like hardworking. I recognize people who are hardworking, who are intelligent, and I recognize people who are hardworking and need to be helped in terms of training to be a better person. And I like fun. Now let me start with that girl child. That girl child is not so common again. At least most female children are educated now. Outside Lagos, girl child is a big reference. Yeah, I think everybody should be given equal chance to make a life, and a life worth living and contented with. Because if you don't have enough drive and motivation, then life becomes static and you just wear it out and go. But I believe that for women, don't let the men scare you off. You are equally hardworking and intelligent. Expose yourself, but don't mess yourself around. Don't get corrupt. Do unto others as you want others to do unto you. And there's one good prayer. Everybody that knows me, and I always say, my God is a just God. His judgment is always fair. So whoever hurts you, attacks you, leave them to God. He's a fair God. The judgment of God will come. Just move on and pray that in your lifetime, that judgment comes up. My favorite food, I like eba and ewedu. I'm an expert in cooking. I love cooking, and I tell you, I can challenge anybody to come and compete with me. On that level, I score a good card. But I love fresh fish, with ewedu and eba. I'm not too much of an amala fan, and my favorite color is green. Or it's green, but with that green, I love bright colors. Even jewelry, it has to be bright for me, but still worn in a conservative way. As loud as whatever I pick may be, I still give it a conservative umbrella. I love to dance. I'm a good dancer. I love to socialize. I'm a good mixer, but highly disciplined.
Days of humanity when people roamed the earth unclothed, to the Stone Age when leaves and natural materials were used for modesty, clothing has undergone a remarkable transformation. As we progress to the weaving of fabrics and the art of textile printing, Ankara emerged as one of the earliest and most distinctive forms of attire. Today, Ankara has evolved beyond its origins, becoming a significant cultural symbol for various ethnic groups, states, and nations. Ankara, more than just a fabric, it's a symbol of pride and culture for millions across West Africa, deeply embedded in their identity and heritage. I bet you've been in touch with this fabric one way or the other, but have you ever asked where and how it all began? The journey and history of Ankara is what we are about to uncover, and how it became a powerful emblem of African heritage. The story of Ankara begins not in Africa, but thousands of miles away in Indonesia, using the batik techniques. Batik is an ancient Indonesian art from where wax is used to create different patterns on fabric. The process involves applying wax to certain areas of the fabric to resist dye, creating elaborate designs. In the 19th century, Dutch colonizers who controlled Indonesia recognized the appeal of batik and then sought to replicate it. They adapted the technique using industrial methods such as roller printing to produce the fabric more efficiently and in larger quantities. Talking about its transition to West Africa, Dutch manufacturers initially aimed to sell the printed batik fabric in Indonesia and Europe. However, fabric found a more enthusiastic market in West Africa, where it was embraced for its vibrant colors and patterns. The Dutch prints, while not initially popular in Europe, became highly prized in West African countries, evolving into what is now known as Ankara. How about its cultural integration? Well, the exact individual or company responsible for introducing batik to the African market is not well documented, but over time, Ankara became deeply integrated into West African culture, symbolizing various aspects of identity, status, and tradition. Despite its Indonesian origins, it is now predominantly recognized as a quintessential element of African fashion. It is clear that the adaptation and adoption of batik by Dutch traders played a crucial role in the fabric's journey to West Africa. By the early 20th century, these vibrant fabrics had become deeply embedded in the West African culture, from bustling markets to family gatherings. Ankara was more than just clothing. It was a statement of identity, social status, and unity. Even today, Ankara continues to hold a special place in West African society, alongside other widely recognized fabrics, reflecting the region's rich textile heritage. Talking about human civilization and the remarkable transformation of covering our body, Ankara fabric stands out with a deep historical roots. Let's take a look at some of the beautiful collections and hear from one of the biggest retailer in Balogun Market, Lagos Island.
I deal in what you call it, Ankara fabrics. We have the big one, which is vegetable block wax. That's the bigger range. We have the medium range. They are also vegetable block wax. So those are the two types of category that we sell. We buy from wholesalers, which is on the mainland. Then we sell. Like people use it for ashwebi. Some people use it for ready to wear, like tailors. They use it for ready to wear. And some people just buy it for maybe like a mini celebration, or in short, all celebration, all ceremony and celebration. So this one now, this is a medium high target, vegetable block wax. This is a medium one. If you touch it, you see the texture. It's not that 100% cotton. So compared to this one is a big one. Yeah. So when you touch it, you see the difference. This big one, this medium.
This is big, this is medium.
Yes. That's the difference. This has more quality than this. So that's just the difference. And no, it's not that this one is bad. It's just that some people's pocket that will determine if you can go for bead. Some don't like the medium one, so they go for this. They based on this. Buy some that can't afford this, just buy this.
So the rest is just about design.
Yes.
The two types that you have in there.
Yes.
But the rest is just
Yes.
about design, different designs.
It's not.
West Africa gained independence in the 1960s, Ankara's popularity soared. It became a symbol of African pride, a rejection of colonial influences, and an embrace of cultural heritage. From everyday wear to high fashion, Ankara represented a new era of self-expression.
We are playing with this machine. We have this time, so you can leave it for 5 minutes, you can leave it for 3 minutes, depends on how strong you want it to be. So and as long as you can keep it for that a couple of times, that's how it will last.
Will last, okay.
And another thing that make it fade off easily is washing machine.
Oh.
Yeah, when you are using a washing machine.
So it should be hand washed, not
not so strong wash. You know, Ankara is not something that, especially when it's adult clothes, you know, it's not something that you rub on the floor. It's also some particular places to wash.
Ankara is for both sex, male and female. And we have adopted it as an African one. Even some of our brothers have brought this taking it outside to show as an African wear. A lot of people see it as the easiest fabric that you can take and make anything that you want out of it. That's why what I have done with the market is there are influx of it's going out. And you know it's not only in Lagos, when you bring it out, other people will say all sort of places. So that is how it spread. So you'll be surprised that what's sitting down here, you will see design today, tomorrow you will not see it. So there are some trends in Ankara, there are some outfit that is like, well, you can't specify now because anybody can wear anything, but you see some colors that are too sharp. You say that is outside color. Igbos like dark color, yellowish, and you know there are some like this one that is here now. Is an Igbo uniform. That's frequent stuff. An Igbo uniform. If you see, go to.
Okay.
If you go to function, you see things like that. And if you go to market, it's a separate and the price is different. It doesn't move like the others.
Okay.
So you have to buy with caution.
Today, Ankara is not just a fabric, it's a global phenomenon worn by millions. It graces runways from Lagos to Paris, New York to Tokyo. As a symbol of African pride and identity, Ankara continues to evolve, influencing fashion, art, and culture worldwide. From its unexpected beginnings in Indonesia to becoming a powerful symbol of African identity, Ankara's journey is a proof to the resilience and creativity of West Africa. However, as we move forward, what challenges and opportunities lie ahead for this iconic fabric? Join us in the next episode as we explore the current state of Ankara production and the hurdles it faces into this global market. I am Grace Komalafe. See you again.
Anthony Onyemaechi Elumelu was born on the 22nd of March 1963 in Jos, north central Nigeria, to Susanne Dominic Elumelu, originally from Delta State. Tony earned a degree in economics from Amboseli University, where he laid the foundation for his future career, and then furthered his education at the University of Lagos, where he obtained a master's degree in economics. His academic journey also includes attending the Harvard Business School, where he completed the Honor of President Management program, equipping him with advanced business management skills. Tony currently serves as the chairman of Heirs Holdings, Transcorp, and United Bank for Africa (UBA), demonstrating his significant influence in the banking and investment sector. He founded the Tony Elumelu Foundation, which aims to empower African entrepreneurs through comprehensive training, mentorships, and funding opportunities. In addition to his professional achievements, he is also a family man, married to Dr. Adele Vivian Elumelu, and together they have 7 children. In 2020, his efforts were acknowledged when he was named one of Time's 100 most influential people in the world. Anthony Elumelu's net worth is estimated to be around $700 million, a testament to his successful ventures and strategic investments. Elumelu continues to be a driving force in the business world, advocating for sustainable economic growth and empowering the next generation of African entrepreneurs.
Muhammad Yunus was born on the 28th of June 1940 in the village of Batwa, Chittagong, a British Indian colony which is currently known as Bangladesh. He attended Lama Bazar Primary and Secondary School in his village and passed the matriculation examination into Chittagong Collegiate School, where he ranked 16th out of 39,000 students. After his graduation in 1961, Yunus joined the Bureau of Economics as a research assistant and was later appointed lecturer of economics at the Chittagong College. During that time, he also set up a profitable packaging factory on the side. In 1965, he received a Fulbright scholarship to study in the United States, where he obtained his PhD in economics from the Vanderbilt University Graduate Program in Economic Development. Between 1969 and 1972, after his keen education excellence of apex heights and proportions in the United States, he returned home and was appointed professor of economics at the University of Chittagong. He was eventually appointed onto the board of directors to the United Nations Foundation, where he served for 33 years. When Bangladesh suffered a famine in 1974, Yunus felt he had to do something for the very poor. In his country, he founded the Grameen Bank. His motivation was to create economic and social development for the very poor, giving long-term loans to those who wanted to start small enterprises to pay back when they can. The aim to help was to get many of them out of poverty. For this, he was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize in 2006. Muhammad Yunus is a recipient of numerous international awards for his ideas and endeavors, including the Humanitarian Award in 1993, World Food Prize in 1994, Independence Day Award in 1987, Bangladesh's highest award, the King Hussein Humanitarian Leadership Award in 2000. He was also awarded the Volvo Environment Prize in 2003, Nikkei Asia Prize for Regional Growth in 2004, Franklin D. Roosevelt Freedom Award in 2006, as well as the Souq Peace Prize in the same year. All humans are born entrepreneurs, he would always fondly say, his heart showed through his everyday life.
It's midday in Lagos, Nigeria. Thank you for joining us on the Midday News on Souq News TV. I am Blessing Ache. We'll begin the news by bringing to you the headlines. Federal government to secure $122.2 billion investment to diversify energy resources. And the federal government introduces new policy on road contractors' mobilization fees. Banks begin ATM charges as CBN's new fee structure takes effect. African Development Bank World Food Program approved $1 million grant for flood-hit communities in northeast Nigeria. In other news in detail, the federal government has announced plans to secure a total investment of $122.2 billion to diversify the country's energy sources. The investment plan will reduce dependence on the national grid and enhance overall stability and sustainability of the nation's energy infrastructure. According to the newly released 2024 Nigeria Integrated Resource Plan and the National Integrated Electricity Policy, the plan aims at ensuring energy diversification from the current electricity sources of hydropower and gas-fired thermal plants. The amount, which is to be raised between 2024 and 2045, will also be used in diversifying energy sources by incorporating hydrogen, solar photovoltaic technology, biomass, wind and gas projects, combined with carbon capture utilization and storage technologies, nuclear, solar and bioenergy. The new policy document, which is subject to the approval of the Federal Executive Council, seeks to create a holistic framework for the implementation of the Electricity Act, address transitional challenges, integrate with other energy policies, and detail renewable energy strategies. Meanwhile, the federal government has introduced a new policy requiring road contractors to be on-site and working for at least 2 weeks before receiving mobilization fees. The Minister of Works, David Umahi, announced this during an inspection of the Abuja-Kaduna-Zaria-Kano dual carriageway, emphasizing that the move will curb project abandonment and ensure only committed contractors handle Nigeria's road projects. Umahi commended one of the contractors for significant progress on its section of the road, despite not receiving the traditional 30% upfront mobilization fee. He reiterated that this policy would promote sustainable project execution, ensuring funds are allocated to contractors who demonstrate real commitment to their assignments. The minister also addressed the termination of Julius Berger Nigeria PLC's contract on the project due to delays, clarifying that the company remains engaged in other federal road projects, including the Bodo-Boni Road and major bridge construction in Lagos. The final section of the Abuja-Kano Road project is set for approval and award, reinforcing the government's commitment to infrastructure development. And now turning to the stock market, where the Nigerian stock market ended last week on a downturn, closing lower in 3 of 5 trading sessions as investors reacted to newly adjusted inflation data. According to the National Bureau of Statistics, NBS, the inflation rate was revised to 24.48% from 34.80% in December 2024, following a rebasing of the Consumer Price Index, CPI. Despite the Central Bank of Nigeria maintaining the monetary policy rate at 27.5% to attract foreign investors, banking stocks faced selling pressure. Ecobank Transnational Incorporated ETI declined by 12.4%, while GTCO dropped 2.9%, dragging the NGX All-Share Index down by 0.6% to 107,821.39 points. Banks across Nigeria have started charging 100 naira per ATM withdrawal from other banks following the Central Bank of Nigeria's revised structure, which took effect on March 1. Withdrawals from a customer's own bank remain free. However, transactions at another bank's ATM now attract a 100 naira fee for withdrawals of 20,000 naira or less at an on-site ATMs, while off-site ATMs in public spaces may charge up to 500 naira. For international withdrawals, customers will pay fees set by international acquirers. Still on the financial sector, the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, has reinforced its regulatory oversight to bolster the resilience and transparency of the country's financial system, reaffirming its commitment to strict compliance and risk management across financial institutions. According to a statement issued by the Apex Bank at a mandatory compliance and anti-money laundering training workshop held in Lagos, CBN reaffirmed its commitment to maintaining a transparent and resilient financial system by reinforcing regulatory compliance and risk management across Nigerian financial institutions. Also speaking, Special Advisor to the CBN Governor on Compliance, Shola Phillips, stressed the need for Nigerian financial institutions to align with international banking standards to maintain confidence in the sector. She said regulators expect financial institutions to operate dynamic, risk-based anti-money laundering and counter-financing of terrorism programs that can adapt to an evolving financial environment. You're still watching the media news on Souq News TV. Up ahead, land use bill. Lagos State government offers 15% discount for early payment of charges. We'll bring you details after this timeout. Just stay tuned.
African literature. Chinua Achebe was born on the 16th of November 1930 in Ogidi, now Anambra State, eastern Nigeria. He was born to Isaiah Okafor Achebe, a teacher and an evangelist, and Janet Anenichi Iluegbunam, a vegetable farmer. Achebe has
We're glad to know you're still tuned to the media news on Souq News TV. Moving on, Lagos State government has released their 2025 land use charge bill, offering property owners a 15% discount for payment made within 30 days of receipt. The announcement was made by Commissioner for Finance, Abayomi Oluyemi, in a statement on the state government's official website. According to Oluyemi, property owners across the state are encouraged to take advantage of the 15% discount on their land use charge by making early payments before the deadline. He explained that land use charge is a crucial revenue source that enables the government to maintain and improve essential public infrastructure, including roads, healthcare facilities, schools, and security enhancements. To ensure convenience and seamless payment, property owners have been directed to pay their land use charge using internet banking, bank deposits at designated banks across the state, mobile payment through USSD codes, available POS at LUC offices, and through the Lagos Online Assistant. The Commissioner urged all property owners to take advantage of the 15% discount by paying early and playing their part in making Lagos a modern, thriving metropolis. And that matters now. The Lagos State Government, through the Office for Disability Affairs, LASODA, has distributed manual wheelchairs to persons with disabilities. This was held at the agency's office in Alausa, Ikeja. LASODA's General Manager, Adenike Oyetunde Lawal, said the agency partnered with stakeholders, including the Ministry of Health, to enhance mobility for persons with disabilities, PW. Oyetunde Lawal emphasized the importance of supporting wheelchair users, noting that many in society overlook their needs, stating that the agency's collaboration with the Ministry of Health aims to provide tangible assistance and recognition. Acknowledging the contributions of PWDs in workplaces, Oyetunde Lawal stressed the need for improved public infrastructure to facilitate their movement, reiterating the government's commitment to promoting inclusivity and ensuring accessibility across the states. And now turning to the oil sector, the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, NNPCL, says it plans to sponsor 2,000 medical surgeries before the end of the second quarter of 2025. The Chief Corporate Communications Officer, Olufemi Shoneye, revealed this during a stakeholders' engagement with the National Assembly Press Corps in Abuja. He emphasized the company's dedication to improving lives beyond its core oil and gas operations. Shoneye highlighted NNPCL's previous efforts, stating that 1,000 free cataract surgeries have already been conducted in the southwest, with upcoming surgeries planned for the north, southeast, and south-south regions. He also mentioned the company's partnership with Afrexim Bank to establish the African Medical Center of Excellence, a 500-bed hospital set to open in June 2025. NNPCL's commitment to healthcare extends to its medical facilities, including the NNPCL Medical Hospital in Abuja, which treated over 122,000 patients in 2024. The hospital provides critical care, maternity services, radiology, and life-saving surgeries. Shoneye reiterated that the company's role goes beyond fuel supply, contributing significantly to national socioeconomic development. So talking development, the African Development Bank, AFDB, and the World Food Program, WFP, have approved a $1 million grant to provide emergency food aid to flood-affected communities in Borno State. The funding, drawn from AFDB's Special Relief Fund, aims to address the worsening humanitarian crisis in a region already grappling with conflict and displacement. WFP Country Director David Stevenson described the support as a lifeline for families struggling with food shortages, rising prices, and economic hardship. The Securities and Exchange Commission, SEC, is aiming to train selected women in capital market literacy through its training arm, the Nigerian Capital Market Institute, NCMI. SEC Director General Dr. Imamotimi Agama disclosed this during a meeting with the Minister of Women Affairs, Hajia Iman Suleiman Ibrahim, as part of activities marking International Women's Day 2025. The initiative, themed Women, the Voice of the Capital Market, aims to increase women's participation in the financial sector. Dr. Agama emphasized that empowering women with financial education is crucial to Nigeria's economic growth, highlighting that commodities trading is largely driven by women. He ordered that the SEC will provide free financial training to selected women every month, stressing that women's involvement is vital to achieving President Bola Tinubu's vision of a $1 trillion economy. The Minister of Women Affairs welcomed the initiative, pledging collaboration to ensure women benefit from capital market opportunities. Meanwhile, Souq Executive Commissioner for Legal and Enforcement, Ms. Frana Chukwogo, urged the women to avoid Ponzi schemes, warning that fraudulent investment platforms prey on unsuspecting individuals. She encouraged women to spread awareness and protect their earnings, emphasizing that financial literacy is key to wealth creation and sustainability. Dangote Refinery purchases first cargo of Algeria's Saharan blend crude. Details coming up after this break. Many thanks for being there. In a bid to utilize its refinery to full capacity, Dangote Refinery has secured its first shipment of Algeria's light sweet Saharan blend crude after struggling to source adequate local crude. Reports indicate that a 1 million barrel cargo was purchased from trading from Glencore and is expected to be delivered between March 15 and 20. While the deal remains unconfirmed by both parties, this move underscores Dangote's commitment to ramping up production. The refinery, which began processing crude in January 2024 and started refining petrol in September, is currently operating at 85% capacity, with plans to reach full production within 30 days. Nigerian multinational oil company Oando PSA has emerged as the preferred bidder for the lease of the Guaracara refinery in Trinidad and Tobago. Acting Prime Minister and Minister of Energy Stott Young emphasized Oando's strong financial track record, including its $1.5 billion acquisition of ConocoPhillips assets in Nigeria. He stated that any potential bidder must commit to restarting the refinery rather than merely acquiring assets for other purposes. Oando's proposal reportedly aligns with the Trinidadian government's goal of reducing state burden while ensuring long-term fuel security. And turning now to sports, from Lagos streets to under-20 African glory, says Tai Taiwo. It's still the maiden news. We'll bring you details in a bit. Please stay tuned. And on sports, Marcel legend Tai Taiwo credits the 2005 Under-20 AFCON as a turning point in his career, paving the way for his move to Olympique de Marseille, part of Nigeria's golden generation, alongside John Obi Mikel and Chinedu Obasi. Taiwo helped the Flying Eagles secure their fifth Under-20 AFCON title with a 2-0 win over Egypt. Growing up playing barefoot in Lagos, Taiwo fulfilled a childhood dream by donning the national jersey. His standard performances in the tournament, including a crucial goal against Benin, showcased his talent. Despite losing the FIFA Under-20 World Cup final to Argentina, his displays earned him a move to Europe. Looking back, Taiwo calls the 2005 AFCON a life-changing moment that opened doors for his future. His journey continues to inspire young footballers across Africa. And a special feature on Tai Taiwo completes the news on Souq News TV. Many thanks for watching the Reward News at 3 p.m. I'm Blessing AJ. Good afternoon.
Elon Musk is a visionary entrepreneur leading innovative ventures in technology, space exploration, electric vehicles, and renewable energy. Musk was born on June 28, 1971 to a South African engineer and his mother, a Canadian model and nutritionist in Pretoria, South Africa. His talents for computers and entrepreneurship emerged early, and at age 12, he created and sold a video game. Musk studied physics and economics at Queen's University and the University of Pennsylvania. In 1995, Musk founded Zip2, sold to Compaq for $307 million. He also co-founded X.com, which became PayPal, acquired by eBay for $1.5 million in 2002. Driven by a vision for humanity's multiplanetary future, Musk founded SpaceX in 2002, developing affordable rockets to support International Space Station mission and NASA's Artemis program. He became a major investor in Tesla 2004, launching electric vehicles like Roadster, Model X, and Model 3. Tesla unveiled the Cybertruck, beginning deliveries in 2023. Musk acquired X, formerly known as Twitter, in 2022, aiming to enhance future and transparency. Musk has at least 12 children from multiple relationships, including Justin Wilson, Tallulah Riley, Grimes, and Siobhan Zilis. Through SpaceX, Tesla, and other ventures, Musk shapes technology and innovation globally, and his influence extends beyond business into politics and culture.
They say if you like to be entertained and you like good music, then you should definitely be on this podcast. They call me Swift, aka the Sugar Mommy, and you know once I'm in the building, it's entertainment at its fullest. Alright, so in case you're wondering what the brand is, this is the Femi Wash, you know, the owners of the Souq TV and the ILFM 104.9. You know I would do it, and this is our entertainment podcast. I'm not alone in the studio, I got my co-host in the building. It's the one and only, internationally recognized.
They call me DJ Shags. I'm called the phenomenal one, the resident DJ here at the ILFM and Souq News Television.
You're proud.
Absolutely.
Okay, so let's forgive his pride. We're not alone in the studio. We have somebody all the way from Kampala. It's in the building. How you doing?
You already know it's your boy Kingsby.
Kingsby, how are you now?
I do. You know the story now.
So first of all,
yes.
We need to tell everybody what the show is all about. But it's nice to see you looking good. Don't you think it looks good?
Man, 100. Drip on check, vibe on check, everything lit.
Nigerian customs, I beg, I see they pass when I airport. Make help me collect the chain, the hand, this thing,
I define themselves. May they give me transport to. May they help me, may they carry me go how they go.
So how's your experience in Nigeria been like? What did you miss the most about Nigeria?
I'm not gonna lie you. Melon soup, Ogisi soup, and banga. Banga soup. Snake. Man, the first day I just the land, and now I feel it.
How long have you been in Kampala for? I want to ask.
7 years.
All right, guys. So let's
in and out.
In and out. Yeah. All right. So let's take you guys through the show. The idea of the show is we put him on the hotspot, okay?
Yeah.
And so we ask him questions on a timer. That's the unique thing. So if we ask him to introduce himself, his name is on the timer. If it's more than the timer, DJ Shagsy, what you do?
Interrupts my way, you know. So let's do it.
And once they interrupt, once they play that talk, there's something for you to drink. Okay. You go and drink stuff, and we've mixed a lot of concoction. You know how we roll. It's very bitter.
Make it high for 8,000.
So we've mixed some things. It's just in that bottle. Don't say the name. It's just in that bottle, but we've mixed stuff. Like we mixed things that and plenty agbo, plenty roots. So are you sure you can play this? You can be on this podcast.
Let's do it. That's one.
The question is, do you have what it takes?
Yeah, I got everything.
Are you sure you have what it takes?
I got everything.
It's going to be hot to...
Hot amala. I dey like hot food, guys.
Okay now. That's what they start. DJ Shagsy, are we ready?
Yeah, absolutely.
Alright, so the first thing we need you to do is introduce yourself, your name, and where you're from. You have 30 seconds. What time starts?
Counting.
What up, my people? It's your boy Kingsby, and I'm from Delta State, Kampala, Uganda, precisely.
You beat the time out. DJ Shaxi.
He beat the time out.
No, something's going on here.
He beat the time out.
I passed time.
You know past time.
No problem. I get DJ Shaxi.
That's it now.
Other people, DJ Shaxi, they didn't.
No.
Something's
I was on time.
30 seconds.
Allow. Let's go.
You're always on time.
Let's go.
Alright, no wahala.
Yeah.
So what's that thing about Naija? You know that every time you come into the country, you say, now my country be this. Who wanna know?
The freedom, you feel at home. You feel alive.
You don't they tick, they feel alive.
Your country now. You have to.
Time they go. 30 seconds counting.
I've answered that already.
It is my nice one. Alright, so how did you start music? How many minutes are we giving for this one?
We could give him. Let's give him still 30 seconds.
Okay, so how did you start music? Was it primary school, secondary school, university? How did that start?
Well, my whole music journey started very crazily when I took a trip to Kampala, and that's how it started. From Baka studio to my studio to all the studios. That's it.
You're rushing. I think we need to reduce the time.
We need to reduce the time. This boy is falling.
He's trying to be smart.
I'm working with you guys.
We did.
Okay, let's go.
Next question.
Okay.
All right, so I want to ask you a question. Tell us 5 people in.
I would say now he's gotten the job. If this question had come before now, I would be able to say that I do not think we need him. But he's there now, so all we need to do is see what best he can do or what best we can do to support him to succeed. Now, going by his previous records, going by all that he's achieved in sports, ordinarily, one wouldn't have said he's the best for the Super Eagles at this time. But here we are. Decision makers have made their decisions. They've taken the decisions. We can only talk, but they already have their way. I think his assessment will start when he starts playing games. He's not had any game with Nigeria, so we can't assess him. But going by his previous records, I don't think he would have been the best for Nigeria at this time. Not against other homegrown indigenous coaches who have had better records within and outside Nigeria. On a scale of 1 to 10, I don't think Shele will fit in at any point. But of course, having him been appointed, all we need to do is give support and see the best that we can get from him being Nigerians. And of course, at all times, irrespective of whatever decisions are taken, we want Nigeria to excel. Because in Nigeria's excellence, we are proud. In Nigeria's excellence, those of us that are in the media and sporting media, to be precise, we can do business. If Nigeria is not winning, the biggest brand for Nigeria is the Super Eagles, sports-wise. So if Nigeria is not winning, if Nigeria is not making waves, then we don't have business to do. So it's in our interest that he succeeds. So to that extent, I would say yes. But looking at his appointment, I think it's just a part of the over-politicization of the sporting industry, power show by the immediate past president of the Football Federation, Melvin Pinnick Amaju. Having failed in his 2 terms, continues to transverse the terrain to show he still has power. And of course, he brought Shele. And of course, the Gusau, the incumbent president of the Football Federation, has to listen to his master. So his master's voice, that's what we're experiencing. If they like, let them bring the Herusadi. You see, there are things about Nigeria and Nigerian sports that should not surprise anybody. Politics are played everywhere, and balancing of acts are played everywhere. Federal character everywhere.
And the federal character thing is just all very pretentious things they do. Yeah, it's not for the interest of Nigeria. Just to show that, okay, we've taken somebody from the south, or we've taken one from the west, or we are now taking from the north. Who will we take in the north? Let's bring Ahmed Musa. He's calm. He'll be able to talk to the players. What is he going to say to the players? He's past his prime a long time ago. So it's all politics and not in the interest of the nation. I can tell you that. But for Chelle going around Europe, yes, he has to. Because everywhere you go, to be the chief coach of the Nigerian national team, senior national team, can be a huge task. Because every day you have Nigerian boys showing up in big leagues, in small clubs, in championship clubs, even around the country. You find players everywhere. Nigeria, I think today, if we are not exporting oil, I think we are exporting footballers to everywhere, even those that are born abroad. I mean, you can imagine this young boy at Arsenal, 17, Ethnan Nwaneri, and there's an Okoli, there's Ndidi. You have both at Leicester City. So everywhere you go, you see Nigerian boys showing stuff. So to be the coach of a Nigerian team at the level of the Super Eagles is a huge task. One would expect that we should have a scouting department. One would expect that we have a department that should take charge of team psychology. We expect that we have the technical department or the directorate for technical at the Football Federation to be well equipped with people that are sound in mind, sound technically, and have capacity to work and deliver. With all of that put together, then they should be able to advise and situate the coach at the point where he can deliver and work well. Well, you see, I said yes because I've been one of those that have always been clamoring that there's need to have a National Sports Commission. Now, having a National Sports Commission that is populated or that is headed by politicians, it's neither here nor there. It may not take us anywhere. We need to separate our sport. Yes, sports you cannot do away with politics at some level. But in terms of the administration, in terms of the management, in terms of the execution, there's need to be able to separate sports and politics. In the days where we held sway in sports, where the National Sports Commission functioned effectively, all of those that occupied the position as Director General, as directors in the then National Sports Commission, were professionals. If you recall from the days of Abraham Odia, Awotro Eleya, and of course Isaac Akioye, that laid the structure and foundation for a proper National Sports Commission just after the All Africa Games, was a thoroughbred professional from the University of Ife. And there are other such professionals all about this country. And you will ask, if we are not able to seek and give these people jobs and give them tasks to deliver, we always will go look for political loyalists to put in positions so that they answer to us. Politics is just, to me these days, it's more like a window for public relations for political parties and individuals that are into politics to express themselves, or maybe also at the same time also reward loyalists. That's what we find. So in terms of the technicalities on administration and management of sports, in its true sense, we're still very far from it. Plenty improvement, I would say. The current managers of the league are doing everything they can to ensure that our league gets back to a competitive level at the continent, gets back to a competitive level at the rate at which we, those of us local people like myself, can appreciate our football and our footballers once again. The question to ask is to say, are we doing enough? The answer will be no. Who are those not doing enough? The media, the sporting media in Nigeria is not doing well enough. Would I say sporting media? Yes. And also the bigger media is not doing well enough. And because we are not doing well enough, that's why our league is still where it is. We would have gone further than this. The other aspect of it is government. Government across the states.
football business is supposed to be good business. Football business is supposed to be run by private individuals and clubs. There's nothing wrong to say that the people of a particular state cannot run a football club in conjunction with other private individuals who will be stakeholders and are interested in the promotion of sport and football in the sense that we're talking about it now. But what we have is that we have state governments owning football teams, and those that are administering the football teams are SA this, SA that have been appointed as a reward, that have been appointed because they are loyal, that have been appointed because they can talk a little bit about foreign leagues. Somebody can talk about the league talk about the La Liga and the EPL, and that qualifies him to be SA in charge of sports in some states of the federation. And these are the bunch of persons or the group of persons who are running our football around the country. So who runs the clubs, the texture of the clubs, what names the clubs are bearing, what history behind the clubs, and those are the things that tells you that the states are not doing enough, the football federation not doing enough. But I think largely the media, check out our sports programs. All you find are talking heads talking about who scored the best goal in the world, who scored the best goal in Europe, who scored the best goal in England, and all that. That's what we find. You hardly will see package shows about the best goals of the Nigerian league over the past weekend, the best goals, the best dribbles, how many passes, proper statistics, because the media is not doing enough. The sporting media, that is journalists, that are practitioners, they are not doing enough because they are not tasking themselves. They just go on the internet, download one or two things, watch and everything. All you know is you take, as a content creator in sports, you need to just take a shot of the goal that the assist that Nwaneri gave, or Merino scored a goal for Arsenal, and you superimpose yourself and you talk over it, and that's content, and you post it, and there are likes and there are followers, and that's it, what we do. But you do not have individuals going to places to take content all around Lagos. That's we look at as we are now. All around Nigeria, sports is going on every day. As a practitioner myself, in those days when I used to be the street reporter, we covered football from everywhere, from Abeson, from Bagada, from Volkswagen, down on Ojo, Abete, anywhere, all of those places, and boys are still playing football. You go to Evans Square, boys are still playing football. Go to Lafiaji, they're still playing football. Go to Alakoro, you still see boxing. So all of these sports are still going on. But where are the journalists that will cover these events and bring them to the fore and package them? The journalists are not ready to do that job. Even those that are ready are not funded. Even those that work are not paid salaries. So everybody is just finding the easy way out, cutting corners and doing their best. Now for our league and our sports to grow, there has to be heavy investment in the media. Because everything you see about the EPL, the La Liga, you take the EPL and analyze it, you see a variety of shows all about the weekend games, the weekend wrap, the best goals, the best flops, the referee angle, even the advertising and marketing. Because when all of this are put in a fray, then people can relate to it. People can leverage on it. Brands can come and give sponsorship. But we are not able to attract sponsorship because there's nothing for the brands to take away. Because if you give brands value, they will attach to it. And it never used to be so. Before 2006, the La Liga was not popular. The EPL was not popular. The Champions League was not popular. What were Nigerians watching? Because the media itself sold out. By investing, Nigerian media organizations came together, put money together, and went to buy rights of the EPL and started broadcasting it on Nigerian television for the consumption of Nigerians, so they can make cheap money from telcos and from the brewing industry. They made more money for themselves. I mean, the media houses, rather than invest in the local league. Then they will tell them, who will watch Nigerian league? I mean, those are the questions they asked at the time. And some of us that that were able to find courage, we found courage and we asked them, why would we be doing this? But of course, we were not many enough for our voices to be heard. And that's why we're here. We are where we are. So it's not far when we lost it. Can we redeem ourselves? Yes, we can. If we want to. But it will take a whole lot of courage. It will take a whole lot of work. It will take a whole lot of commitment. God help us.
According to the former UBA Group Managing Director, Mr. Kennedy Uzoka, he's a man that knows it all. Also, another describe him as an encyclopedia of knowledge. The both are now farther from the truth of a man whose career has spanned over 4 decades, being part of a dozen organizations in both the banking and manufacturing sectors. Serving in different capacities is either a director, board member, or chairman of organizations such as Honeywell Flour Mills PLC, PZ Cussons PLC, Nigerian Breweries PLC, and United Bank for Africa PLC. In the same vein, he also has some link with the British American Tobacco Nigerian Foundation and Nutrisima Limited. He was once the president of the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, where he clamored for the patronization of local content by all well-meaning Nigerians. Also, he served as chairman of the former Universal Trust Bank PLC UTB before the administration of former President Olusegun Obasanjo implemented the recapitalization of banks in Nigeria. Born Kolawole Babalola Jamodu on February 9, 1944 in Odo Ere, Yagba West local government area of the present Kogi State. Kola Jamodu attended St. Paul's Primary School in City College from 1958 to 1961, Harvard Business School, Boston, Massachusetts, United States of America from 1986 to 1987. His mother was Mrs. Fumi Olabinwonu. Not much was known about his father. At an early age, Kolawole showed an uncanny drive for knowledge and learning, which will form a greater part of his adult life. His rise to fame hasn't been without its peculiar episodes of challenges. He started his career with the United African Company of Nigeria, UACN, in 1962. 3 years later, he moved to Lever Brothers Nigeria Limited, now Unilever Nigeria PLC, and in 1965, where he received many years of experience of over 10 years in production, commerce, and finance. He later joined PZ Customs Group in 1975 as a group accountant. Chief Kolawole Jamodu, for many who work closely with him, he is a go-getter both in the business arena and an exemplary leader in achieving the corporate governance with a litany of portfolios in diverse sectors. He is a trailblazer practically in many areas. He was the first Nigerian to be appointed as Group Finance Director at PZ. In 1980, he was appointed Chairman, PZ Nigeria Limited, then a trading subsidiary of the PZ Group, while still holding his position as a PZ Group Financial Director. In 1987, he became the first Nigerian Deputy Group Chief Executive, and in 1990, he became the first Nigerian Group Chief Executive of PZ Cussons. Still in 1990, he was appointed Chairman of PZ Cussons PLC, becoming the first Nigerian to combine the positions of a Chairman and Chief Executive. He, in 1999, after he had served in that capacity for many years, meritoriously retired but remained on the PZ Board of Directors as Chairman in a non-executive capacity. Known for his strategic touch of class, T2, although his first appointment as Executive Chairman of PZ Cussons was interrupted by his appointment as Minister of Industry in 2001, when PZ went through a tumultuous season in 2013, when revenue nosedived and profit hemorrhaged. Kola Jamodu was on every shareholder's lips, underscoring the confidence reposed in his ability to provide effective leadership hitherto wanting for the company at that time. Known for his knack for having the right strategy to grow business in a difficult market. In his capacity as Chairman of Nigerian Breweries PLC, Kola Jamodu led the strategic investment and acquisition that have enabled Nigerian breweries seize key markets from competitors, positioning the company to maintain leading market share, moderate operating costs, and grow wealth for shareholders. In 2014, Nigerian Breweries acquired Consolidated Breweries Limited, with which sales revenue grew by 10% in 2015, even as the total brewed market declined. The company saved cost and defend profit drop in 2015. Jamodu also served as Chairman of Universal Trust Bank PLC, a Director in Ashaka Cement, and a Director in Honeywell Flour Mills PLC, and also he's been a Director of United Bank of Africa since 2007. He is a Fellow of Chartered Institute of Accounting, Nigeria, Fellow of Chartered Institute of Management Accounts, London, and Fellow of Chartered Institute of Secretaries. The name Jamodu trumpets loud and clear in Nigeria's boardroom leadership, owing to his dedicated work and great accomplishments in building businesses. Jamodu has only been a seeker of new challenges, set to brave and break new grounds. Our key takeaways from his tenure as minister highlighted the introduction of various innovative backward integration policies that enabled self-sufficiency in the production of goods like cement and other staples. This move led to increased foreign direct investment, job creations, and a major boost to national economy and GDP. Dr. Jamodu, after a hiatus from the private sector, was appointed to numerous board positions with reputable multinational companies in Nigeria. For a start, he was reappointed Chairman of United Bank for Africa PLC as a non-executive director in 2007. It's worth of note to say that in 2006, Dr. Jamodu was appointed to the board of Nigerian Breweries PLC as a non-executive director and later moved to become chairman in 2008, where he served 17 years meritoriously, spending 15 of those years as board chairman, and on April 30, 2023, retired as chairman of the organization, leaving a legacy of growth, innovation, and continuous success. Under his watch, the Nigerian breweries grew in leaps and bounds, strengthened its brand presence, and continued to drive positive change in the Nigerian brewery sector.
What was achieved during my period was a joint effort, because you can't say a leader if there are no followers. There are committees, and these committees are made of members of mine.
Chief Dr. Kola Jamodu is a recipient of several national honors, including Member of the Order of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, MFR, Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, CFR. Also, he is a recipient of the National Productivity Merit Award, NPMA. Additionally, he is a Chartered Global Management Accountant, CGMA, a Fellow of the Chartered Institute of Management, London, and Fellow of the Institute of Chartered Secretaries and Administrators. He is also a Distinguished Fellow of the Institute of Directors, Nigeria. During his 4-year stint at the helm of affairs in the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, MAN, he served in different capacities like the National Treasurer, Chairman of the Economic Policy Committee, Chairman of the Policy Advocacy Committee, Vice President, and later President from 2010 to 2014. Also, he is the past President of the Harvard Business School Alumni Association of Nigeria, a former President of the Chemical and Non-Metallic Products Employees Foundation, and an honorary member of the Nigerian Industrial Policy and Competitiveness Advisory Council, chaired by the Nigeria's Vice President. He is also served in various capacities such as Member of Council at the Nigerian Employers Consultative Association, NECA, Member of Council at the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry, LCCI, and Distinguished Member of the Board of Fellows of the Nigerian Institute of Management, NIM. He is an active member of Ikoyi Club 1938, Lagos Island Club, Lagos Metropolitan Club, Lagos Motor Boat Club, Moderates Club, and Lagos Dining Club, some of Nigeria's most prestigious social organizations. Not many people, prominent or otherwise, could be suitably described as the tribalized nationalists like Dr. Kola Jamodu, whose great likeness for all and sundry, cultures and tongues, coupled with his numerous contributions to the growth and development of various communities nationwide, earned him several chieftaincy titles such as Ashiwaju of Ere Kingdom in Kogi State, Are Apashewa of Ere Land, also in Kogi State, Babalaja of Lagos, Bobagunwa of Henry Land, Kogi State, Maye Bobajiro of Ibadan Land, Oyo State, Barakoyi of Osogbo Land, Osun State, Mayegun of Ayetoro, Bede, Kogi State, Fiwajoye of Mulipa, Jebu-Ode, Ogun State, Ikemba I of Oba Nsuka, Ari of Eruku Land, Kwara State. Jamodu is nothing short of a legend. Although with limited experience in partisan politics, he stood tall and stepped into the plate when occasion presented itself in Kogi State, when he took leadership of the People's Democratic Party (PDP) as minister, serving in the cabinet of the ex-president Olusegun Obasanjo. In the middle of 2020, Chief Dr. Kola Jamodu served as the pioneer chairman of the Elders Advisory Committee (EAC) of Pan-Okun Relief Response Agenda, which played
Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar. أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن محمدا رسول الله أشهد أن محمدا رسول الله حي على الصلاة حي على الصلاة حي على الفلاح حي على الفلاح الله أكبر الله أكبر لا إله إلا الله
Hello Nigeria, hello Africa. Yeah, this is Sound Man. Keep watching Souq News.
My name is Babalola from Excel LED. Keep watching Souq News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch Souq News TV.
Hi, I'm Tom Bogabowls and please keep watching Souq News.
Wale Seriki, SLG Lagos Island East. Souq News, keep out watching them and keep a lookout for them. They're up and coming, and we're proudly to be affiliated with them.
You alone where they make me go crazy. This your love in the cool of my brain. You're my medicine, I need you all day. Yo, it's Blackface Nigeria and you're watching Souq News TV. Keep it locked on this dial, don't change it. You know what I say? Blackface Nigeria, love no bad.
To start with, let me give some introduction to myself. As you said, I was a former commissioner of finance. I was a commissioner of finance during the Ganduja's administration from June 2015 to October 2018. I was there for 28 months, okay, as a commissioner of finance. And I had been with Bayero University, Kano, before I was appointed commissioner of finance. Still, I'm a professor of accounting in the university, but I double as a commissioner of taxation because at the Prince Abubakar Audu University, Ayumba, Kogi State, there was a chair that had been vested there by the Federal Revenue Service in 2011. And they invited applicant for that chair, and I was the successful person, successful applicant. So I still occupy that chair, even though the chair is not functioning. But I got the privilege of serving as the elected or selected professor of taxation in that university. So I am in the area of taxation. I have done a lot of researches in that. And then I serve as the Federal Commissioner of the Tax Appeal Tribunal. So it was on 15th November that our tenure came to an end, from 2018 to 2024 November. So you can see that I have been involved at various levels on the issue of fiscal policy, tax revenue generation, tax revenue utilization. So this reform that we are talking about was brought about by the president with a view to maybe perfecting the tax system in the country. So he formed a committee to advise him as to how to go about coming up with very good national fiscal policy, not just tax policy, and then how to reform the taxes in the country to make them better so that Nigeria can compete with other economies that are advanced in the area of utilization of taxation as a means of growing up the economy and achieving sustainable development. So this I know, the process and all that have gone into this project of reform. So bills were developed out of the report of that committee appointed by the president under the chairmanship of Mr. Tayo Oyedele. And for the first time in the history of forming a committee in Nigeria, we had a committee that the president has given the power of implementation. So it's not just about recommending something to him. It is about coming up with a report which will be convincing to him, and if he's convinced, he will ask them to be involved in the implementation of the recommendation of the report. So I think that is why the committee just presented the proposed bill to him without taking this bill to the public domain. Because of the trust that he has on the committee, he just sent the bill to the National Assembly for consideration, for passage into law. And in the bill, they even gave deadline as to when the bill to be passed into law. They expected that the National Assembly would deliberate on this committee, on this bill, to the extent that the bill will be passed into law before 1st January 2025. So that by 1st January 2025, the content or the provision in these bills will begin to be implemented by the government. 4 bills were developed and proposed. And then unlike the expectation, the comment you made that people are more concerned about the administrative tax administrative bill. What the bill that is generating the highest controversy is the Nigerian tax bill. That is the bill that has made provision for repealing about 11 taxes that are currently existing, including the VAT itself, including petroleum profit tax, including personal income tax, including companies income tax, and other taxes like capital gain tax, casino tax, etc., etc. And then about 14 laws that are related to taxation, including laws that are designed to exercise control over consumption, over production. They made substantial amendment on them, and then take the amended part of those laws into the Nigerian tax bill, which means that the laws have suffered from, or they have enjoyed consequential amendment. So this bill, which is expected to become an act by 1st January, is now becoming an amalgamation of most of the taxes that Nigeria is using now. Most of the taxes, those that have been repealed, part of the provision in them have been injected into the Nigerian tax bill. Those that have been considered for consequential amendment, they are also captured in the Nigerian tax bill. And then they made a lot of paragraphing, creating part, creating section, etc., etc., to the extent that the content of that bill is about 220 pages. So you have to develop the stamina, you have to be used to reading before you read everything from the beginning to the end. And if you don't do that, you may miss a lot of things. And you may be talking ignorantly about the content of the bill. And unfortunately, that is what is happening in the public domain. You hear people talking ignorantly about the content of the bill. They just listen to news, radio, television. When they hear the comment of somebody, then they will amplify that comment ignorantly without reading the bill and understanding the content of the bill. So that is the one that is enjoying the greatest controversy. Of course, others too are enjoying some controversy. The Nigerian Tax Administration Bill, because it is in that bill that the new sharing formula for VAT was stated. VAT have been extensively explained or described in the Nigerian tax bill, but how to share the proceeds of VAT have not been captured there. That provision could only be seen when you go to Nigerian Tax Administration Bill, which is the bill that has been designed to show how the tax authorities in the country at the federal level, state level, and local government should be relating with one another so as to avoid conflict, so as to avoid a situation whereby all of them may go to a taxpayer with different dimension of claim. The bill was designed to achieve this main objective, to resolve the conflict that has been happening between tax authorities or even revenue generating agencies. Because when you talk about the revenue, we shouldn't be talking just about the tax revenue. You have revenue that custom is collecting. That bill, second bill, is saying that custom should no longer be involved in collecting revenue. It is the Nigerian Revenue Service that should be collecting. Custom, let them take care of their responsibility of checking item coming in, item going out, which is another area of clash. These custom people, they are used to collecting money. Okay, and they are used to, many of them, a lot of allegations are there as to how they are collecting this money, how they are not remitting the correct amount. So now, collection of custom duty will no longer be the responsibility of custom official, custom service. It's the Nigerian Revenue Service that should be collecting. The same thing with all other agencies of government that are considered as revenue centers. So that bill has made adequate provision to show that they know the moment this bill was passed into law, they don't have any power to collect revenue. It is the Nigerian Revenue Service that should collect. Let them deal with their own responsibilities of stabilizing the economy, ensuring control over consumption, over production, over whatever. But then collection of revenue is not their own. And then between the State Internal Revenue Service and the Nigerian Revenue Service, there should be harmony. If there are revenues sources that are difficult for the State Revenue Service to utilize in generating revenue, they can bring in, they can collaborate, or they can reach agreement with the Nigerian Revenue Service to do the collection and then share the amount collected as per the agreement, or take cost of collection as per the agreement and then give the State Internal Revenue Service or even local government revenue committee what they deserve. So the expectation of the Nigerian Revenue Nigerian Tax Administration Bill is to bring about harmony and understanding. So how that could be brought about is a question to be answered, because of the nature of Nigerian, the nature of official, and the way the people put their eyes on money. They want to be the one collecting money or keeping money or doing something with money. And now you are saying that all those that are used to that, they have to they will be suspended from doing that, or they will be barred from doing that. It is only that agency, the Nigeria Revenue Service, that will be doing it. So there are some issues there that are calling for a question, okay, understanding among the agencies involved or the tier of government involved, and then of course patriotism to ensure that whatever we do as revenue collectors, as treasury managers, as revenue utilizers for the execution of various projects, we demonstrate ethics, we demonstrate honesty and integrity. The revenue agency itself, before now, the revenue agency is behaving as if it is for the federal government. And this bill that has been sent to the National Assembly is encouraging the Nigerian Revenue Service, which will now replace the Federal Revenue Service and the law that established it. It's encouraging it to consider itself as a federation agency, not federal government agency. It is to be serving the interests of the federation. And so the concern of the state should be addressed by that agency. The concern of local government should also be addressed. It should be an agency that should be mentoring local government revenue agencies or tax authorities and state government revenue authorities or tax authority, so that they carry themselves together as a team, then ensuring that we have very good tax system in the country, that we have adequate revenue generation on taxation, which should be put to use for executing various projects that will bring about sustainable development in the country. So when you look at all the provision made in the Nigeria Revenue Service Bill, they are talking about the need for harmonious working relationship. They're talking about the federal Nigeria Revenue Service to serve as the model to state revenue service and local government revenue committee, so that they have very good understanding in implementing the provision in the Nigerian tax bill and the Nigerian tax administration bill. So all the provisions are like that. And then provision have been made adequately as to the position of the executive chairman of the state internal revenue service, the need for governing board, which will have that chairman as the chairman, the need to have a technical committee at the state level, and who are to be members of that committee, the whole representation to be drawn from various MDAs and other agencies of government and federal government into the committee, and many other issues. And even at the local government level, there is a need for revenue, local government revenue committee, which should be chaired by the councillor in charge of revenue or finance at the local government level, and who the members are and their function. So when you look at all the provision there shouldn't be any controversy. Even if there will be controversy, it should be less, and it should be something that could be resolved. For example, personally, I will not support a situation whereby the chairman of the State Internal Revenue Service should also be the chairman of the board. This is against corporate governance system. And then the same person will be the chairman of the technical committee. The same person will be the chairman of the revenue joint committee, where all the representatives for local government will be members and other agencies. So it will be as if the chairman of the Internal Revenue Service at the state level will become the alpha and omega on all revenue issues in the state. And that person may even be seeing himself to be more powerful than Commissioner of Finance. When I was Commissioner of Finance, I was serving as the supervisory person on all the activity in the Internal Revenue Service. The chairman of Internal Revenue Service should be reporting to me, should be taking orders to me. He shouldn't be going directly to the governor. But the provision is showing that the chairman of Internal Revenue Service is equal to the commissioner. And in fact, they were even saying that governor is just to nominate him and has to go to the House of Assembly for clearance. Just as commissioner will go to House of Assembly for clearance. And there is no provision to show that this person should be answerable to the Commissioner of Finance. So something like this, I think many people may not see it. But with my own experience as a Commissioner of Finance, who have been intimately related to the Minister of Finance that time, I know the problem many states were facing as they empower the chairman of the Internal Revenue Service, they empower too much the Accountant General against the Commissioner of Finance, who should be the supervisor to all these agencies of government. So issues like this are there, and appropriate action need to be taken by the National Assembly in correcting the lapses in the bill. Then the last one, which is about institutionalizing revenue board. Okay, a revenue board. Before we have joint revenue board. Before we have joint tax board. So now that joint tax board is an appendix of the personal income tax. It's just under personal income tax. So now the drafters of the bill, they will want joint revenue board to be on its own. Have a law supporting it, so that at the federal level, where we have the chairman of the Federal Revenue Service, he will now serve as the chairman of the Joint Revenue Board. Then all the chairmen of the Internal Revenue Service at the state level will be members. Ministry of Finance will have a representative. Ministry of Budget and Planning will have a representative, and you have some other agencies of federal government that may send representative into that board. So that board will be taking decision on monthly basis on where improvement should be made, how to solve problem between one tier of government and another, and many other things, which will be very, very beneficial to the president or the Federal Executive Council, and then beneficial to governors and the various state executive council on fiscal policy and on utilization of taxation to generate revenue, and on utilization of the revenue being generated by these agencies. Because many people are having the feeling that the agency, they collect this money and they spend the money. But in real sense, they only collect, but they remit to the government, into the treasury of government. So while they collect, they have the responsibility of collection, they don't have the power to spend a kobo from the amount generated. It is the government that takes care of that. So the Joint Revenue Board has been given a lot of responsibilities in that bill. So when it becomes act, become a law of itself, so the Joint Revenue Board will now be more powerful than what we know before as Joint Tax Board. So this is just the summary of the bill that have been sent to the National Assembly for passage into law. Yeah, my thought is that we need reform in our tax system. As a student of taxation, I have the belief that no economy can make any progress if it doesn't have a good tax system. Most of the economies of the world, or I can say all of them, all the developed economies of the world, they are tax-based economies. And most of the natural resource-based economies, they are among the backward economies in the world. Look at it. All the members of OPEC, none of them is part of the G20. They have the revenue, they have the oil, they are producing it in great quantity, but they are still being considered as developing economies. Well, when you look at UK, Germany, France, US, other countries like that, they don't claim to be having enough revenue, enough oil to refine for their use and then to export the excess for sale. They don't claim for that, and that's why they don't belong to the OPEC, Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries. They base their economy on taxation, but then they have very good tax system, which is just attracting minimal complaint. And the moment they hear some complaint from either the taxpayers or the tax administrators, they take appropriate action immediately, so that at the end, nobody will complain. And because of the reliance on taxation, the citizen of that countries, both natural and artificial person, companies and individual, the citizen of the country, as they pay tax, they have the right to demand accountability. They have the right to demand prudence. They have the right to demand transparency. And for that, those imposition of austerity, they are always in fear that whatever, if they steal a kobo, people will shout, "This is our money. We contributed this money for execution of progress that will amount to a project that will amount to sustainable development, not for the money to be stolen." So this person that is stealing money, appropriate legal action should be taken against him. Sometimes you hear some leaders being hung. Sometimes you hear some leaders being shot, the firing squad, because of the misuse of public money. So members of the public that are contributing this money in the form of taxation, they complain, and then they insist on appropriate action to be taken. So before you come out and claim that you want people to vote for you to go to the parliament or to be the governor or the president or whatever, you will have it in your mind that when you go there, you touch public money, that may be the end of your life, because that the contributors of that money will be, their eyes and attention will be on the money, and the moment you misuse it, they will take appropriate action against you. Your image will be tarnished. You may even lose your life. So those economies that are considered as developed, they rely substantially or totally on taxation for their development. And then those economies that are reliant on natural resources, oil, cocoa, solid mineral, whatever, as they use the money from this to execute projects, the members of the citizens of that country, both natural and artificial, they don't care if they see them stealing the money and abusing the money, because it's not their money. It's not their own contribution to the economy. Number one, the prohibition on VAT, what you said earlier, has attracted a lot of attention from leaders in the northern part of the country, but could be addressed in two ways. Okay, the first way affect everybody, and then the second way is what the leaders in the north are complaining about. The first way is on the increase in the VAT rate. Increase in the VAT rate. We have never had a situation whereby progressive increase will be brought to VAT rate in any country in the world. From my region, I have never experienced it. But this is being brought about in Nigeria through these laws. They said VAT rate now, which is 7.5%, as per the Content of Finance Act 2020, will be increased to 10% from January 2025. Just about a month away. If the bills are passing to law, VAT will be increased to 10% of all VATable goods and services. And then just 1 year after, 2026, it will be increased to 12.5%. Then you have a small raise for 3 years. By 2030, the rate will be increased to 15%. So you can see the progression in the increase in VAT. And the moment you increase VAT rate, inflation will come up very powerfully, especially as you are increasing from 20 to 2025, 2026, you are increasing 2.5%. So the goods and services throughout the country, you see their prices going up. And there is no separate market for battable goods and services and non-battable goods and services. No separate market. Don't just feel that when you increase VAT rate, the increase in price will be on battable goods only. All other goods and services, their prices will go up. And how do you survive that? Nigerians now are complaining about fuel subsidy removal, electricity subsidy removal, and many people have become unemployed. Many people have become disabled. Nobody, no any earner of salary can claim to be saving anything for investment. People are borrowing money to top up to the income that they have for survival. And those that have no work, they are complaining. We just finished induction for ICANN. About 3 inductees met me that if I have any chance for them to get employment, you are qualified as a chartered accountant and you are looking for a job. So what about the secondary school leavers, diploma holders, and other people that have not even attended school? So unemployment is on the high side. And increase in inflation is a killer to businesses, because when you don't have people buying, you have to stop production. You have to stop providing services. And when you stop production, you sack your employees. And then you have more people going into the employment market and labor market. So increase in the VAT rate is a very big killer to an economy. And this is a problem that affects all the states in Nigeria. And our president himself in 2020, I could remember, when they are trying to increase VAT rate from 5% to 7.5%, he came up and warned the government that this increase in VAT rate will be harmful to the economy because of the inflation that it will ignite. That was during his, I think, 68 or 69 birthday lecture. When he was to comment, he talked harshly against the increase in VAT rate. And now the same government is accepting the bill to go to the National Assembly for increase in VAT rate on a continuous basis. So I see this as a very big mistake. The timing is very wrong. And then the policy, the idea of progressively increasing VAT rate, especially as Nigerians are complaining about the subsidy, fuel subsidy removal, electricity subsidy removal. So this is one thing that need to be looked into. And as we are interested in generating more revenue through taxes, particularly consumption tax, we have to be very careful about the consequences of the increase. And this is for the whole country. So that is one part. The second part is about the sharing of the amount that will be generated. Yes, right now, when VAT is generated internally, and of course the one for custom, they put it together and share it using vertical formula and horizontal formula. Vertical formula between federal government, state government, and local government. So federal government takes 15%, state government 50%, local government 35%. That's how they share it vertically. And then for local government and state, since they are not at the same level in terms of population, in terms of level of economic development, in terms of weight for industrial development, so they have to use the separate formula. And they agreed that 50% of whatever belongs to state government should be shared equally. 30% should be shared on the basis of population. And then 20% should be shared on the basis of derivation. And that derivation, in the simple language, is about the contribution of every state to the VAT that has been generated. And at the local government level, they are to consider the contribution of each local government to the VAT that has been generated. Okay? So at the state level, when you say contribution of every state, on the bar that have been generated. Consumption is much more in some state than in some other state. But then the formula, the derivation, the term derivation, this date, that is being applied now, is giving priority to state where the head offices of companies providing services and goods are located. You do consumption in Adamawa on services, maybe recharge card and other communication or telecommunication services, or bank services, or insurance services, or whatever. So since you are just dealing with the branches there, the head office of the bank producing these services is in Lagos or in Rivers or wherever. So it will be deemed as if you do the consumption there. And so the credit will go to Lagos or Rivers or wherever, where the headquarters of it is located. Not where you do the consumption. So at the end of the day, you see that states like Lagos, its own contribution may be 50% or 60% or more every month. The state like Rivers, its contribution may be about 15% or 20%. Abuja may be about 10% or 50%. And then the heavy consumers, the northern state, like Kano, which is a commercial center, its own contribution may be 1% or 2%, because it doesn't have the head offices of the companies providing these goods and services that are being consumed there. So at the end of the day, you see that 20%, if it is 6 billion, for example, if it is 6 billion, for example, so 60% of that 6 billion will be about 3.6 billion. That will go to Lagos. And then 10% of that 60% may be about 600 million. It may go to this. And then you, that are the consumers, you may get 1% of that. So you can see that particular 20% is the crux of the matter. That is the basis of the controversy. So now that this bill has been submitted to the National Assembly, then these people saw that this derivation has been increased to 60%. 60% instead of 20%. Now, not previously, right now, 20%.
Not right now, 20%.
And it has been jacked up.
It has been jacked up.
And the deflation has been jacked up. And then in the law, derivation has not been defined. But then people have to go by what is happening now. As they go against it, since now derivation is about contribution of state that are producing these goods and services being consumed. So they have the right to just say that, so now instead of 20%, it will now be 60%. And then you hear the government functionaries, including members of the committee, saying that no, that's not what they mean. They mean area of consumption. This 60% derivation is about consumption area, not location of the headquarters of company that produce the good or services. You should have defined that in the law. When you say the issue of derivation has been increased to 60%, but what we mean by derivation is this and that. So that controversy will have been avoided. Or you go under the interpretation section. And so as you are interpreting this, and then you say derivation. By derivation, we mean this and that. That has not been done in both the Nigerian Tax Act and the Nigerian Tax Administration Act. So you can sympathize with the people complaining. And then if it goes like that, if they don't correct it at the National Assembly before passing into law, the moment it is passed into law, they will go back to this issue. The suspicion that they will just go back to a pleasing state where the headquarters of the companies are located, because there is no definition that says that it is about consumption. So everything needs to be documented. Yeah, in a society that is well informed, you should always talk on the basis of evidence. And evidence in accounting, we said you prioritize when you are to prioritize between two evidence, verbal and written. Written is more important than verbal evidence. Okay, and that is why in court, even if you say you give verbal evidence, they want to write it down and read it for you. Then you sign or you put your thumbprint that yes, this is your comment. Because written evidence will continue to remain. Verbal evidence could be denied in a later date. So these are two issues, all based on that. And then you can appreciate why people are talking too much on this matter, to the extent that they don't even care to notice other lapses that in the act. But they, as student of taxation, I have to read and try to pinpoint lapses that need to be corrected so that we have a perfect reform on taxation or on revenue generation in our dear country. So you see, I saw provision on development levy. That there will be development levy, and that development levy will be 4% of accessible profit of companies whose turnover is more than 50 million per annum. So their accessible profit 4% will be charged as development levy from 2025 to 2026. From 2027 to 2029, development levy will be reduced to 3%. From 2030 and up thereafter, development levy will go down to 2%. So that development levy will be the reason for wiping out other development levies that is used by some government agencies that are providing vital services for this country. You have TED Fund, Tertiary Education Trust Fund. Now they are relying on 3% of accessible profit of companies for all the projects that they are executing across the country. TED Fund, as I hope you know it very well. So it's the one that is most of the infrastructure development in federal university, federal polytechnic, federal college education have been executed by TED Fund. They sponsor lecturers of various institutions to go for further study, to attend conferences, and they have what they call National Research Fund. They take care of all the researches that are being conducted by all these tertiary education institutions using that money. So TED Fund will now get some share from this new development levy. And then you have NIDA, Nigerian Information Technology Development Agency, which is given the mandate of making Nigeria to become an ICT economy. And that agency is relying on 1%. 1% of the profit before tax of GSM companies, banks, insurance companies, etc. These are companies that are pushing for ICT technology development. So the agency is the one to be monitoring the activities, and they want to be funding ICT development in various institutions and taking many other measures which should take Nigeria to ICT economic level. You have NASENI, Nigerian Agency for Science and Engineering Infrastructure. So that is an agency that has been given the mandate to make Nigeria become science and technology economy, to promote local manufacture of cars, local manufacture of motorcycle, and many other things that will show that we have grown up as an economy that can compete with all these developed economies. So that agency is also relying on a particular share, I cannot remember, from what internal, I think Federal Revenue Service is collecting. And now the government has introduced NEL Fund. So NEL Fund is collecting 1% of the total taxes, levies, etc. that are passing through the Federal Revenue Service. So these are 4 agencies of government that are reliant on levies, charges, etc., for them to take care of the mandate given to them. So this development levy is designed to ensure that 3 of them are phased out systematically. Only NEL fund, which is for giving loan to students, will survive. By 2030, that 2% that we are talking about, from 4% to 3% to 2%, the whole of that 2% will be for the NEL fund. While all these have been put aside, it's up to the government to decide whether to disband them or to put them into the mainstream budgeting system. So in 2025 to 2026, TED fund will get 50% of that 4%. And NEL fund will get 25%. NIDA will get 20%, and SEMI will get 2%. So by the end of 2026, NASENI, NIDA will no longer get anything from that development levy. So they will be on their own. It's up to the government to decide whether to pay them out or to continue to fund them through the budgeting system. And then by the end of 2029, TED fund will not be getting anything. But from that 27 to 29, they said TED fund will be getting 66 and 2 over 3%. And NELDA will get 33 and 1 over 3%. That is what will happen for 2028 and 2029. By the end of 2029, forget about TED fund. It is only NEL fund that will be getting that 2% development levy that will be charged. So you can see that by 2029, all these 3 agencies that have clear mandate for moving the Nigerian economy forward, they may either be passed out or they may be taken back into the mainstream federal government budget. And agencies that are used to being independent, are going to working on target, how can they survive under the mainstream government budget? So the other implication is that as you have only NEL fund, even before transferring everything to NEL fund is there to give loan to students. All this money that will be coming to you just for giving loan to students. So this shows that a Nigerian student will mainly become debtors. And when they become debtors, will they have the mouth to complain about the government being a debtor nation? Nigeria as a whole becoming a debtor nation. Every day loan is increasing. So students too will now become debtors. Secondly, the federal institution, all these federal universities, they are not charging tuition fee up to now. They only charge registration fee. University of Lagos, University of Ibadan, Bayero University, Kano, ABU, all these federal universities, and many of the state universities, they don't charge tuition fee, just to encourage children of the poor to attend university or polytechnic or colleges of education. So as TED fund is put in place, nobody can claim that he or she cannot pay tuition fee. And then no university or polytechnic should be going to government asking for money. In fact, government may even give them target of the amount that they should be remitting to the government. Because you are charging tuition fee, you are charging registration fee, you are having enough money to take care of yourself. And then we want you to remit something to us because we own the federal university college education polytechnic. So at the end of the day, you see that students will become debtors, students and their parents who insist on making sure that their children attend universities or polytechnic or college of education. And then the universities will no longer be complaining about insufficiency of funds. Because private universities are not complaining of it. They have their founders who are funding them and they are charging fees. Some are even charging 2.something million per semester in Nigeria here. Some are charging 2 million, some are charging 1.5 million per semester, and some per session. And so they have a lot of money to execute various projects, to pay high salary to their staff. And then the private universities, they are complaining that no money. When you go, they say no money. Even for execution of project, they either TED fund to do it for you, or you go cap in hand as for support from individual and organization to execute project for you. But now that you are allowed to charge fees, and the student, if they don't have money to pay, or their parents don't have money to pay, to go to NELPO to collect loan for the payment of the tuition fee and the registration fee, and even for living costs. And they made it very clear that when you borrow such kind of money, you will start making repayment 2 years after graduation, and even 2 years after graduation until you get a job to do. And then from the job that you are doing, you'll be paying 10% annually up to when you finish paying the loan. How will that be feasible in Nigeria? How would that be feasible? So this provision too is a matter of concern. Yes, for people that will look about what will happen in the future. Look at the implication of the policies contained in that bill. Okay? So I am of the opinion that to correct these lapses, they should just stop at the first formula. When you collect 4%, you increase the rate to 3%, as again to 4%, as again 3% for third point, in order to accommodate other agencies, and you stop charging the other rate. And then, so the first year they said 50% will go to third point, which is like reducing what third point is getting from 3% to 2%. I hope you understand. When I say 50% of 4, that is 2. Before third point is getting 3% of the accessible profit. So we can manage with the decrease from 3% to 2%. And then null fund, which is the baby of the government, will give you 20%. Okay? Then NISDA, which is having very clear mandate of making the Nigerian economy an ICT economy, 20%. Then NASENI, 5%. Saying we don't care much about the technological development that may come to manufacturing cars, motorcycle, etc. We give them 5%. And then allow them to look for means of further funding themselves. So you stop at that, but not to scrap any of these agencies. So that's my own advice. Okay? So that is another important area that need to be addressed in this bill before they are passed into law. In taxation, as I said, we encourage payment of what you can afford. A situation whereby, this is my own personal opinion, yes, and people may feel that I am in support of taxing the poor. No, I'm not talking about the poor. Anybody that doesn't have income, that doesn't have profit, that doesn't have gain, it should not be considered for taxation. But if you are making some gain, you are making some income, no matter how small, and you are paying something, no matter how small, out of what you are gaining, that will make you to have greater moral right to challenge government. But if you are put outside the tax net, you are not contributing anything, you don't have much moral right to come and challenge the government for inefficiency, for poor accountability, for poor transparency. When I was Commissioner of Finance, I had called to be organizing some town hall meetings with small, medium, micro, small, and medium enterprises across the market that we had in Kano. I will invite their leaders and inform and address them. You see, we are introducing presumptive tax. We are doing that with a view to ensuring that you own the government. You own the government. This government belongs to every one of us. But then those that are contributing money into running the affairs of the government, into executing various projects for the state, they have greater stake than those that are not contributing anything. And no matter how small your contribution is, you have the right to claim ownership of government. So many of them were encouraged. So I said, okay, you are in this business, you are at this level. How much can you afford to pay as your presumptive tax? So we say they themselves, yeah, they will accept, yeah. Yeah, so there was a time that we had meeting with some of them. I was saying that you are too small, or maybe every month you should be contributing 100 naira. Some say no, if that group of people can contribute 150, we can contribute 200 naira every month. Through engagement, interaction with the micro, small and medium enterprise, you can arrive at something that they will be contributing in the form of presumptive tax. And that payment will make them to have the pride of becoming taxpayers. And they will be having their eyes on how government is spending the money. But the situation whereby you come openly and say that you are pushing away about 90% of the people out of the tax net. So you are only relying on 10% of people for the payment of tax. So you are saying that you are now taking the whole of the government to 10% of people, or probably 1% of people. My worry is about that threshold. The fact that you have threshold does not mean that somebody that is not at that threshold, who is making money, cannot contribute with a view to owning the government. I hope you understand. My concern is about ownership. Taxation is a way of owning the government. So if I pay tax, like now I pay tax, I know every month they deduct something out of my salary as a lecturer in the university. I will look at my pay slip and see the contribution that I have made. So if I need tax clearance certificate, I can go there and collect it, whatever reason. But you that are not paying anything, what tax clearance will you ask for? Okay? And then if something bad is happening in government, you see them stealing money, do you have any right to complain? Is it their money? What have you contributed there? So a situation whereby we want people to be economically empowered to own government. And then we are now having a reform that is saying that that is even proud to say that about 90% are made not taxable, even presumptive tax. So in other words, I am of the view that as we claim for transactional tax to be paid by the rich and luxury asset to be taxed as that are at the lower level, they should also be paying some presumptive tax, even if it is 10 naira per month or 20 naira per month, so that as those rich people claim that the government belongs to them, this one too will say, yes, the government belongs to us. So provision like this is not there in the act. All they are just claiming is that they have pushed people away from the tax net. And pushing them away from the tax net, just pushing them away from ownership. So you are just surrendering the whole of the government to very few people who will now be teleguiding those in the position of authority. And you will just be asking for help all the time. Where you can also claim ownership with pride, or no matter the amount that you are contributing to government. The other aspect of it is this absence of adequate provision in the Act on property tax. Property tax, yes, property tax. Like I was talking about luxury asset. Those with luxury asset, they need to be taxed on the value of this luxury asset so that we generate more revenue. Those that are doing the transaction of high volume of money, they need to be taxed for this transaction. That's what we call transactional tax. So you can see that as we are talking of relieving the poor or income earners from tax, from this tax rate, we are not talking much about taxing the rich in the bill. It is not clear as to how properties of the rich people in this country who are very small. Someone was even telling me that in Nigeria, where you say 99% of the wealth of the country is in the hand of 1% of the people in the country. That 99% of the people of this country, they own only about 10% of the wealth of the country. What a gap! If this is true, we have not done any study empirically to ascertain this figure. But you can see some sign of it, and you need taxation to bridge the gap. And then as you are arguing for the bridging of the gap, you now have a reform that is throwing away 90% of the people from the tax net, and then the people drafting the bill are even proud to say it. So I have reservation on this. If I found my way, I will agitate for appropriate correction to be done. And that does not mean that I'm agitating for the taxing of the poor. I'm talking about those that can afford. They are not for the personal income tax rate, but then they pay presumptive tax with a view to owning the government, with a view to ensuring that the government is not allocated to only the very few rich. And then these few rich, in the other way around, there are no adequate provision, there are no clear provision to see how their wealth will be taxed. No. If you look at all the statements that I've been making, there's nowhere that I mentioned that the North is having this agitation. I'm just talking to you about areas of concern in the law. Areas of concern. I think I only made reference to the North when it comes to this issue of sharing of VAT, that the governors and traditional rulers in the North, they are forced to raise alarm, and they raise alarm on this matter only. But all the other matters that I mentioned, they have not said anything. Maybe they have not seen them. They don't have this perspective that I have. Okay, so I am a Nigerian first before becoming a Northerner. So I talk as a Nigerian. My concern is about the Nigerian people, and the Northern people are also part of Nigeria. Yeah, you see their position, or the worry they express is just about the injustice they suspect from the issue of VAT collection and sharing. And even that provision has been made perfectly, I doubt very much if they will complain. And then secondly, they may be having the suspicion that the drafters of the bill were just reading the mind of the president. A president who was a governor in Lagos State, who developed, people are just having the feeling that he was the one that developed the Lagos agenda, which is about making the Lagos State to have a special status in Nigeria. And special status is just about maybe putting it into a position higher than other governors, but not up to the level of the federal government. And then when you are targeting that special status position, then a lot of things could be designed that will be favoring Lagos. So those that are attaching the bill, one, they are doing that in view of the formula they discovered, which may not be, which will not augur well for them on the VAT allocation. And then secondly, they may be having the feeling that this law was just designed to favor Lagos State in the course of its own effort to become a state that has special status. Okay? It says so that will make it to be seen as if it is a country of its own, even though it's not up to the level of country, but it is higher than all other states in the country. Probably this may be the reason why they are agitating. The one that you can see clearly is on this issue of VAT, and then they have other suspicion. So that is another worry that I have. The issue of trust. Trust, what some experts call trust deficit. Yes, will be promoted greatly by these bills if corrective measures are not taken. All these issues that I mentioned, I did that honestly as a Nigerian. By all standards, I should be accepted as a Nigerian. Even by virtue of my past, people should accept me as a Nigerian. I don't have any reason to be sentimental against any part of this country. I don't have any reason to be favorable to one region against another. I don't have any reason for that, but even by virtue of my birth and my own level of experience, okay? And of course by my age, somebody that is around 60, So that person should only be thinking about what you meet when you die, when you reach your God. Okay, so I think to be fair to them, we can say that their worry is mainly about that issue, and then all other issues are suspicion.
Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar.
Ramadan is a holy month of fasting, worship, and community in Islam. Observed in the 9th month of the Islamic lunar calendar, Muslims fast from dawn to sunset, subjecting themselves to spiritual exercise.
Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar.
The ultimate purpose of Ramadan is for Muslims to worship Allah and seek ways to draw closer to Him. It is a period of spiritual cleansing and supplications as Muslims gather to share in communal activities such as sharing in iftar meals with family and friends, organizing community iftar gatherings, volunteering at food banks to distribute meals to the less fortunate, attending special Ramadan lectures and prayers at mosques, participating in charity drives, and collectively reciting the Quran together.
According to the Quran chapter 2, verse 183, Allah says, Ya ayyuhalladhina amanu kutiba alaykumus siyam kama kutiba ala alladhina min qablikum la'allakum tattaqun. Allah says, O you believers, the fasting in the month of Ramadan has been prescribed upon you as it was prescribed for those before you. I mean, we're talking about the Jews and the Christians. They were also enjoined to have their own fasting according to the will of God Almighty. But we're talking about the month of Ramadan. It's the 9th month of the Islamic lunar calendar. The 9th month where it comes after Shaban. We're talking about 29 or 30 of Shaban before the commencement of Ramadan. So when Ramadan comes, what are the things that is required of a Muslim? The prescription or the decree or the ordain of the fasting in the month of Ramadan has been upon you as it was to those before you. Allah says, what are the reasons for us to fast in the month of Ramadan? That is the key word here. Allah says, لَعَلَّكُمْ تَتَّقُونَ, so that you may rise up, you may be more godly, you may be more of piety, you may be more of God consciousness.
Ramadan, being one of the 5 pillars of Islam, along with prayer, almsgiving, pilgrimage, and the profession of faith, is a time to cultivate self-control, gratitude, and compassion. Ramadan is a special time to be charitable and kind. Muslims are encouraged to increase charitable acts, including donating food, clothing, and money to those in need.
The month of Ramadan means that during the Ramadan, you should be doing good, closer to Allah, and you should complete your fasting.
When you are in Ramadan, you're supposed to pray 5 times in a day, and you're supposed to care, you're supposed to do good. When you see person suffer, and you're supposed to help each other, and it's not only Ramadan time. Anytime you have something to support somebody, you can do it.
God Himself talked about Ramadan in the Quran. Apart from other months, there are 4 sacred months in Islam. Ramadan is one of them. And during Ramadan, what you are enjoying to do, it brings you closer, more closer to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, because that month is a special month. For any good deeds that you do in this sacred month, in this sacred month of Ramadan, the reward is numerous. In other months, you can do salat, you get 1 reward. But in Ramadan, starting from 10 rewards, up like that, because Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala tell us in the Quran that whoever fast and do good deeds in Ramadan, he is the one that will reward the person, and the number of reward is not quantifiable. So in Ramadan, what you are going to do is normally wake up at dawn, eat your sahur, that is the early morning food. Then after that you observe your salat, no drinking, nothing, not even you should not do anything with your wife during the period of Ramadan. That's the afternoon. At night, God said He is a merciful God. You can still go in to your wife, but immediately it is done, that one stops till the evening when you break your fast. So during fasting, you see, what you need to do mostly, reading the Quran. You have my tasbih with me, doing askar, but the most fervent of what you can do in the Ramadan is the reading of the Quran.
Ramadan traditionally begins and ends based on the sighting of the new moon. However, a good number of Muslims use astronomical calculations to determine the dates, after which special lectures and discussions on Islamic teachings and spirituality are held in the mosques. At the end of Ramadan, all adherents of Islam gather to celebrate Eid al-Fitr with joy and gratitude to Almighty Allah for the successful completion of the spiritual activities embedded in the holy month of Ramadan.
Well, thank you very much indeed. My name is Stephen Kola Balogun. I happen to be a lawyer, and so I call myself a pseudo-politician, not quite a politician, but I've served in government before, and I'm delighted to be here. Well, thank you very much. Well, yes, is it my family or the wider family? I mean, like I said, I'm the son of Chief Dr. Kolawole Balogun of blessed memory. Like I said, he was a former politician, a frontline politician. He was the General Secretary of the National Council of Nigeria and the Cameroons, later National Council of Nigerian Citizens. He was the General Secretary of that party for about 8 years. From there, he was appointed by Souq to become a federal minister. He was initially a federal minister without portfolio. Consequently, after that, he became acting minister for labor, social services, and then he became Nigeria's first federal minister for information in 1956. He held that portfolio to 1958. Thereafter, he resigned from government. He had disagreement with the party. And Tafawa Balewa felt that he was a useful politician that could be sent to Ghana. And he went to Ghana to find out what was Ghana was a bit ahead of us in terms of politics at the time. I think it's fair to say they got independence just before us. And Tafawa Balewa wanted someone to understudy to find out what we're doing. So he sent Kola Balogun there. Initially, he was commissioner. And later, when we gained independence in 1960, he became High Commissioner. Shortly after that, when we became independent, he yearned to come home. He wanted to take part in the new political atmosphere at the time. He asked the Prime Minister to relieve him, to let him come back, and he did come back home. And immediately he took up the position of being chairman of the National Shipping Line. That was the position he held on to until the military struck in 1966. But even then, when the military did strike in 1966, he still continued. I think General Debayo of blessed memory invited him to join his cabinet, and he served as a commissioner for about 3 years or more. I think he was commissioner for health and was commissioner for education. Later, he also became chairman of the sketch group of companies as well, and that was about it. I think after he stayed in government, he decided to go and do a PhD at the University of Ibadan, and then he went back into private legal practice, and then he started this agitation for the creation of Osun State. He and a few others set up the movement. He was the chairman of the movement, and then to the glory of God in 1991, Osun State was created, and that's it.
That was about mommy.
Well, yes, my mother. Well, in those days, the women were not so much in the forefront, But my mother has been my bedrock. She stood by me, and she has backed me in most of the things I've set out to do, And she's still alive. She's 89 this year, and she's still doing well, and she's still
and your wife and
strong.
the kids?
Yes, my children. Yes, I have 3 girls, 3 daughters. My oldest is 31. She studied at King's College London. She did reasonably well. She got a 7th class offer. Proud of her. She's an art curator today. And I have twin girls as well who are also in university now, that they haven't graduated yet. One of them is in Oxford University. She's studying history and politics, and the other is in Cambridge University. She's studying human, social, and political sciences. So, yeah. I did. My father, Chief Kolawole Balogun of blessed memory. Yes, he was in the first cabinet in the First Republic, the first ever cabinet Nigeria had, and he served as the Federal Minister of Information and Research. As a matter of fact, he happened to be Nigeria's first information minister. Later, T.S. Benson, of course, became the independent Nigeria's first information minister, but independent Nigeria. But Nigeria's first ever information minister happened to be Chief Kolawole Balogun of blessed memory. No, I didn't. I took an opposite route from my father. My father went into politics straight immediately after he finished his education, and then he now ventured into law a little bit later. I decided to look at things differently. I thought that after academics I should practice law a bit, and that's what I've been doing. But at some point, I think that was in about 2011, I was called upon to serve in the Osun State government as a commissioner, and I took up that opportunity, and I enjoyed myself. Well, I am in the sense that I'm 65 years old now, and I think it's fair to say that we belong to, well, I won't say the first set, but one of those who benefited from Nigerian education. I schooled here. I went to secondary school in the West. I went to the University of Ife, went to the Nigerian Law School. And I think it's fair to say that all the schools at that time were of high quality, produced top quality students who went on to make names for themselves, not just here in Nigeria, but also abroad. I think we still do that now, even though the standard of education has dropped. The sad thing about it is that Nigeria could have been a lot better in terms of the potential, because Nigeria does have a lot of potential. We do have very brilliant young men and women, and I just think that if we had invested more in education, that we could have, the sky would have been the limit actually. Well, my take on this is that it's the system of law itself. As a young lawyer, I experienced a few challenges myself, and I think one of the obvious challenges is the appeal structure. It's too easy to appeal against judgments. At the same time, when you file actions in court, there are no penalties for costs. In other words, I can file a frivolous action. I could insult you, as an example, and then you could sue me, and I say to myself, well, I'm going to eke it out. I'm going to take it. You're going to have to take me all the way to the Supreme Court. That doesn't make sense. That's not fair. On the other hand, I could also file a frivolous application against you. And then filing a frivolous application, I could call you something you are not. I could defame you. And in so doing, you expect at least that once you prove your case, that I will be made to pay the penalties for filing frivolous applications. But that doesn't happen. And then, of course, the conditions of the judges. I mean, judges are still writing longhand. They do trials, they sit there, they listen to witnesses, give evidence, and they have to write all these things down longhand. So there's so many challenges that has hampered the progress of law, and there hasn't been enough investment, I must say. Well, I agree with that, and I'm going to give an example as to how that I think we could possibly do that. Now, the Supreme Court hears everything. It's the final court in Nigeria, so they're going to hear issues related to criminal law, civil matters, constitutional matters, as you know, all these matters that's got to do with elections, so on and so forth. As a matter of fact, when we have an election cycle, the legal system slows down because the judges are hampered. They're too busy listening to the various appeals from the various states and the federal government to do with the elections. So as a consequence, the other matters to do with shipping, banking, criminal law are put on the back burner. I think we need what you call a constitutional court, whereby which the judges in the Supreme Court are divided. So you have those judges whose responsibility it is entirely to deal with constitutional matters, and then you have another set whose duty will be to deal with shipping, banking, civil matters, criminal matters, and so on and so forth. So I believe it's high time Nigeria has a constitutional court to try and aid the Supreme Court with the workload they have, which is, quite frankly, quite a bit. Well, Nigerians, with respect, are very brilliant, very intelligent, and they are very aware. It doesn't matter who you are, whether you're a tailor, you're a driver, you're a lawyer, engineer, they're quite well informed. And the truth of the matter really is that this is the longest republic we've had. This republic started in 1999, and this is 2025, so 26 years. Nigeria's never had a republic this long. But the main flaw is the one you just mentioned. The fact that that constitution that was bequeathed to us by the military in 1999 was never really approved by the people. Now, that doesn't make sense, and that's unfair. In fairness, we ought to be able to look at the constitution, improve upon it, and put our own input into it. Now, there's a way around that, and I've always believed, many people oppose this, but I'm of the view that what Nigerians need to have is a referendum. Have a referendum to ask the Nigerian people whether they want to persist with the 1999 constitution, or do they want to draw up a new one. If the answer to that question is yes, we want to drop a new constitution, then that puts paid to the 1999 constitution, and then you can now have a system, a constituent assembly, whatever the case may be, where people will sit around the table and fashion out a new constitution. If the people say no, that means that indirectly approved the 1999 constitution, and then we continue with it. But what we can't do is continue having this debate, these arguments as to whether the 1999 constitution has been approved by Nigerians or not, because it has not been. So I think the way around that is to ask the Nigerian people through a referendum, asking them whether they want to persist with this constitution. If they say no, then we have a new one. If they say yes, we continue with the old one. And that ends the debate. Every system has its merits. Every system has its advantages and disadvantages. To some extent, the presidential system of government has an advantage. It has the advantage in the sense that it has brought government nearer to the people. So the people of Osun, from where I'm from, for instance, now, have their own state. Same thing can be said, it's been replicated across the country. However, the drawbacks, the disadvantage is the fact that it's extremely expensive. Now, look at Nigeria, for instance, now. We have 36 state governments. So that means we have 36 governments in Nigeria. If you add the government of Abuja, if you add the federal government, that's 38. Now, each one of these governments have some form of legislature, judiciary, an executive as well, local government, civil service. It's too expensive. Look, in America, where we borrowed this system from, the states came together to form a union. This is totally different. We're doing it the opposite way. So we've had a structure that we're now going back. So at the end of the day, many of the state governments are still dependent on the federal government. And as a consequence, the kind of progress we ought to be making, we're not quite making it. So I personally, and this is a personal view because others would disagree, I would prefer that we reduce the size of government by having some kind of regional structure. And I believe that will reduce the burden of governments. And if we can reduce the burdens of government, we can use this money to do many other things. And I also think it will also improve standards as well. Not just standards of government or parliamentary standards or whatever the case may be, but there'll be less people involved in the political system. And that would help us a great deal. Well, I think it's fair to say that since 1999, we haven't had any new state creation. I know there's been agitation for the creation of states, but there hasn't been any. The process for creating a state is quite cumbersome. It's not easy. I think it's in section 8 and 9 of the Constitution. I don't think it's something we should be looking at. I think, like I said to you earlier, I think we should be trying to reduce the number of states, and I think some kind of regional structure whereby which we can monitor better what's going on rather than having more states. So I personally would not encourage the creation of more states, no. In the 1950s, we had 3 regions, if I'm correct. Those regions were the West, the East, and the North. We had the colony of Lagos, but if I'm right, I think it was the Macpherson Constitution, I think it is, I'm not too sure, that now put Lagos under the Western region. Now, when Lagos was placed under the Western region, lots of people were not happy about that. I remember my father was in the NCNC. The NCNC people were not particularly pleased, neither were the NPC. So they felt that Lagos belonged to everybody. Like you said, lots of people from different walks of life, different tribes, different backgrounds, and all schooled. I mean, Zik schooled in Lagos. He went to MBHS. So it was the issue was sent to London to arbitrate. I think it was Oliver Littleton that arbitrated over the matter, and it was decided that Lagos should stand on its own. That Lagos should not be merged with any of the regions. And that was how Lagos was able to free itself from the shackles of the Western region. It's fair to say that the position of the NCNC was actually argued in London by my father. That's why I'm quite familiar with this. But talking about Lagos, when the military, after that, we had what you called a minister for Lagos. I think there was Ribadu, and I think there was one other person, but I think it was Yaradua, not the same Yaradua, but his father. And then later after that, when the military struck, they created the state of Lagos. So the issue of giving Lagos special status has more or less been taken over by events. Lagos is a state, and as a state, it's still home to different people with different backgrounds, from different tribes, and it's thriving. I think it's fair to say that Lagos is probably the most prosperous state in the country, and it's just a question of its continuing with good governance and improving the strides they have made. Once again, let's go back to the past. We had what we used to call the House of Chiefs, wasn't it? And in those House of Chiefs, many of the members of the House of Chiefs were people who were traditional rulers, chiefs from different backgrounds, and they had a say in the running of the affairs of state. It's like it was more or less akin to the House of Lords. So it wasn't necessarily the chamber whereby which the activities of day-to-day governance took place, but they could always refer issues to them. And I think that if we change our structure of governance, and if, that's a big if, then yes, we can have something like that. We can have a second chamber, which is more or less advisory in nature, similar to the House of Lords, whereby which we will have obas and chiefs and people of influence who will be able to advise government from day to day from of the experiences and the way forward, but not necessarily binding. I think that's important. Their decisions won't necessarily be binding on us, but at least they'll be able to share their views and experiences with the people. That's a big issue. I was commissioner for youth in Oshun about 10 years ago under Rauf Aregbesola, and it was an issue we took quite seriously. In Oshun State, we had quite a number of youths who are unemployed, and the governor thought, what can I possibly do to give them something to do, to keep them employed? So he created what we call the Osun State Youth Empowerment Scheme. Now, under the State Youth Empowerment Scheme, unemployed youths were given particular tasks in state. Help us sweep the roads. Some were part-time lecturers. Some were doing all sorts of things. They were given a stipend. It wasn't a full-blown salary. Well, the salary, although the stipend was enough to keep them to be able to buy things, to be able to buy themselves drinks and food, and kept them occupied until they could find themselves a job. And I think the federal government could follow that kind of scheme, set up a youth empowerment scheme whereby which unemployed youths are given things to do. There's so many things that need to be done in Nigeria. There's so many gaps whereby which the youths can help do that. In the interim, while they find themselves something more gainful or something more permanent. So it's a question, it's for government to do. It's for government to think of a way of helping out the youths. And of course, there should be partnerships, a partnership between the government and private enterprise to try and encourage them to take on more of our youths, and not necessarily those who have schooled abroad, who they think are probably the best in terms of employment. No, we have many here who can do a good job as well. Sustaining democracy is about discipline. It's about the people being disciplined. It's about those who rule us being disciplined. I started out by telling you that this is the longest government we've had. It's the longest republic we've had. We've had democracy now since 1999, 26 years. If you go back to the days of independence, there's been no republic that has been this long. So it shows that the people have embraced democracy. They've come to it's part of us now. They've come to enjoy it. Yes, there are hiccups in terms of the fact that we could do a lot better in terms of how we implement things. But in terms of the people yearning for democracy and imbibing it, I think we've done very well. And what we just need to do is just to try and perfect it. One of the ways, like I said much earlier, is to perhaps take a second look at the Constitution, see where areas where we can improve, and try and make people happy, and at the same time reduce the cost of governance. But I don't think democracy is going anywhere. I think it's here to stay.
The world of business is one filled with men and women willing to die with risk. And when we seek African business shapers, we see individuals who have denied self to build conglomerates. From controlling over 90% of diesel trade in Nigeria, to almost throwing in the towel then getting on the Forbes list, we present Olufemi Peter Otedola. The Nigerian businessman and philanthropist was born in Ibadan, the capital of Oyo State, on the 4th of November 1962, into the family of late Sir Michael Otedola, the governor of Lagos State from 1992 to 1993. The University of Lagos Staff School, Akuka, welcomed Olufemi for his primary education and secondary education at Olivet Baptist High School, Oyo. Olufemi proceeded to Obafemi Awolowo University, Ife, for his first degree, graduated and joined the family printing press business, working hard and gaining experience. Femi Otedola ventured out starting Center Force Limited. The company focused on finance, investment and trading. The oil and gas sector was Femi Otedola's next port of call. From quite a very humble beginning in the oil and gas sector, utilizing the connections and networks of family and friends, he cultivated partnerships in diesel supply chain, him being the last man to the final consumer. Challenges breed opportunities, and in Femi's case, it was a late delivery of diesel from his supplier with a broken truck, and he caught the idea. He could do better and provide better services. He ventured into diesel supply business, buying diesel from a retailer and supplying to companies. Femi Otedola encountered several difficulties securing his supply and timely meeting the demands of his growing clients. This definitely was an opportunity he identified in the fuel retail market. Otedola secured the finance and Zenon Petroleum and Gas Limited was born, petroleum products marketing and distribution company. Otedola, owner and chairman of Zenon, in 2004 invested 15 billion naira in downstream infrastructure development and acquired storage depots at Ibadan, Apapa, as well as 4 cargo vessels, amounting to a combined total storage capacity of 147,000 metric tons. Zenon Petroleum and Gas Limited also acquired a fleet of 100 DAF fuel tanker trucks. By 2005, Zenon controlled a major share of the Nigerian diesel market, supplying fuel to most of the major manufacturers in the country, including Dangote Group, Cadbury, Coca-Cola, Nigerian Breweries, MTN, Unilever, Nestle, and Guinness. Zenon Petroleum and Gas was the name on major invoices and Femi Otedola the name on every lips, playing toe-to-toe with major multinationals. Xenon, in a very short period, silenced the competition and almost unilaterally determined the price of diesel in Nigeria. The competitors came to Xenon for supply. Femi Otedola, with the massive success Xenon Petroleum and Gas achieved, bought a 28.7% stake in African Petroleum. Otedola branched into the financial sector and aggressively stocked up the shares of leading financial houses. He became a top shareholder in Zenith Bank, United Bank for Africa, and the largest importer of diesel in Nigeria. He acquired major shares of Africa's Finance Corporation, Mobil Oil Nigeria Limited, Chevron Texaco, and Visa Phone. Otedola has his hands deep in real estate investments, including an acquisition in February 2007 by Xenon of Sterling House in Victoria Island, Lagos from the federal government. Lagos, London, Dubai, Monaco all have the signatures of FO Property Limited. He was appointed chairman of the Transcorp Hilton Hotel Abuja and tasked with driving its expansion and upgraded to a 7-star facility. Otedola has served as a member of the Nigerian Investment Promotion Council since 2004. Was appointed by President Goodluck Jonathan to Nigeria's National Economic Management Team. Otedola is chief executive and president of the Seaforth Shipping Company Limited and was at one point Nigeria's largest ship owner after extending control over the distribution of diesel products. One of his ships, a flat-bottom bunker vessel with a storage capacity of 16,000 metric tons, was the first of its kind in Africa. In January 2006, Otedola was appointed a non-executive director of Transnational Corporation of Nigeria PLC, a multi-sectoral conglomerate established in 2004 by then President Olusegun Obasanjo to respond to market opportunities requiring heavy capital investment in Nigeria and across sub-Saharan Africa. He held this post until February 2011. Otedola was appointed chairman and chief executive of African Petroleum in 2007 through the acquisition of controlling stake in the business. Following Otedola's entry into the company, African Petroleum share price rose sharply, increasing the market capitalization from 36 billion to 217 billion naira in 6 months. In March 2009, Otedola became the second Nigerian after Aliko Dangote to appear on the Forbes list of dollar-denominated billionaires with an estimated net worth of $1.2 billion. Otedola announced the move to upgrade African Petroleum's liquefied petroleum gas storage terminals in Lagos, Kano, and Port Harcourt in October 2009. Harsh economic conditions necessitated by the slump in the oil prices and credit squeeze of 2008-09 led African Petroleum to record a loss in 2009. With the world oil price crash came difficult moments for Xenon and Otedola. He was very close to complete bankruptcy.
I said to myself, I was not going to have friends and enemies. I was going to have only competitors. I had two options: commit suicide or weather the storm.
African Petroleum, rebranded in December 2010, changed its name to Fort Oil PLC. Otedola paid his near $1 billion debt and invested in the financial industry, making him a top shareholder in Zenith Bank and United Bank for Africa. Otedola restructured the business, focusing on technology and improved corporate governance, and in 2012, Fort Oil returned to profit. Otedola financed 57% of Fort Oil subsidiary, Amperion Limited, which acquired the 414 megawatt Kirigu power plant for $232 million in 2013. Fort Oil improved financial position and diversification into power generation resulted in a 1,321% rise in its share price. The first half of 2014 saw the company's pre-tax profit more than double year-on-year to 4.1 billion naira. Revenue growth for the whole year was 33%. Fort Oil sold 70% of its equity to Swiss commodity trader Mercurial Energy Group in September 2015, giving Fort access to global commodity markets. The deal was thought to have given Otedola an estimated $200 million. In 2019, Femi Otedola sold Fort Oil PLC and announced plans to change focus from oil to power with his company, Girigu Power PLC. Girigu Power PLC became the first power generation company to list on Nigerian Stock Exchange, demonstrating to stakeholders in the sector how they can fix financing and make profits sustainably. The company's market capitalization is now 726.75 billion naira and the share price now 290.7 naira from the 2.5 billion shares that were listed at 100 naira each. Otedola, the chairman of Geregu Power, sold down a Geregu stake to bring on institutional investors. In October 2021, Femi Otedola was announced as the single largest shareholder of First Bank PLC. FBN Holdings, the parent company of First Bank Limited, witnessed a commendable 437.9 billion naira surge in market capitalization. FBN Holdings appointed billionaire Femi Otedola as the new chairman of its board of directors effective January 31st, 2024. Femi Otedola has had its share of controversies. Zenith was among the number of companies named in an alleged fuel subsidy scam report. This was followed by a case against Farouk Lawan for bribery. Otedola has also lost in the ever-evolving competing space of business acquisitions. Transcorp and Uhili Power Plant are two notable projects he closely bidded and lost. Femi Otedola philanthropy is quite remarkable. Otedola made a 300 million naira donation to the completion of the National Ecumenical Center in Abuja. In 2007, he gave 200 million to the State Security Trust Fund in a drive to reduce crime in Lagos. Donated 100 million naira to the Otedola College of Primary Education in Ekpe. In 2008, he donated 80 million to the Faculty of Agriculture at the University of Port Harcourt. Femi Otedola pledged and redeemed $25,000 to the Super Eagles in the match against Algeria in 2019 AFCON. He gave all 750 students of Augustine University 1 million naira each. Femi Otedola sits comfortably on the Forbes billionaires list of top 20 richest people in Africa. Femi Otedola is married to Mrs. Nana Otedola and have 4 children: Olawumi Christy Tolani, Florence Ifeoluwa, Elizabeth Temi, and Fewa Otedola. Olufemi Peter Otedola is a standout astute business executive.
Ovia, one of the most influential and successful businessmen in Nigeria, who has made a mark in the financial system. He is the founder and chairman of Zenith Bank, one of Africa's largest and most profitable banks. He has been described by Forbes Africa as the godfather of banking in Nigeria.
My name is Jim Ovia. I'm chairman of Zenith Bank, and I thank you all for listening to me.
This illustrious son of Africa was one of the financial leaders who revolutionized the banking sector in Nigeria. Let's take a close look into the life, background, career and achievements of this enigma, Jim Ovia. Jim Ovia was born on November 4, 1951 in Agbo, Delta State, Nigeria, to a large family as the second son of Chief Obi Olihe of Agbobi in Delta State. In one from a humble background, Jim attended local schools as he had lost his father at the tender age of 4. His widowed mother, together with his older brother, saw him through school. He had secondary education at Ika Grammar School in Agbo. Due to his interest in business and technology, he proceeded to the United States to study business administration at Southern University, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, USA, where he obtained a bachelor's degree in 1977. He furthered to University of Louisiana, Monroe, Louisiana, and bagged a master's degree in business administration in 1979. Jim Ovia is also an alumnus of the prestigious Harvard Business School. Jim Ovia worked briefly as a clerk in Union Bank in 1973 before proceeding for tertiary studies. Upon acquiring immense business knowledge from international institutions, he returned to Nigeria, his home country, and began a career in banking. He continued at this for years, working for banks such as Lion Bank, Merchant Bank of Africa, and International Merchant Bank. After many years in the banking industry, in 1990, Jim came together with some colleagues to found one of Africa's largest and most profitable bank, Zenith Bank. The bank was established with a vision to provide excellent customer service, innovative and technology-driven banking. Zenith Bank flourished as it drew customers who sought excellence in financial services. What started with an asset of $4 million and about 50 staff has grown into over $24 billion in assets and shareholders' funds of more than $3 billion as of June 2022. Zenith Bank is listed on the Nigerian Stock Exchange and London Stock Exchange. Jim Ovia served as Zenith Bank's Chief Executive Officer and Managing Director from 1990 to 2010, and then Chairman from 2010 to 2014. After a brief break, he returned as Chairman of the bank in 2016 and remains so till date. Under his leadership, Zenith Bank has grown to become one of the leading banks in Nigeria and Africa, standing tall among some of Nigeria's first-generation banks of repute, a feat rare for second-generation banks established in a time of tension between military and civilian regimes and economic instability.
We will build our own roads to our branches. If we're building branches in some cities, towns where the roads are not good enough. We have also bought power plants, generating sets to power electricity into our building. When we do all this, we also even had dug borehole to supply water to the building. When we do all this, what I personally call it is BYOI, bring your own infrastructure or build your own infrastructure.
Jim Ovia served as Zenith Bank's Chief Executive Officer and Managing Director from 1990 to 2010, and then Chairman from 2010 to 2014. After a brief break, he returned as Chairman of the bank in 2016 and remains so till date. Under his leadership, Zenith Bank has grown to become one of the leading banks in Nigeria and Africa, standing tall among some of Nigeria's first-generation banks of repute, a feat rare for second-generation banks established in a time of tension between military and civilian regimes. Zenith Bank has diversified its services to include insurance, pensions, stockbroking, and investment banking. The bank has won awards and recognition for its performance, governance, innovation, and social responsibility, inspired by its chairman's belief in giving back to community.
Really, it's my special pleasure, my honor indeed, for this opportunity offered by AAI to be awarded in the category of Business Leadership Award for 2017.
As an entrepreneur, Jim Ovia has made investments in sectors other than banking. They include oil and gas, telecommunication, real estate, power generation, media, and most recently, education. He is the founder and chancellor, James Hope University, Lekki, Lagos State, which has been approved by the National Universities Commission, NUC, to offer postgraduate degrees in business courses. Jim Ovia is a man who believes in giving back to society. He has engaged in philanthropic works through his foundations, Mankind United to Support Total Education, MUSTE, and Youth Empowerment, ICT Foundation. These foundations award scholarships to indigenous students and promote information and communication technology in Nigeria through various initiatives. Ovia has made donations towards courses and institutions. They include Nigerian Investment Promotion Commission, NIPC, Nigerian Internet Group, NIG, Lagos State University, and National Information Technology Advisory Council, just to mention a few. In recognition of his contributions, Jim Ovia is a recipient of many honors and awards. In 2012, the University of Benin awarded him an honorary doctorate degree. Former President Muhammadu Buhari in 2022 conferred him with the national honor of the Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic, CFR. Also in 2022, Jim Ovia was conferred with the National Productivity Order of Merit, NPOM award by the federal government of Nigeria. Jim Ovia is a proud member of the World Economic Forum, the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, and the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria. He is also a member of several boards and councils.
We can't afford to lose depositors' money. We can't afford to lose money that belongs to stakeholders. So you must structure your industry in such a way that the best are nothing but the best are there.
As chairman of Zenith Bank with more than 9% stake, Jim Ovia in 2015 was estimated by Forbes to have a net worth of $550 million. This net worth obviously has been surpassed since then. Jim Ovia, as a business person, founded 5 companies. They are Zenith Bank PLC, the Quantum Group, Phone Communications, Quantum Luxury Properties, Civic Center Towers, and Cyberspace Network. Jim is member, Honorary International Investors Council. Kay Ovia is CEO, Quantum Markets Limited, a firm that offers stock brokerage services. She sits on the board of several organizations and is chairman, board of directors of Cyberspace Limited, a leading software engineering company. Cyberspace Limited is one of the pioneers in provision of internet services in Nigeria, providing network and software services. Kay, being at the head of a tech giant in Nigeria, teamed up with her husband, Jim, to strategically deploy robust IT infrastructure at Zenith Bank, which resulted in the development of digital products and technology-driven banking in Nigeria. K is an alumnus of Enugu State University of Technology, Souq, where she holds an MBA in management. She is much given to philanthropy, with several initiatives to transform lives, particularly those of the underprivileged. One of her projects targeted at children and youths, Star Rising Talent Hunt, aims at discovering and projecting hidden talents. Jim is married to businesswoman and philanthropist Kay Ovia. She's also a hotelier, proudly running Starwood Hotels. Jim and Kay Ovia are blessed with 5 children: Isioma, Zephyr, Tito, Tommy, and Jesse. As a family man, Ovia enjoys spending time with his family. He also likes reading and traveling. In order to pass on his vast wealth of knowledge on business and finance to African entrepreneurs, Jim Ovia authored a book titled Africa, Rise and Shine. The book was published in 2018 by Forbes Books. The book was written after he featured in an issue of Forbes, and it became the magazine's best-selling edition in Africa, that it had to be reprinted 4 times. The book, Africa Rise and Shine, paints the picture of his humble beginning from the small town of Agbo in Delta State, and against all odds, pushed through to become a global business icon, while providing insight on how to conquer challenges in African markets, taking advantage of the opportunities.
Good afternoon, and thank you for joining us on the World News here on Souq News Television. I am Timitope Omole. We begin from Kenya, where the government plans to issue a 135 billion Kenyan shillings roads bond to settle outstanding bills, aiming to inject liquidity into the economy. This move is expected to boost demand for goods and services in the private sector, while addressing financial strains faced by contractors owed by the state. This bond is part of the broader efforts to improve cash flow and stimulate economic activity amid ongoing fiscal challenges. The initiative aligns with Kenya's infrastructure development agenda, ensuring the completion of stalled road projects while supporting businesses reliant on government contracts. Analysts view the bond issuance as a strategic move to ease economic pressures and restore confidence in the country's financial system. The government hopes that timely payment will accelerate project execution and enhance the overall investment climate. And still in Kenya, the Kenya Insurance Corporation has announced plans to enter the Tanzanian and Indian markets by June 2026 as part of its global expansion strategy. Speaking at the launch of its International Life Insurance Corporations in Nairobi, Group Managing Director Dr. Hilary Washinga emphasized the company's commitment to strengthening its presence in emerging markets. The move aligns with Kenya's revision to diversify revenue streams and tap into the growing demand for reinsurance services beyond Africa. The expansion into Tanzania and India follows Kenya's recent efforts to bolster its financial position and increase market competitiveness. Analysts view this strategy as a critical step in positioning the company as a key player in the global reinsurance sector. The corporation is expected to leverage its expertise in life and non-life reinsurance to establish a strong foothold in the new markets, enhancing its profitability and long-term sustainability. And we move away from that and head to South Africa, where the power utility Eskom has announced that Unit 2 of the Quebec nuclear power plant was shut down due to an unplanned non-technical trip while operating at full capacity. The incident occurred while maintenance work was being carried out on Unit 1, which is currently offline. Eskom stated that the shutdown followed standard protocols and efforts to restart the units are already on the way. Africa's only commercial nuclear power station contributes approximately 1,860 megawatts, about 5% of South Africa's electricity supply. Eskom assured that Unit 2 is expected to be reconnected to the national grid within 48 hours, minimizing disruptions to the power system. And on currency, South Africa's rand gained strength early on Monday, trading at 18.66 against the United States dollar by 70.25 Greenwich Mean Time, about 0.3% stronger than its previous close. Investors await the ABSA Purchasing Managers Index for February, set for release at 900 Greenwich Mean Time to gauge the health of the country's manufacturing sector. The United States dollar remained steady against the basket of currencies as global markets assessed economic uncertainties, including geopolitical tensions and concerns about the United States economy. Analysts noted that the rand's movement would largely depend on broader shifts in the dollar for now. Meanwhile, the Johannesburg Stock Exchange's blue chip top 40 index rose by 0.9% in early trading. However, South Africa's benchmark 2030 government bond weakened, with yields rising 3 basis points to 9.175%. In a diplomatic initiative, Egypt is set to unveil its comprehensive plan for rebuilding Gaza at an upcoming Arab summit in Cairo following 16 months of conflict. Egyptian Foreign Minister Badr Abdelati emphasized that the plan is practical, with short-term timeframes and does not require the displacement of Palestinians. He stressed that the only way to end the cycle of violence is by offering Palestinians hope for an independent state. The proposal follows controversial remarks by former U.S. President Donald Trump, by the President of the United States, Donald Trump, who suggested redeveloping Gaza as a luxury project while preventing Palestinians from returning. Palestinian Prime Minister Mohammed Mustafa welcomed Egypt's initiative, calling it a step toward a unified Palestinian state. He stressed the need to integrate Gaza and the West Bank under one administration, security system, and legal framework. Mustafa expressed hope that with support from Arab nations, the plan would gain traction at the summits. Dubai's energy demand rises by 5.4% in 2024. These and other stories right after this break. Don't go away. Thanks for being there. We head to Dubai, where the energy consumption surged by 5.4% in 2024, reaching 59,594 gigawatt hours, up from 56,516 gigawatt hours in 2023. Accounting to DEWA CEO Said Mohammed Al Taya, the increase is attributed to the Emirates' rapid urban and economic growth, aligning with the Dubai Economic Agenda D33, which aims to double the economy over the next decade. DEWA has expanded its power generation capacity to 17.179 gigawatts, with clean energy now making up 20% of the total, supporting Dubai's goal of 100% clean energy by mid-century. Altair emphasized Dubai's position as a global leader in energy efficiency and sustainability, citing the Emirates' commitment to top-tier infrastructure and operational reliability. In addition to the rise in overall energy consumption, peak demand grew by 3.4% to 10.76 gigawatts in 2024. DEWA continues to invest in advanced energy solutions to support Dubai's expansion as a major business and tourism hub. Moving ahead now, we head to Turkey, where the annual inflation rate dropped to 39.05% in February, down from 42.12% in January. According to official data released on Monday, this decline, which extends the downward trend from 75% in May last year, came in lower than the 39.90% forecast. Monthly inflation also eased to 2.27%, helped by regulatory changes reducing patients' co-payment at public hospitals. Finance Minister Mehmet Simsek credited fiscal and income policies for supporting disinflation and improving economic expectations. He reaffirmed the government's commitment to price stability, aiming to strengthen purchasing power. The central bank, which cuts its policy rate to 45% in December, will hold its next policy meeting on Thursday, with analysts watching for further signals. Despite the slowdown, inflation remains high in key sectors, with education costs soaring 94.9% and housing prices up 70.81%. Meanwhile, the Turkish lira firmed slightly to 36.4775 per dollar on Monday. The domestic producer price index also rose, recording a 2.12% monthly increase and a 25.21% annual rise. And now on international relations, India government's officials said that its trade minister, Piyush Goyal, has visited the United States today for crucial trade discussions. His visit comes ahead of President Donald Trump's planned reciprocal tariffs in April. This could impact Indian exports. Goyal, who also oversees industry, cancelled prior commitments to focus on negotiations. This visit follows Prime Minister Narendra Modi's recent U.S. trip, where both nations agreed to pursue a phased trade deal by the fall of 2025, targeting $500 billion in bilateral trade by 2030. However, U.S. tariff proposals on Indian goods, including auto and agriculture, pose risks, with analysts estimating potential losses of $7 billion annually. While India is open to cutting tariffs on industrial products, it resists lowering agricultural tariffs, citing risks to poor farmers. Bitcoin prices jumped more than 20% today following an announcement by the United States President Donald Trump about a new plan involving digital currency. Trump shared details on his platform, Truth Social, saying that he will create a strategic reserve that will include popular cryptocurrencies like Bitcoin, Ether, XRP, Solana, and Cardano. While specifics about the plan are still unclear, this news brought new hope to the struggling crypto market, which had been declining for months. As a result of this announcement, the price of Bitcoin soared to $91,605, up from a low of $78,273 just last Friday. Other cryptocurrencies experienced even bigger gains, with XRP and Solana both rising by 30%, Cardano skyrocketing by 60% compared to last week. Market experts believe that this positive trend could continue, especially with the upcoming White House Crypto Summit approaching. However, there are still worries about government regulations and a recent downturn in technology stocks that could affect market feelings. European defense stocks surge on military spending. These and other stories after this break. Please stay with us. The European defense stocks soared earlier today after leaders pledged increased military spending. The Stoxx Europe Aerospace and Defense Index jumped nearly 6%, with Germany's Rheinmetall up almost 11% and the UK's BAE Systems gaining nearly 13%. Reports suggest Germany may unlock a €400 billion defense fund. Meanwhile, Eurozone inflation dipped to 2.4% in February, slightly above expectations. The region's manufacturing sector showed signs of stabilizing, contracting at the slowest pace in 2 years. China plans to impose new tariffs on U.S. agricultural exports in response to Washington's latest trade measures. State media has reported this. This follows President Trump's 10% tariff hike on Chinese goods, which Beijing called blackmail. China's countermeasures may include both tariff and non-tariff actions, with soybeans, meats, and grains likely targeted. U.S. agricultural exports to China have already declined, with time running out before tariffs take effect. Beijing remains open to talks but is preparing strong retaliation. Analysts warn a renewed trade war could disrupt markets and global economic growth. In the U.S., Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick has announced plans to exclude government spending from GDP calculations, arguing that it inflates economic growth figures. He contends that military purchases contribute to GDP while bureaucratic expenses do not. The move aligns with the Trump administration's cost-cutting policies, including mass layoffs under Elon Musk's Department of Government Efficiency. Economists warn that stripping government spending from GDP could create volatility, making economic performance harder to access and compare globally. Critics argue that the change may obscure the true health of the economy, especially during downturns when government spending typically offsets private sector slowdowns. In another development, S&P Global has warned that U.S. President Donald Trump's proposed 25% tariffs on EU imports could slow economic growth in Central Europe, particularly in Czechia, Hungary, Slovakia, Slovenia, and Romania. The region's economies rely heavily on exports, with machinery and transport equipment shipments to Germany making up a significant portion. The tariffs could reduce GDP growth by 0.5% on average, further straining fiscal conditions in countries already facing economic challenges. While the impact of U.S. tariffs is expected to be significant, S&P Global notes that weakening Chinese demand for German cars poses an even greater risk. Automakers like Volkswagen, Mercedes, and BMW rely more on China than the U.S. for sales, amplifying potential disruptions. The European Commission has promised a strong response to the tariffs as affected countries brace for economic headwinds. Relatively, Canada's oilfield drilling sector faces renewed uncertainty as U.S. President Donald Trump threatens a 10% tariff on Canadian crude exports. Industry experts warn that the move could stall all anticipated rebound, with companies like Precision Drilling already seeing a slowdown in customer decision-making. Analysts at TD Cowen have downgraded Canadian drilling stocks and cut their 2025 rig count by 5%, citing rising anxiety over the potential impact. The proposed tariffs may also trigger retaliatory measures from Canada, increasing costs for drilling equipment and essential inputs like tracking sand. Industry leaders fear job losses in a sector still recovering from past downturns, with employment levels remaining well below 2014 figures. A once promising recovery is now in doubt as companies brace for potential market disruptions. And now to sports. AFCON 2025, Morocco gears up to host Africa's biggest football tournament, as the African Cup of Nations is set to return in 2025 with Morocco as the host nation. The previous edition, held in Côte d'Ivoire in 2023, generated an estimated $75 million in sponsorship revenue, backed by 17 commercial partners. The tournament also saw a record-breaking viewership, with projections nearing 2 billion viewers globally. In 2023, the total prize pool increased to $36.5 million, distributed among players, coaching staff, and federations. Also, Côte d'Ivoire invested $1 billion in infrastructure to host the event. For AFCON 2025, Morocco is set to utilize several iconic stadiums, including Mohamed V Stadium in Casablanca, Moulay Abdallah Stadium in Rabat, and Ibn Battuta Stadium in Tangier, ensuring a world-class experience for teams and fans. And that's all on the World News on Souq News Television this afternoon. Thank you very much for watching, and do not forget that you can follow us on all our social media platforms at Souq News TV. My name is Temitope Omole. Have a good afternoon.
Nigerian leather industry has a storied history, particularly in the northern parts of the country where the art of leather farming and crafting has been perfected over centuries. Traditionally, leather was used primarily for functional items like sandals, bags, and saddles with little emphasis on fashion. However, the narrative has changed drastically in recent years as Nigerian leather has evolved from a utilitarian product to a symbol of luxury and high fashion. Here is a special report by Bayo Olaoye. The turning point for Nigerian leather came as local designers began to recognize its potential beyond traditional uses. They started to experiment with new designs, creating products that appeal to the modern consumer while maintaining the heritage of craftsmanship. The result has been a wave of leather products that are not only functional but also stylish and desirable on the global stage. One of the key factors driving the revolution is the exceptional quality of Nigerian leather. Known for its durability and unique texture, Nigerian leather, particularly from goats and cattle, has become highly sought after by fashion houses both within and outside Africa. This demand has encouraged local artisans to up their game, focusing on quality control and finishing techniques to meet international standards. Moreover, Nigerian leather products have benefited from the global trend towards sustainable and ethically produced goods. Consumers are increasingly turning away from massively produced items in favor of the handcrafted, sustainable alternatives. Nigerian leather made using traditional methods with minimal environmental impact fits perfectly into this narrative. This has opened up markets for Nigerian leather goods, particularly in Europe and North America, where there is a growing appreciation for products with a story and a conscience. The rise of Nigerian leather on the fashion scene is also closely tied to the country's booming creative industry. Fashion designers, many of whom have gained international recognition, are incorporating leather into their collections and innovative ways, from sleek handbags and bespoke shoes to stylish jackets and accessories. The Nigerian leather is becoming a staple in high fashion. This trend is not only boosting the profile of Nigerian fashion, but also creating new opportunities for economic growth. The leather industry, once dominated by small-scale craftsmen, is now attracting significant investment. Entrepreneurs are setting up modern tannery and workshops, creating jobs and fostering skills development in the process. This industrialization of leather product is helping to formalize what was once an informal sector, leading to better working conditions and high incomes for artisans. However, the success of Nigerian leather market did not emerge without challenges. The industry still faces issues related to infrastructure, access to finance, and competition from imported goods. Additionally, there is the need for more investment in technology and innovation to further enhance the quality of leather products and make them more competitive in the global market. Despite these challenges, the future of Nigerian leather products looks bright. There is a growing recognition of the value of locally produced leather goods both within Nigeria and globally. This is evident in the increasing number of fashion shows and trade fairs dedicated to promoting Nigerian leather products, as well as the rising demand from international buyers. The evolution of Nigerian leather from a utilitarian material to a symbol of high fashion is a testament to the creativity and resilience of the Nigerian artisans. It reflects the broader trend in the global fashion industry towards sustainability and craftsmanship. As the world continues to embrace African fashion, Nigerian leather is poised to become a major player on the international stage, offering a unique blend of tradition, quality, and style. This is just the beginning of what promises to be an exciting new chapter for Nigerian leather. Growing interest in Nigeria's lithium reserves comes as countries worldwide scramble to secure supplies of the mineral which is essential for powering the green energy revolution. In this special report by Bayo Olaoye, the need to harness this resource for growth and development is examined, with the evolution of electric vehicles and renewable energy storage systems. Lithium is a key component in the production of batteries for electric vehicles and renewable energy storage systems, and Nigeria is positioning itself to become a major player in the global lithium market. Nigeria's vast lithium reserves, valued over $34 billion, is no doubt attracting world attention, while lithium factories are springing up in different parts of Nigeria already. The attention of the international mining industry is also focused on lithium because it is critical raw material for the production of solar panels and electric vehicles. Analysts predict that global lithium market could grow robustly over the next decade, driven by the rapid adoption of electric vehicles and renewable energy technologies. Data from a global future market insight showed that the lithium mining industry has emerged as a cornerstone of the clean energy transition, driven by the skyrocketing demand for lithium-ion batteries. The surge in lithium demand is driven largely by the electric vehicles market, which accounted for over 70% of the global lithium consumption in 2024, according to an Iranian-based research firm. With countries such as the United States, China, and members of the European Union pushing for next zero emission by mid-century, lithium demand is expected to escalate further. The federal government, indeed, the Ministry of Solid Minerals Development, should intensify efforts geared at renewing and resuscitating the viable lithium industry in the country to its full potential as Nigeria diversifies its economy into other sectors. This for just must develop lithium.
I think on physically where and this drag 47% shares in NDPT, and the 36 states and federal capital territory plus the 774 local governments own the remaining 53%. Originally, it was supposed to be a stopgap, build and sell power plants to increase the power availability. But in the process, as the company moved along, they discovered that if you build power plants, you also have to build complementary transmission networks. And then if you have transmission networks, you will also need the distribution network so that the power can ultimately get to the consumers. And so because of the gap that was in the sector at the time, Niger Delta Power Holding Company Limited was asked to build more power transmission networks, substations, injection substations. So over time, we had grown into the behemoth that we are today. Principally, we have 8 power plants functioning now, and then 2 are in the process of being completed. So that's what Niger Delta has been. But basically, I can say without any iota of contradiction that Niger Delta Power Holding Company Limited has been able to increase the capacity, the network capacity, by about 50%, and of course the distribution capacity by about 60%. We are capable of producing up to 4,000 megawatts now, but there are still some constraints in the transmission network, which is being addressed by the various arms of government and the various stakeholders in the sector. If I want to talk about the problems in the power sector, you need more than an hour program. They are multifaceted. And each time solutions are being found, they are not far-reaching enough. For instance, before the enactment of the Electric Power Sector Reform Act, it was thought that the problem was we didn't have enough generation power, and that's what gave rise to the NIPP, which is the National Integrated Power Projects, which was basically to increase the power availability in Nigeria. And there were gaps because at that time, I don't think the solution was holistic enough. I'm talking of during the time of President Olusegun Obasanjo. You remember the National Integrated Power Project was conceived at the time. And it's strange that for the past many years, we are talking about 4,000 megawatts, 4,000. In reality, the available power in Nigeria is about 16,000 megawatts now, between 13,000 and 16,000 megawatts. So you wonder, why are we producing or generating or putting on the grid about 4,800 megawatts? So there's a gap. And the gap is basically the fact that the present network is aged. It's inadequate. There is fragmentation in the sector. You have, as of today, about 26 different bodies in the power sector. And it's a typical Nigerian problem. Once Nigeria identifies a problem, they create another agency to deal with that problem, rather than looking at the problem in the eye and say, this is the problem. And I can give you so many examples. For instance, traffic, which is very basic to everybody. When after the Udoji Award in the early 70s, I think it was in the early 70s, and people had phone to purchase cars, traffic began to grow. Now, instead of taking a holistic attitude and train the police to do what they're supposed to do, expand the road networks, and begin to put a culture of driving properly in the country, we created the yellow fever, the traffic wardens at the time. You remember at the time, traffic warden was separated from the Nigerian police. That's right. And the problem was not solved because the people were still constrained to virtually the same network of roads, more cars on the same network of roads. And then we stopped training drivers. So Federal Road Safety Commission was formed. And of course, I'm sure that you all know that the problem became worse. And now all of the state governments are creating their own variants of the Federal Road Safety Code. An example is LASMA in Lagos. And the people are still on the same roads. You know, so whereas we had 200 cars on a stretch of road, now we have 1,000. Now we have drivers who cannot read traffic signs, which are not even there. So today, when people see traffic lights, either in Abuja or in Lagos, I mean, they don't even know what to do. I'm sure that, I can't remember the last time we trained drivers in Nigeria. I cannot remember the last time we trained drivers in Nigeria. You know, it's the same thing with the issue of corruption. When we detected, corruption was increasing, we started creating so many variants of, and I always ask the question, where is the equivalence of EFCC in the countries that we're trying to be like? So we have created EFCC, we have created ICPC, we have created Bureau for, what's that other agency? Sorry? No. Those are another problem entirely. The BP and the BPP, you know. I mean, I'm talking of Code of Conduct Bureau. Okay. But in all honesty, can we say that corruption has reduced in Nigeria? Can we say that? So the problem is that we don't look at problems in the face and deal with the issue rather than creating bodies and bodies and bodies and bodies. We don't have the variants of EFCC, ICPC, and Code of Conduct Bureau in the countries that we're trying to be like. In this age and times, honestly, it's not rocket science. There is hardly anything you want to do that has not been done before or that is not being done in some other places. I mean, so you see in various sectors that once we identify a problem, rather than look the problem in the eye and provide a solution to it, we create another body. It will appear to me that it is finding job for the boys, you know, and that is one of the reasons why we are where we are today. I cannot remember the last time anybody had to do driving tests to obtain a driver's license. I can't remember. In the US, if you want to obtain a driver's license, it's a long process. And I remember my daughter, when she went to the US at the age of 18, I remember when she wanted to go and obtain a driver's license, she called me and said, "Daddy, please pray for me." And I think the first time she went there, she didn't make it. And it was one slight error. And eventually, she had to go back, you know, to retake the test. So that's what I see that we're doing wrong. And that has virtually destroyed all the sectors. The power sector is faced with so many problems. I was trying to explain to you, for instance, that the discos have various coverage areas. And if you take them one by one, you will see that some of them are covering a landmass that is bigger than 2, 3, 4 African countries together. You know, somebody was on my secondary school classmates forum, somebody was trying to do a comparison between Botswana and Nigeria. And I said, Botswana has 581,000 kilometers, square kilometers. But 70% of that is Kalahari Desert. So effectively, what they have is less than 100 and something thousand kilometers. Nigeria has a vast land. Botswana has a population of 2.5 or 2 point something million. You can't compare that to. There's no basis. There's no basis. And so if they have 1,000 naira, their GDP is likely to be higher than that of Nigeria. You know, Nigeria has 210 million people. Officially? Yes, officially. You know, you can see the population of Lagos. I'm sure that the population of Botswana is not as thick as Surulere alone. I am not trying to give excuses for what we are in Nigeria or how we're doing things badly. But I'm saying that we have a giant problem. We have giant problems in all of the areas. And we need to put our heads together to provide solutions to these problems. You know, you can say that Nigeria is a country in progress. I know that we have enough human resources, we have enough intellectuals to find solution to our problems. And I'm beginning to see that the government of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is tackling the problems headlong. I don't want to say that they work in silos. I mean, it should not be absolutely correct. I don't want to say that. That would be too negative. I would like to say that there's need for better collaboration between all of them. And then one of the greatest things that we need to do is that there must be a coordinating agency that is not encumbered with or by bureaucratic procedures. Okay, NEC is supposed to be the regulator in the society. Now, like I said before, if you have a regulator, they must be trained. And we shouldn't be ashamed to train our regulators and to ensure that we have the right people in those positions. But like I said, almost all the agencies in Nigeria, you find a lawyer heading an engineering company. You know, I mean, it's not done. And what happens is that I don't want to create a war between professions. But the truth of the matter is that if you are a lawyer and you have you're doing legal consultancy in the sector, that doesn't make you to be chief executive of a purely engineering company. You know, the last time it was an accountant that was in charge of one of the parastatals in the sector. And you know, even now that there's a new government, you see all kinds of people trying to outdo each other here and there. TCN, for instance, is supposed to be in charge of the transmission networks. Okay. But you have the independent ISO under them. How is that going to work? I mean, that is the discos, for instance. Who is supervising them? NERC is supposed to supervise them, but you have on the board BPE, you know, that has 40% of the shares, and they're supposed to monitor them. Are they doing that? And then now the Yoruba people say amukun eru ewo oni ewo saleni. That is, if a man is crippled or has bent knees and is carrying a load, it's not likely that the load will be straight because the legs are bent anyway. So that is the problem that we have. You know, the root cause, we are not attacking the root cause. You know, the electricity power sector reform has a program. Fortunately, properly. People from the of money for yeah, the second to lay new cables, replace transformers. Some of these transformers have been there since 1960 something, to replace them. Look, where I come from in Ondo South Central District, we have not had power for up to 15 years now from the national grid. Everybody is an electricity generator company on his own. When we stepped into it to see what was happening, we discovered that the distribution company did not have enough money to repair the damaged distribution networks. So NDPAC stepped into it, and we've spent almost 3 billion to repair all of that. 3 billion. Or almost 3 billion. I mean, we're talking about 6 local governments. At a point, by the time we had finished the reticulation of the networks in 5 of the local governments, we discovered that the source of supply is from Ondo. Ondo has a 2 by 30 MVA substation. One of that substation is gone. So it means that the distance of almost 100 kilometers from Ondo to Ore and to Ilaje, to Bokoda area, to Mahin and Co. Just one single 33 kV line is coming from that. So by the time the light gets to Okitipupa, what you have is candle light. It's the same thing we saw in Lafia, for instance. For years, Lafia, even the government house in Lafia, was being operated on generator, because the single line feeding Lafia and the entire Nasarawa state is from Abuja. So that's why we stepped in and built the 330, 132, 33 kV substation, which was commissioned early last year by President Muhammadu Buhari. And you can see the joy in the faces of the people. Now, in Ondo South Central District, for instance, they are building, the NDDC, not NDPHC, is building a 132 kV substation in Oderinje, which should help to bring power from Omotosho and to that area. But they have been on it for years now. And without the completion of that, there's nothing that can happen in the place. They will still have candlelight. So these are the problems. Now, NDDC is independent of NEC. It's virtually independent of the DISCO. It's independent of but they are doing a good work, because they have offered to do, they have identified the problem and they have offered to do it. But who is coordinating these activities to ensure that everybody is working? And you know, one of the things I always complain about is that since this past 6-10 years, for instance, TCN has many of its projects are 85-90% completed. Some of the problems are just we live that the government should collaborate with the state governments to resolve. But what do you have? A substation is ready in Akure, for instance. A 330 kVA substation is ready in Akure. The transmission line is supposed to come from Oshogbo to Akure, and another transmission line is supposed to come from Benin and drop in Akure. Because of way live issue along the route from Oshogbo to Akure, that project has been stalled for almost 6 years. So there has to be an organization that is above neck, that is linked only to the president, that will look at all of these things. I talked about the fragmentation in the sector. You know, look, and let me tell you something. I know that electricity is a commercial venture. Yes. And when you put your money there, you should be able to recover your investment. However, it's also a social contract between the government and the people. It's a social contract. You know, so if you have such a transmission line, everybody should be involved. And I remember that it has to be a responsibility. I remember when we were doing a project in Owerri, and because the transformers have been there for a long time, we needed to remove the transformers to a workshop somewhere in Ikorodu there for repairs, so that when they take them back, it can function properly. And we had given authority to the EPC contractor to go and remove the transformer. But of course, when the community saw that they were removing their transformer, this was a transformer that has not been functioning for the past 10-15 years. They refused to let them go, and the governor had to intervene. The governor also refused to let them take the transformer away. I had to personally intervene with the governor, speak with the governor, write an undertaking before the transformer can be moved to the workshop for repairs. It's not repairs, but you know they need to change the oil and make sure it's in good working condition, because it's been on the plinth for 15 years. So there has to be a coordinating agency that is devoid of bureaucratic encumbers. Initially, NDPC was created from the federation account. The initial seed money for NDPC was from the federation account. However, since we started producing electricity, let me put it that way, we don't receive subvention from the government. So our revenue is from the sale of electricity, sale of energy to the network and to what we call willing buyers. For instance, you will see that we still, even outside the country, we sell power to countries outside Nigeria. Yeah. So that's how we derive our, but because also we are owned by the 3 tiers of government, we have also embarked on working with the other sectors to improve the network. For instance, we build distribution. So from the profit that we have, we build distribution networks virtually in all. There is no state in Nigeria that has not felt the impact of NDPC. And then we, like I said, the transmission substation in Lafia was constructed by NDPC. It's like LLNG. LLNG cannot receive subvention from the federal government anymore. Of course, initially, government put in their own investment and the private sector put in their own investment. I'm hoping that we will move away from this structure in NDPC. I'm really hoping that will and adopt the NLG structure, for instance, and bring in a huge investor to acquire 49% so that we can start operating like an LNG. You know, there's a lot of confusion in the society, in you know, and even those even some high government officials don't even know the functions of NDPC. They don't even know. I mean, we were in a gathering some time ago, and a former minister who claimed to have been a part of the conception of NDPC was annoyed when somebody threw a question at him, and he said, "What are you talking about? I don't have power in my house, and you guys are sitting down there." And I had to lecture him and say, "Hey, I'm not supposed to put power in your house. I'm just a businessman, you know, in the sector, producing oil, producing power, electricity, like every other person, like what's the name of Elumelu's Transcorp Power, and selling it. That's all we are." The problems are enormous. But I believe very strongly that the discos as they are now don't have the capacity. There has to be a restructuring of that sector. Under whatever you want to call it, maybe breaking their franchise into little bits. One or two of them are doing well. Eco, Disco, Ikeja Disco, yeah. Because, and also, you know, the problems are different. So, but for most of them, look, if you, let me give you an example. If you need to, under Yola Distribution Company, I mean, you know how wide that sector, I mean, that part of the country is. If you need to take a 33 kV line from one town to the other, you may be doing 100 kilometers. Whereas under the Eco Disco franchise, I mean, 100 kilometers will do 2, 3, 4, 5 communities. So we need to restructure these discos. We need to support the discos to develop a new program tailored to reduce ATC and C losses. What is ATC and C? Aggregate technical, commercial, and collecting losses. Now, when you take power from Ondo, for instance, to Ilaje, 100 kilometers, by the time, and don't forget that along that route, you are dropping power for Ore, for Ajebandele, for this, for that. By the time you get to the end, what you have is candlelight. So you will need to and the discos don't have the finances to do these things. I said earlier that the privatization was not properly done. Okay. I'm not sure that those people have an understanding of what they were getting into. Everybody thought the power sector was like the telecommunications sector. But it is not. The amount of infrastructure that you need to put in place, physical infrastructure that you need to put in place for power is totally different from that. Because apart from your cell in telecommunication and the handset there's nothing that you need to do. You probably don't need to put poles, pay compensation. Fiber optic is for specific areas. I mean, for specific things, and it doesn't stop the telecommunication facilities.
After they can use satellite.
Yes, they exactly from functioning very well. Okay. So that the difference is, but you cannot send power remotely. You need cables, you need poles, you need transmission lines, you need all sorts of things. You need transformers. The discos should be responsible for them. But when they don't have the fund, what do? You can see that many of them, about 7 of them, are under receivership now. Some sort of receivership or the other. You can see. Because they borrowed money from the banks and they were not able to pay back within the time they thought, I mean, they were going to be able to pay back. You have to deal with each one of them, on it has to be a tailored solution to each disco. You cannot apply the same brush for all of them. Well, the truth of the matter is that at some point there will be increase in tariff. However, this is not the time for it. I mean, Nigeria, we are doing a lot of reforms now. The removal of the subsidy has increased the cost of living in Nigeria. The exchange rate, harmonization of the exchange rates is also going to affect the economy and the earning power of the common Nigerian, even though that should not be the case, because I can tell you for free that no business organization was charging their customers based on the 400 and something naira to the dollar that the CBN was and that's a fraud on its own, because CBN knows that there's nobody who is selling anything in Nigeria decides the cost of that good based on the CBN exchange rate. It's simple, because they are not sure that they will get, when they need to replace machinery, raw materials, they were not sure that they could get the dollars from CBN. So this is the best thing that could have happened.
The Naira float.
The Naira float is the best thing that can happen to our nation, Nigeria. And I'm surprised, because every expert and non-expert had been advising CBN to do this for so long. So I'm surprised that the CBN was reluctant to do what is needful, and that's about the corruption in the system. So this is not the time, and I'm advising government too. This is not the time to increase tariff. Honestly, subsidizing the power sector is not good for the economy, because the truth of the matter is that 80% of the subsidy in the power sector is being enjoyed by people who can afford to pay for electricity. That's the truth. The low tariff pays only the rich. The poor people just take advantage, just like in fuel too. Look, if you have 10 cars and you put all the 10 cars on the road, the poor man has only one way to go, just to go to office and come back, and but the man who has 10 cars will want, the wife will take one, the children will take one, the workers will take, and that's what is happening in the sector. So yes, this is not the time to think about increasing tariff. It will look, in the past, everybody, the cost of diesel was very high, right? Now a lot of people migrated to using petrol generators. Now the cost of petrol is even almost higher than the cost of because petrol burns faster. You use more petrol for your generator than diesel. So generating power in your house now, where you don't have power supply from the national grid, is a big problem. No, there is no doubt in my mind that we need to migrate to prepaid meter. I mean, not only intelligent meters, so that when we have intelligent meters, nobody can manipulate their consumption. If you go to some hotels in the past, all of the heavy duty consuming equipment. Their laundry, their air conditioners are connected directly, or they bypass the meters, you know. But if you have intelligent networks, that cannot happen, because it will be discovered and then you will be dealt with appropriately. So there's no doubt in my mind that everybody, and it's in the interest of the consumer too, to acquire prepaid meters. And it's not the only prepaid meters that the discos should supply. It should be intelligent networks. Of course, I said earlier that they don't have the money to do it. They don't have the funds.
What was the intelligent network? What will you do?
Look, if you had an intelligent network in a place like this, for instance, you can determine what is happening without you being there. Even on your phone, you can control your this thing. So I'm just trying to use that to explain what it is. So if you have an intelligent network, the discos in their control rooms will be able to monitor and ensure that energy theft is reduced to the barest minimum, and they can ensure proper operations in their own sector.
Optimism is a strategy for making a better future, because unless you believe that the future can be better, you are unlikely to step up and take responsibility for making it so. Responsibility is the price of greatness. How else can one explain the thought process of a 24-year-old youth leaving the luxurious comforts in the United States to fill in for his incarcerated father in sub-Saharan Africa, Nigeria, and run a family business holding the fort till stability was achieved? This is the story of Abdul Samad Rabiu, an unassuming, silent achiever. Abdul Samad Rabiu attended Capital University, Columbus, Ohio, and returned to Nigeria to oversee the family business when his father, Ishaku Rabiu, was detained by the administration of General Muhammadu Buhari for allegedly not paying the rice report duties. Not only was his father under investigation, the family business was under scrutiny. These harsh realities of being thrust right into the middle of it all shaped the young man's resolve to hard work in silence. Abdul Samad Rabiu is the son of one of Nigeria's foremost industrialists, late Khalifa Ishaku Rabiu, founder of Ishaku Rabiu and Sons Group, a family-operated holding company with a history of investment in manufacturing, insurance, banking, and real estate. In the 1970s, the group invested in manufacturing, with its first investment being the Kano Suits and Packaging Cases Company, a factory producing suitcases and handbags. In 1972, the Bagauda Textile Mill, manufacturing woven clothes for uniforms, importing and trading in different segments of the economy, including frozen food service, sugar, and a motor vehicle and parts distribution company specialized in Daihatsu products. Abdul Samad Rabiu was born with a very big silver spoon in the ancient city of Kano on the 4th day of August in 1960, 57 days to Nigerian independence. 24 years later, responsibility beckoned. He was in the family business till 1988. Abdul Samad Rabiu, following in the steps of the family business to establish BUA Bois International Limited in 1988. Solely for commodity trading, Bois International Limited imported rice, edible oil, flour, iron, and steel. The much-needed winds to his sail came in 1990. The government, owners of the Dettol Steel Company, got into a contract with BUA to supply its raw materials in exchange for finished products. This was the young company's much-needed windfall. BUA expanded further into steel, producing pellets, importing iron ore, and constructing multiple rolling mills in Nigeria. Nigerian Oil Mills Limited, the largest edible oil processing company in Nigeria, was sadly bought by BUA in 2005. BUA started 2 flour milling plants in Lagos and in Kano. By 2008, BUA had broken an 8-year monopoly in the Nigerian sugar industry by commissioning the second largest sugar refinery in sub-Saharan Africa. In 2009, the company went on to silently acquire a controlling stake in a publicly listed cement company in northern Nigeria, Souq Cement, and began to construct a $900 million cement plant in Ogu-Okbela, Edo State, completed and commissioned in 2015, which was at that time the single largest non-oil investment in South Nigeria, and had a capacity of 6 million metric tons per annum upon completion of the second line. This was followed by a new 1.5 million metric tons line in Sokoto in 2018 and another 3 million metric ton line which commenced in 2020 and was commissioned in 2022, bringing the total installed capacity for his cement holdings to 11 million metric tons as of January 2022. Abdul Samad Rabiu is very entrenched with his family in business, having over 40 siblings. His younger brother Rabiu Ishaku Rabiu was the CEO of IRS Airlines Limited, an airline based in Abuja, Nigeria. He operates scheduled domestic passenger services. Its main base was Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport. The airline was established in 2002 and started operations in March 2002 and ceased operations in 2013. Kabiru Rabiu, our younger brother, currently serves as the Group Executive Director of BUA Group. In 2020, Kabiru was named the Best African Economic Leader under the age of 40 in the 100 African Economic Leaders for Tomorrow Awards by the French Institute, Souq. BUA invested $300 million in a 20,000 hectares Lafiaji Sugar Estate project, which comprises a sugar mill, sugar refinery, ethanol processing plant, and 35 megawatts power plant. The company also built an export-focused refinery in Port Harcourt, the only destination sugar refinery in sub-Saharan Africa. Abdul Samad Rabiu is constructing a 200,000 barrels per day petrochemicals refinery in Akwa Ibom State, Nigeria. The agreement was signed with Access of France in August 2020 for the refinery aimed at serving Nigeria and the West African petroleum refining needs. It is expected to be completed and operational by 2025. The privately owned Ogu-Okbela Cement Company was in January 2020 merged with the publicly listed Cement Company of Northern Nigeria, where Abdul Samad Rabiu already held a controlling stake in the $3.3 billion transaction, and BUA Cement PLC was born. Abdul Samad consolidated all his food businesses in sugar, edible oils, rice, flour, and pasta milling into a new company, BUA Foods PLC. In December 2021, it was listed on the Nigerian exchange. BUA Foods emerged as a consumer goods leader in market capitalization, experiencing a phenomenal 206% year-to-date appreciation. Share prices soared from 65 naira per share in December 2022 to the current value of 379.9 naira per share as of 24th March 2024. In terms of fundamentals, BUA Food exhibited robust financials with a 54% increase in profits to 105.6 billion naira in the first 9 months of 2023. Revenue witnessed an impressive 80.95% year-on-year growth, reaching 524.428 billion naira, and return on average equity stood at 43.42%. Despite challenges, Rabiu strategically increased his direct shares in BUA Cement by 56.37%, totaling 96.12% ownership. This move, executed on June 26, 2023, demonstrates Rabiu's confidence in his company's future growth. Boa Foods PLC and Boa Cement PLC companies are among the top 10 most valuable publicly listed companies in sub-Saharan Africa. From a relatively small company in 1988, Boa Group has grown to a world-class conglomerate, contributing significantly to the country's GDP while providing employment opportunities for tens of thousands of Nigerians. Abdul Samad Rabiu's philanthropy is silently second to none. He founded the Abdul Samad Africa Initiative, ASR Africa, and an African-focused fund for social development and renewal which seeks to support Nigeria and other African countries in the area of health, education, and social development. In October 2022, Abdul Samad Rabiu, through ASR Africa, donated $500,000 to the United States Agency for International Development, partner on tuberculosis control, HIV, and gender-based violence prevention efforts in Nigeria. Development of a 7.5 billion naira 200-bed specialist hospital in Kano State during the global COVID-19 pandemic. Abdul Samad Rabiu championed Nigeria's donation to this COVID-19 intervention by a single individual or corporate donating, amongst other things, 1.35 billion naira to the COVID private sector coalition, 300 million naira to the Presidential Task Force on COVID-19, over 1 billion naira in cash donations to 10 state governments across the country, 70 ambulances, medical equipment, face masks, provision of foodstuffs for over 1.5 million persons in Kano, Lagos, and Rivers States. ASR Africa Initiative donated a 4 billion naira police hospital in Abuja and donated 1 billion naira each for 6 universities across Nigeria through the ASR Africa Tertiary Education Grants Scheme for infrastructural development. The beneficiaries of the 6 billion naira tertiary education grant schemes are Ahmadu Bello University, University of Ibadan, University of Maiduguri, Nnamdi Azikiwe University, University of Ilorin, and the University of Benin. ASR Africa Initiative also donated 2.5 billion naira each through its tertiary healthcare development grants for health projects across 4 geopolitical zones in the country. These are in addition to 5 billion naira donated to build the first teaching hospital in Akwa Ibom State, donated 10 billion naira to the Security Support Fund of the Nigerian government. Abdul Samad Rabiu was awarded the 2022 CEO of the Year at the African CSR Awards, 2016 African Industrialist of the Year Awards by the All African Business Leader Awards, the 2022 Sun Man of the Year Awards, 2020 Vanguard Business Person of the Year, and the New Telegraph Philanthropist of the Year 2021, a recipient of several honorary doctorate degrees from various universities, including the University of Benin, Nasarawa State University, Sokoto State University, and Crescent University. Abdul Samad Rabiu is a fellow of the Institute of Directors, and he currently holds the prestigious Nigerian National Honors, Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic, CFR, Commander of the Order of Niger, CON, as well as the highest civilian national honor in Niger Republic. Abdul Samad Rabiu is married with children. His children are Mustafa Khadija Kuki Rabiu, Ishaku Khalifa Rabiu, Junad Rabiu. On the 22nd of January 2024, Forbes estimated Rabiu's wealth at $5.9 billion, putting him as the 6th wealthiest man in Africa and 508th in the Global Billionaires Club. The family man, the silent achiever, the giver, Abdul Samad Rabiu.
أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن محمدا رسول الله أشهد أن محمدا رسول الله حي على الصلاة حي على الصلاة حي على الفلاح حي على الفلاح الله أكبر الله أكبر لا إله إلا الله
Imagine a world without the roar of a lion, the flight of an eagle, or the rhythmic dance of ocean waves teeming with life. Wildlife is more than just the animals in their natural habitat. It is the lifeblood of our ecosystems, shaping the environment and maintaining nature's delicate balance. Yet, with each passing year, human activities threaten this balance. Deforestation, habitat destruction, pollution, and climate change are pushing many species to the brink of extinction. That is why World Wildlife Day is marked on every March 3rd, a global call to action to protect and preserve the rich biodiversity that sustains life on Earth. It is a reminder that wildlife is not just about the animals, it is about us, our survival, our food, our medicine, our future. This year, the theme, Wildlife Conservation Finance, Investing in People and Planet, shines on a spotlight the urgent need for sustainable funding to protect ecosystems. It highlights the role of financial investment in safeguarding both wildlife and human livelihoods. Because when we invest in nature, we invest in ourselves. From individuals to policymakers, businesses to conservationists, World Wildlife Day calls for collective action. Every tree saved, every habitat protected, and every species conserved is a step towards securing a healthier planet for future generations. As humans, let's act before it's too late. The fate of wildlife is in our hands, and in saving them, we just might be saving ourselves. Chike Okolo, Souq News Television.
I was born on the 16th day of October, 63 years ago. I'm from Opobo, yeah, and went to school. I'm from River State, from Opobo in River State. Went to school in Port Harcourt, lived in Port Harcourt all my life, from primary to secondary school to A-levels. Then after A-levels, I got admission to Unilag. Immediately after Unilag, I got married, and I've lived in Lagos ever since. Well, it was fun for us because me and my husband were very young. My husband was 25, I was 21 and all that. But we learned on the job. We were friends. We were friends for 3 years when I was in Unilag, university. And we came out, we got married. So we were like children that just got married. But I had my parents. My parents were his very good friends. So when I get naughty, he would report me to my parents. When I didn't know these kind of duties were demands of somebody's wife, they would tell me this is my responsibility. I'm like, nope. I will agree to some, I will not agree to some. But I mean, it was fun. We had our ups and downs, but kind of pushed through it. And then the children started coming, and it was a different ballgame. You know, when you come from that kind of family, it's like part of your system. You don't really regard it as anything anymore. But sometimes I get the shock of my life because there was a time my in-laws came to Opobo for one ceremony, and I saw the king, and he gave me a hug and he gave me a pic, and they were like, whoa, the other Benin won't even shake your hands, you know, as a woman. I'm like, okay. I mean, it's the same family, you understand? So we're used to that. I think we take it for granted. But maybe some other people say, you must call me a princess, you must call me that. I'm not into all those kind of things. I'm not at all, I've never been. So I can't start tomorrow. But you know, great King Jaja of Opobo, my great-great-grandfather. And my children, when they studied it in school, they went to Corona school. Oh, so they came. Mom, we're telling our teacher and our classmates that this King Jaja of Opobo, they told them about King Jaja of Opobo in school. And they said, that's my mommy's great-grandfather. Like, wow, no, it was like a big deal to them. For us, Absolutely, upbringing. Upbringing and my personal choice too, because you could be brought up one way and choose to go another way. You understand? One of my philosophies in life is like this: you're not the tallest in the world, you're not the shortest, you're not the prettiest, you're not the ugliest, you're not the richest, you're not the poorest. Oh, just get with it. Do you understand? If you're looking for beauty, there are more beautiful women than you. So if you're looking for ugly, there are uglier women. If you're looking for tall, you're looking for it. So what is it? You understand? You didn't come into this world with anything. You're not going to go with anything. So just be grateful to God for whatever you have or whatever you are. Work towards improving on it, improving your relationship with God Almighty and improving your relationship with your fellow human beings. That's my philosophy in life. So what's the point of carrying all the air and chips on your shoulder? It makes life heavier for you. Journey 7 is my favorite number. It's a number for perfection, and I was born on the 16th of October. My star sign is Libra. We're always looking for perfect balance in everything. It's just an influence from the horoscopes, I'm told. That J is my husband's name, D is my name, and 7 is my favorite number. Lazy way of forming the name of a company, isn't it? So I did, and it stuck. And I knew I was going to go into couture, so that was it. Easy. I was a victim of circumstance. I keep saying it. I didn't really come into business to be a fashion designer, to go into fashion, and creativity has always been something that's innate. Okay, even before I started making clothes or doing this, I used to always give designers the styles that I want them to make for me. I didn't have tailors. But when I finished my NYSC at Nigerian Television Authority in Victoria Island, I decided I wasn't going to work there. I wanted to work in a more organized setup. You understand? Because of management traineeship, because I never worked all my life. You know, my parents were very protective. I'm the last girl in the family. They were always very protective. You know. So I said I wanted to work somewhere, and I prayed about it. And I got into Unilever. Then it was called Lever Brothers. And for 5 years, but you know, the intensity of work there became a bit much for me because I was a young mother. I had 2 kids then. Was going on having the 3rd one, so it became a bit tight. Sometimes Unilever was one of the biggest. When the international directors come in, we used to be the ones to host them with all the Unilever affiliates. Linters, the advertising agency used to be here, all the Nigerian breweries, USC, you understand, AJC, we're all Unilever group. Sometimes I won't get home until 3 a.m. when we are hosting, and with kids in the house, it can be a bit much. So I'm like, I prayed about it and I decided something has to give. It's either your family, your children will not give them the attention they need then, and they were growing fast, or your job will suffer and then you will not be happy whichever way. So I decided, you know what, let my priority be my family, and I decided to go back. And I put in my resignation. That was not what I'm fine. When I did, my chairman refused to accept the resignation, so I had to use another way to encourage him to accept it. So I left Unilever. I said, okay, I wasn't the type of person that was suited for being a housewife. I wanted to do the kind of business I would do, but still have 100% time for the kids. So when the kids said, oh, they're having something in school, I'm there. Okay, I decided I was going to just market corporate gifts. When I was in Unilever, I was the assistant corporate affairs manager in charge of press. So, and being in Unilever at the corporate affairs level, I already knew a lot of companies. So I used that opportunity to get back to those companies and introduce my new business. And in the first year, I actually made more money than my 5-year stint in Unilever. So that was the normal encouragement. You make more money doing your own business. You have more time for your kids, for your family, and for yourself. And you travel quite a bit because you have to go and buy the corporate gifts. So it was a win-win. Then, a few years down the line, the president, Olusegun Obasanjo, came in and said they were doing backward integration and they were going to stop the importation of all this corporate gift and a lot of other things. So we were actually forced to look inwards. And when we started looking inwards, that's when it hit me that apart from Big, that was being produced by Eleganza, we're not really manufacturing anything in Nigeria apart from textiles and maybe I think Eleganza was doing food flask or something. And which corporate body do you want to give as end of year? So what we had to do now, because a lot of my clientele were like Shell, Chevron, I started looking inwards. I said, okay, if I have to do something, I can do beddings, pillowcase trimmings, table covers, table placemat, napkins with fabrics like Ashok and Adira. I can do jute bags, you know. It came to me. So I had to go and buy one machine and employed one tailor. So sometimes they will call me. I did some samples. So even in Abuja, when they were going to have, like I remember the West African Women's Affairs, they had a conference. So they wanted jute bags, and we had about 1,000 or 2,000 jute bags, and that was quite nice. Apart from the end of year activities, so that's it. But you know, after those periods, you have periods of lull, like you're not using the machine and the tailor. You have to be paying tailor for doing it. I'm like, why am I going to these people to make my clothes? Tailor, oh yeah, this is the style I want. I started first by giving some of my clothes, repeat it. You did well. So I started designing. I could sketch very well. I was a science student in school, but I could sketch really well. So I was sketching will do well. And sometimes when I wear the clothes and I go to supermarket, some women will just call me, hey, I really like this thing you're wearing. Please, where did you make it? I'm like, okay, I'll give you the address. I give them the address. They started coming. Before I could say that, within 1 month, I had over 50 women I had to make clothes for. And the one tailor was no longer enough. I had to employ 2 others. That was how we started. From 2 to 4, then I had a whole factory before you could see that. I started making school uniforms, started doing all kinds of things. And then some of the magazines, like Genevieve magazine, look around like, are you sure you make this outfit? I thought you were a broadcaster. I thought you sell. I said, yes, I did. So I did some photo shoot session for her. And I modeled the clothes actually. And wow, I started getting calls from Paris, from the UK. I did DC Fashion Week. You know, I was just, and they will pay your ticket, pay your hotel, please come and showcase for us. Some will even say, please come and open the show for us. Some say, we want you to close this. I'm like, okay. There are places that I would never have thought of going to, like Burkina Faso. They will beg me, the top fashion designers there would, when the Al-Fadi does this thing once every 4 years. Al-Fadi in Niger. The Niger government sponsors it. He calls all, including Elisab, every international designer, they will go, especially the Moroccan ones, those North African ones, Indians. So they invite one designer from each country. So they used to call me to come because of what I used to work a lot with Ankara and Ashok, and I do international acclaimed, how would I put it, couture outfits with Ankara, big hats, funny looking, structured clothes and all that. So that was how it went, you know. And I did all the magazines. I've won all the awards. So after a while, you know, I started thinking of concentrating on exports. In the process of doing that, my husband took ill. After 2 years, we lost him. So when I came back home, I gave a lot of things a lot of thought. My kids were still in school. My daughter got married. She was in Australia already. And then my kids, my 2 boys were still in school. So I said, look, this fashion design thing is not going to pay school fees in pounds, sterling and dollars. So I said to myself, you know what? Why don't you give the man hours to the industry, the family business that were yielding the most income? That was how I started kind of just saying, you know what, let me just minimize it a bit. My core clients were still coming. So I kept the tailors, my experienced tailors that worked with for years, I kept few of them. And I kind of cut down on that business. I said, you know what, let me just go and face the family business and do this for the people who really know what I'm doing. And word of mouth goes. So I'm still doing that, but my priority is really not that, you know. When you look at me the first time you see me, you see a fragile woman that don't like to sweat, that's spoiled, that like to be kept. I'm like, what? Absolutely not. My husband didn't want me to do anything. He just felt he wanted to spoil me. I said, that's not how to love me at all. Please. It's either you kind of understand the person I am. I'm a very creative mind. This mind has to keep working, or I'll make life miserable for you, you know. What I will advise even women who are willing to work, you don't even do one job. You must get at least more than 2 streams of income. Otherwise, you will not make ends meet. That is the truth of today's world. You understand? There are those ones that want to be kept. No matter how wealthy your husband is. Wealth is not static. Some people start today. When they retire, everything goes downhill. Some people mean well. They love you. They want to take care of you. But nature calls. They part ways. Some marry other women, some leave, some die. You understand? So anything can happen. I will advise them, everybody, try and be as independent as you can, financially independent. I think you actually earn more respect when you do that. And then also, when things don't work out too well for the husband, no matter how rich you are, you don't have to put him through too much stress. You can take care of yourself, you take care of him, you encourage him, but let him not feel that the world has come to an end. You know, a man feels happy when he knows that his back is covered, even when he's not making it. You understand? It doesn't make him lazy, it makes him very grateful. Yeah. So I will advise everybody, get something doing. Do something that will enable you earn good income if you can. Do something that you also enjoy doing. I've always believed in garbage in, garbage out. Yeah? Garbage in is the stress abound. You cannot control that. But you can control your attitude towards stress. Stress is #1 killer and ages of everything in this world. It's your attitude to stress that you have to manage, and that depends on you. What you put in your mouth also depends on you. Your mind, your heart, your spirit, your soul. You have to be loving. You have to be forgiving. You understand? All that depends on you. So it's actually you that decides whether you're going to age gracefully or you're not. Forget about the genes first. It's true. You understand? Some people are so malicious. When you offend them, oh my goodness. They will carry it in their chest and the chest will be expanding and they won't sleep well and they begin to have problems. Meanwhile, the person you're angry with does not even know you exist. It's crazy. So for me, it's just be free and take life easy. Take it as it comes and always be grateful to God. I'm too honest and straightforward. It's either I will be killed immediately or because I will tell you the truth no matter whose house is God. I don't think I can play politics. I'm not a politician at all. I am a very straight shooter. I will tell you to your face when you're doing stupid things. That was my relationship with my mom, my dad, my husband. So most times I'm the last girl in the house. So maybe when they were disciplining the first ones, by the time they got to my turn, they were a bit tired. So we could talk to my parents anyhow. But I don't do it to create whatever. I just feel that if anybody worth talking to, is worth talking to with honesty and integrity. And when you want to play politics, they will see something that is black. They will say it's yellow. I can't do that. For the love of me, I can't. So politics is not my call. And because of that, they will not allow your creativity to come out, your sincerity. What's the point? Yes. I'm actually planning some kind of, I met some of my old models that are doing very well. And you know, when you deal with a lot of these girls, some of them have traveled with me to Niger. Sometimes they'll tell you, bring 2 of your models. You know, some of them, we have very good relationship. We're going to do a reunion one of these days. It will be fun. And they are all calling, when are we going to do? I say, don't worry, we'll get a reunion done. Because we need to revisit the fashion industry, see how things are going. They're doing well. The new ones are doing well. And I just pray that the environment will not discourage them, you know. It's not just Nigeria, it's the world. Whatever is happening in Nigeria is what the truth is. A crate of egg in Nigeria is still cheaper than a crate of egg in the US and in the UK, even with the exchange rate. So it's not just Nigeria, the world is experiencing some kind of. The way I see it is like the pangs of birth before the child finally comes. You know, that intense labor. And then when the child is born, everything is calm and beautiful, everybody's happy. I think we are just towards the end of the labor pain. It's going to get better, but we're going to pass through a lot of that before it gets better. And when it finally gets better, we'll all be smiling. But right now, the whole world, not just Nigeria, is crazy. If you look at international, listen to international news, it's actually crazier than here. I just pray. Yes, I live opposite, I won't even say it, on the street. One of the big men that live on that street, his birthday was yesterday, and the whole street was filled with beggars, hungry people. It was really crazy. I felt so bad. We were pushing each other, killing each other, fighting just to get a plate of jollof rice. It was very sad. It didn't used to be that bad. There were a few people who come hang around, but the whole street, I couldn't move anywhere yesterday because of it. But I hope it gets better soon, so that the best in all of us can come in. Because hunger and poverty can actually bring out the worst in people. Naturally, yes. I have an NGO that I do. What I do, I take girls, young girls that are not able to complete school because of poverty, and I educate them. You understand? I try to pay school fees, help people, and I believe in education a lot. Yeah, because I don't believe in giving you the fish. I believe in teaching you how to fish. I have few of them from my place come stay with me. Some of them are able to stand the discipline. Some of them are not able. So the ones that are able to stay, they stay, and they do very well. Some of them I train from a distance and they do well. So I've had university graduates, I have the levels, I have all kinds of things. That's what I do. And most people come to me naturally, not because I'm a trained mentor or anything. When you do anything out of love, an act of sincerity of purpose, and because they see you as genuine, they listen to you. You understand? When you mean well, you tell people the honest truth, and they, it's not easy sometimes, but yes, a kind of mentor.
The unexpected rise of Ankara fabric in West Africa has transformed it from merely an industry into a vital part of culture, identity and art woven into everyday life. This evolution has encouraged many to enter into the business side of Ankara. Today, the fabric is not only worn but also used in interior decorations and artworks, making it a significant item in our changing world. Despite this, the industry stands at a crossroad, balancing tradition, modern challenges, and global market demands. My name is Grace Komolafe, and I invite you to join me on this second episode of Ankara as we explore the current state of production, the hurdles it faces, particularly in Nigeria, and the abundant opportunities that exist within this vibrant sector. Ankara's journey from West African markets to the global stage highlights its enduring appeal and the resilience of its producers. However, to fully harness its export potential, addressing quality, policy and logistical challenges is essential. Ankara has become a global fashion statement with its bold patterns and rich colors now staples on international runways, reflecting a growing appreciation for African aesthetics. Nigeria and Ghana have long anchored Ankara production, keeping alive an industry with deep cultural significance. In Nigeria, there is a specialized market where you can find all kinds of Ankara fabric to suit your needs, whether for business parties or home use. Are you aware that Oshodi Market in Lagos is the major Ankara market in the country? People travel from every part of Nigeria to this market to make purchases for different reasons, either for Ashwebi, different occasions, or for business. In this market, you would find importers, you would find wholesalers, and again you would find retailers. Are you thinking of going into Ankara business? In this report, we have more information to share with you.
No, this one is a different company.
Despite Nigeria's rich resources, skilled workforce, and a large domestic market eager for Ankara fabric, the country has struggled to capitalize on this potential. In the face of rising imports and global competition, the Ankara industry is looking inward towards alternatives that preserve cultural heritage while empowering local economies. Innovative approaches and traditional methods are revitalizing Ankara production across West Africa, particularly in Nigeria. While the future is bright, it is not without challenges. The high reliance on cheaper imports has led to an overwhelming dependence on foreign textiles, which now dominates over 80% of Nigeria's fabric market. How have Ankara sellers and business owners been able to sustain growth in the industry? What kind of Ankara do you sell? Big or small?
We sell big, small, and medium range.
Great. I think this is the first person I'm meeting that sells 3 categories of Ankara. I've met people that does medium and small. I've met someone that does just the small. So good to know that you are doing 3 categories, big, medium, and small. So why did you decide to go into a full-blown Ankara business?
Because any customer can walk in now and request for small one. I will attend to the person. If you want medium, I have. If you want big one, I have.
You don't want to lose anybody.
I don't want to lose anybody.
You like money.
I'm a people man now. I always like money very well.
When someone is alive, you are going to be same. So for now, things are so hard. When I'm still in this business, my master, that time it was 700 or 600 like that. So things started increasing every day. So that is the problem we have. The customers are complaining, this are complaining. Both people that are coming from far just saying that after this there's no much gain on it again. So that's the challenge we have.
Long before Ankara became a global phenomenon, West African textiles were celebrated for their craftsmanship and cultural significance, with Nigeria being a key player. Today, Nigeria's textile industry has faced significant challenges over the past few decades, despite the country's rich potential in cotton production and a historical legacy of vibrant textile manufacturing. Once a leader in the sector with over 180 textile mills in the 1970s employing more than 1 million Nigerians, the industry has been in decline since the 1990s, grappling with issues such as smuggling, high production costs, outdated machinery, and inconsistent government policies. Instead of boosting the Nigerian textile industry, interest in importation continues to rise. With a renewed interest in textiles, including Ankara fabric, local production remains low. An influx of cheap imports surged over 100% to 365.5 billion naira in 2022, undermining the demand for locally produced textiles. As Nigeria strives to engage in the business, the high cost of importation negatively impacts their efforts. This situation is compounded by rising energy costs and a depreciation in currency, leading Nigerians to depend largely on imported Ankara to meet the demands of customers.
Importation business now is a help. It's very, very expensive. Just last month, the clearing of the goods was about 6 million naira. Overnight, it turned to 14 million. Should we stop selling Ankara? No. We have to go on, move. The price that we give customer in 1 hour it changed automatically. But because we are into the system, we know how to manage the price.
As customers become more conscious of their environmental and social impact, the demand for sustainable and ethically produced textiles is on the rise. Ankara, with its deep cultural roots, is uniquely positioned to lead the way in this movement. The global market for Ankara is expanding, with new opportunities emerging beyond West Africa. However, tapping into these markets requires strategic planning, quality assurance, and effective marketing.
Actually, like, person want to do the business, it depends if you have the money, because this business now it's all about money.
Capital intensive.
Capital. No amount of money that is enough. No amount of money. If you have 10 million, 20 million, 100 million, you can start up something, because when you check this one now, this level now, for one level now is almost 48,000 or 37,000. So when you now calculate 1 line, 2 line, 3 lines, so you can see that it's millions of money. So if you want to go into the business, if you have the cash or you have the power, it's a nice business, but you must have money to rotate the business.
Ankara business is not a child's play, I want to say, with what I've heard today. You want to go into Ankara business, of course you can start a very small scale. Do not say no to small beginning, do not despise little beginning, but I must say if you want to do a big time Ankara business, it's not a child's play, you must be ready for it, I tell you. So for instance, you have this line, like I mentioned earlier, you'll be having this pack goes for about 40-something thousand, and you're having a couple of them. So you see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I mean, the number you keep counting. Did you see? Same colors, and we're having different designs. It's not a child's play. Millions of naira goes into this business, and you can see this is Oshodi, where Ankara business takes place, the real business. This is where it happens. Yes, from all over the states in Nigeria, they come all the way to Oshodi to do their biddings in Ankara business.
The Ankara industry, a cornerstone of West African culture and economy, is deeply influenced by government policies. Yet, the implementation of these policies is not without its challenges. Bureaucratic delays, corruption, and inconsistent enforcement often undermine their effectiveness. The success of the Ankara industry is intertwined with the government's actions. Thoughtful policies and effective implementation can drive growth. Moreover, regional and international trade agreements such as the African Continental Free Trade Area (AFCFTA) offer new opportunities for expansion and collaboration. The future of Ankara lies in the hands of the next generation. Young innovators are reimagining what Ankara can be, blending tradition with modernity and driving the industry forward. Is more than just a fabric. It symbolizes African heritage, creativity, and resilience. As we look to the future, the potential for Ankara is limitless if the industry embraces innovation, sustainability, and global collaboration. The journey of Ankara is far from over, and its story will continue to inspire generations. As we conclude our journey through the vibrant world of Ankara, we turn our attention to the future. What lies ahead for this iconic fabric? How will it evolve to meet the demands of a rapidly changing world? And what opportunities and challenges will shape its future? Questions you may have quality answers for. See you again on another interesting topic on Souq Perspective. I am Grace Komolafe.
Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing, and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, monitoring, and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. Ready to make an impact? For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 039 2362. Visit us today at www.adstudycenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
We've got just what you need right here at Venue Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job. What keeps the heartbeat of a community alive? Is it the courage to create, the power to connect, the vision to transform? Well, it's all of these and more. It's a symphony of ideas, innovation, and industry. But where do these stories come alive? It's right here on The Isle, 104.9 FM. The station where dreams meet action and growth finds its voice. The Isle, 104.9. Business, economy, development. Stay tuned